which they happily accepted. Sheriff Goodson took a sip of his drink and said, "These two gentlemen have something to share that I think you'll find interesting. Joe Ed, Bill, go ahead." Bill finished his drink and started to speak. "My brother-in-law Sam never served in the military, but he likes to think of himself as a big patriot and claims to know a lot about the Constitution. I'm not sure how he thinks that since he dropped out of high school to hang out and do random jobs, but he believes he knows better than most people. I'm sure you've seen his truck. It's a big 4X4 with Texas and Confederate flags in the back and slogans like 'Don't tread on me' and 'Come and take it all over it.' I thought you might recognize it. Joe Ed and I did serve. Joe has a limp and I have a shoulder issue that earned us Purple Hearts. We think of ourselves as patriots, but we don't see eye to eye with Sam and his friends. We don't say much against them, but we listen when they talk a bit too loudly. Joe Ed, why don't you tell about the Saturday after Halloween? I could use another drink." "We had a barbecue at Bill's ranch. Sam wasn't invited, but he showed up with 3 loud friends. They were so noisy that his sister asked him to be quieter or she'd make him leave. Eventually, she and the other women went inside along with their husbands. Bill and I stayed outside to hear what they thought about their so-called pride. Turns out they are part of something called the Freedom Force, and they plan to start a rebellion soon. I don't think they know exactly when, but they acted like it could happen any day now. The sheriff didn't seem shocked, but we wanted to tell you what we heard from those we don't trust much and also warn you. They mentioned your home and the Crescent Moon as their first targets. They claimed they had a supporter in a high place who keeps them informed. You might wonder why we're speaking against family and friends. I just say that you, your family, and your friends, including everyone at the Crescent Moon, are important to the future of this community. What you said, what he said, pointing at Clay, what the judge and others said, we agree. If we don't take a stand, we could face trouble from people like Sam in Jeff Davis County." I thanked Bill for sharing and let the conversation flow for another 30 minutes, as Clay, Claude, and the sheriff asked questions. I turned away from the others to look at Caitlin and Ava. I asked them what we should do to keep the kids and their mothers safe. They began talking among themselves. I went to my office in the communications center and called Esteban on a secure line. 20 minutes later, when our call ended, he had already put together a skilled team to find the traitors. He also had another group working on gathering information about the local troublemakers and their plans. His 2 best men were assigned to track down the person in charge who was actually helping the rebels. We agreed to meet each night at 9:30 unless he needed to speak before then. They weren't cheap, but they were the best. The team came from a special unit known for their high-level skills. If any information could be uncovered, they would find it. It was early enough that Tom would still be awake. I sent him a coded message and waited for his reply. 5 minutes later, he called me from a secure line. We shared information, and he said he would leave the investigation to us, but would help ensure that we stayed clear of any legal issues that might come up. The lawyer for CC Enterprises answered my call right away and agreed to give our contractor a bonus for finishing the remodeling quickly. After that, I called Valerie, and she assured me the house on LBJ would be ready by December 1st. "We're not leaving because of guesswork, Rob," Caitlin said firmly when I returned to the patio. Eva nodded in agreement. The sheriff and our informants had left, so I turned to the Edwards brothers and raised my hands in question. They exchanged looks, shrugged, and Claude said, "The Lairs could be in danger, but do we know of a safer place? If we have someone high up betraying us and we are being watched, where should we take them? On the other hand, for their safety and the safety of their friends and teachers, we might need to homeschool the kids at some point. I assume you spoke to Esteban about the Freedom Force?" I nodded and looked at the women. "So, what do you think?" Eva replied, "Give us today. We can talk after the kids are in bed." After breakfast, we got the uncles moving. They took on their Humano identities as they prepared. Claude, Clay, Paul, and I spent the day quietly searching for any signs of the traitors. The uncles might not have been as quiet, but they were effective. El Toro reached out to his contacts in the oil business. El Chaparral looked into Mexico. El Gato was well liked by the locals, including some of the less trustworthy ones. And El Coyote was popular along the river, especially in areas like Terlingua, Lajitas, and Study Butte. Once the kids were asleep, we gathered a serious group in the communications center. Esteban's update was quick. The ISR had gotten past their security, but it would take a while to figure everything out. Maybe we can help you find a way forward, Claude suggested. We're about to review our own ISR, and I believe they have some important information, even if it's not what we want to hear. Gentlemen, 2 of the local informants are new trainees. They don't realize we know about them, so we can give them anything we want them to share, El Gato mentioned, then looked at El Toro. The meeting place is in eastern New Mexico, near Hobbs. It's being watched, and we'll inform you when they start to gather. My source says it won't be soon because their location is almost empty. There is a suspicious group of people in a valley southwest of Redford, El Coyote said. They are well equipped and seem to draw no attention from even the cartel. They may have outside help since the police and military are not showing interest in them. They aren't officially backed, really, El Chaparral added, but 2 high-ranking officials in that area have suddenly become wealthy. Raimundo says to call tonight at 11, El Vigilante, and he wants all of us on the call. El Vigilante? Why do I have a new name? Raimundo says you're like a character from a Mexican comic book. That's his nickname for you. Clay took over. I was thinking about who to contact in the government, so I called your friend in Mossad. Agent Shore said they didn't have information, but then asked how well we know Dan and David. I told him we didn't know them well, just that they were brought in by the AG and secretary and that you were with them. He nodded and said, I did not bring them. I accompanied them. There is a difference. That was all he would share, but his voice and questions suggested we should start there. What do you think, Esteban? You've given us a lead. Let me redirect our teams and update you tomorrow. No, stay on the line. I want you to hear what my Mexican friend has to say, I said. We discussed what we had learned while we waited for the hour to change. The phone rang when the time came. I'm setting up plans to protect the area between the valley where the possible threats are and the Rio Grande. Raimundo started quickly without a greeting. The local police and citizens are helping me. If the groups find out, I have enough support to keep them back, but I'm trying to keep our plans a secret. We also expect aircraft from Sonora heading toward Texas and more to come to Phoenix. The ones going to Texas will target your home and the Crescent Moon base before moving on to Austin. Be prepared for at least 2 cruise missiles to be launched at the capital in Austin as well. I know I'm not welcomed in your country, but why have you cut me off? Do you doubt my loyalty? Most of what he said was calm and straightforward, but his last 2 sentences showed frustration and disappointment. We do not doubt you, my friend. We have been thinking too small when we should be thinking bigger. We really appreciate what you've done and the information you shared. How can we help you? Win, he answered with passion. I'm putting everything I have on your success. That night, we didn't wake the children, but we stood over each one and prayed. Our prayers weren't for our safety. Instead, we hoped they would grow up in a strong, democratic society, one better than the one we knew. Win or lose, change was coming. And change can be good or bad. In an ideal world, not only would the democratic society thrive, but it would also take the chance to improve, and the people would recognize the importance of their freedom, becoming thoughtful and active citizens. Thanksgiving meant something different this year, and I did something unexpected. I tried to mend things with Caitlin's parents. Our last talk had been heated, with them saying I had neglected our marriage, and I told them the only person who had betrayed me was their daughter. Caitlin also had issues with them because when she divorced Robert a few years later, she changed her story about me and their relationship during our marriage. They were not happy with her, especially since she clearly stated they had added to her problems by doubting my loyalty and implying she could find someone better. Things got worse, and she firmly told them it would be a long time before they saw their grandchildren. I thought they deserved it. But now, facing a possible crisis, I felt differently about them. Caitlin's choice to limit their visits with their grandchildren made their move from Katy to a place near Gatlinburg, Tennessee, easier. She kept her word by cutting off all contact with them and their grandchildren. When I suggested we call them to see if they had Thanksgiving plans, Caitlin looked at me as if I had lost my mind. What? But we agreed. I understand. But if I'm going to forgive my wife, I said with a smile, it makes sense to forgive her parents too, since they were misled. She lowered her head onto my chest and confessed, I'm too ashamed to call them. In a way, I treated them worse than I did you by cutting them off from their only grandchildren. I know. I paid to find your mom's phone number online. I'm thinking about calling her. Your dad and I had a tough start when I began dating his daughter, but your mom and I got along pretty well until someone told her some wrong things. I'm sorry for the mistakes I made back then. I felt a lot of pain and regret during therapy sessions that left me really tired from crying. I gently ran my fingers through her hair and said, "But that's all in the past now, right? With both my parents gone, our kids need some more adult guidance besides their uncles. Don't you agree? If you can let me go, I'll make the call." She hugged me tightly one last time, took a deep breath, and stepped back. I pulled out my phone and dialed the new number I had saved. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. "Mimi, this is Rob McGregor. I wanted to check if you had plans for Thanksgiving this year. Caitlin and I have made up, and I'd like to make up with you too. I know she may have said things back then, and I was too angry to share my side. Anyway, Caitlin knows I'm calling, and she wants to reconnect with you. Grace and Rob Jr. would love to be included if we can set something up. Please call us back either way. Thanks." "You are so sweet," she said as she hugged me once again. "I hope they have a good reaction to your message." Just moments later, my phone played a happy ringtone and Caitlin started laughing. "Where did you get that?" I smiled, swiped, and answered, "Hi, Mimi. Thanks for getting back to me." "Rob? Is that really you? I don't answer numbers I don't know, but we heard your message and... Oh, wow. Is it true?" "I promise everything I said is true. I even have a witness here. Say hi to your mom, honey." "Hi, Mom. How are you and Dad?" "Oh, Caitlin, it's so great to hear from you. I can't believe it. It's like all my prayers are coming true." "We're good. Well, I'm doing well. Your dad is recovering from a little fall when he climbed a ladder, but the doctor says he's improving. He's here. Would you like to talk to him?" "Hi, Kate. Is that really you?" "Yes, Daddy, it's your daughter. I'm really sorry for the hurt I caused you and Mom." "No, dear, it was my fault. I pushed you away with how I handled things, and I regret it. We miss you so much. Can you come to visit us, you, Rob, and the kids? I can't travel right now, but if I could, I would fly to see you wherever you are." "Well, we were thinking of inviting you for Thanksgiving, but if you can't travel..." "Let me talk to Rob for a moment." She muted the phone and looked at me, and I nodded with a smile. "Papa Joe, this is Rob. Are there any inns or hotels nearby that could fit about 16 of us?" I know it's a bit late, but we had already invited others to join us. "Rob, our good friends Claire and Bill own a lodge by the Little Pigeon River about a mile from our house. They just finished some work on it and haven't had guests until December 1st. I'm sure they can fit 16 people. Does that include you and your lovely kids?" "The kids might come, Mimi, but it could be better for Caitlin and me to stay with the others, at least for a night or two. Can we use the kitchen and dining room? We'd love to cook for you, especially since Joe is having a hard time moving around." "Oh, wow. We were planning to eat with them anyway. I'm sure they will be happy to let you cook and tidy up if they can join too." "The more the merrier. Just let us know how many people will be here so we can bring enough food. One more question. Where is the closest car rental? We want to fly in on Tuesday and stay until Sunday afternoon, and we'd like to explore the area and the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, so we'll need a way to get around." "Rob, it's so nice to hear you. Yes, another friend has a Jeep rental nearby. We can pick you up in Knoxville and take you to his place near Pigeon Forge." "You won't have to drive that far, Joe. We'll be landing by private plane at the Gatlinburg Pigeon Forge Airport. Are the Jeeps close by?" He laughed. "I forgot you're a big-time oil man now, and don't think you can avoid sharing some stories with us. We've been following your adventures on TV, and it looks like you have interesting lives. We just want to join in and see the grandkids again." Caitlin had moved on from school. We had been close, but everything since then had gone wonderfully for her. Oddly, when she's feeling a lot, it's easier to connect with her. That night, she told me, "It's so sweet that you reached out to Mom and Dad and took the first step to reconnect with them. You are so kind and generous, and I really appreciate everything you do. How can I show you how much I care?" That's Caitlin for you. I had some ideas, and she jumped in with excitement. Together, we created a joyful atmosphere, making for a lovely evening. We both felt a nice sense of calm that stayed with us after our time together. The next morning, Ashley, Eva, and Caitlin made a plan for our Thanksgiving dinner menu and how to prepare everything. The men joined in until it was time for the turkey, and then the Edwards brothers, the four uncles, and I stepped in. "You all can bake as many turkeys as you like, but we're going to prepare 2 with Cajun marinade and fry them," Claude insisted. They thought it would be too much trouble to bring fryers and oil, but we had 7 solid votes, so they agreed and went back to planning their menus. After another hour, I heard Eva say, "We can check the grocery store and see what they have. Sometimes—" "Nope," I cut in. "I need your final list by Monday. I'll go on the Marble Falls HEB website and order everything that afternoon. They'll have it ready at 9 o'clock the next morning, and Valerie will meet us at the airport with our groceries and supplies when we arrive an hour later. Caitlin and I will sign a few papers for Val while you all load everything into storage or coolers, and then we're off again." It's about 1,250 miles using that route, but it saves us a long trip for groceries, and we won't be rushing around trying to find things in the stores in Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge. Once they understood the plan, they agreed on the menu and ingredients. Takeoff was still 5 days away, and I knew they would make changes, but at least theirs was a nearly final list. Ours was set 2 18-pounds. Turkeys, 2 fryers, 2 5-gallon containers of peanut oil, and 2 syringes of Cajun butter seasoning. An Indian summer had arrived, with afternoons around 80 degrees and evening temps cooling into the upper 40s. The Fort Davis Indians were playing nearby Rankin in the Division I 6-man football playoffs, so they flipped for the home site, and Fort Davis won. It would be a home game. None of us knew much about 6-man football, but Gatto described it as basketball played on a football field, where you can tackle anyone you can catch. Scores are usually 60 or more to 40 or 50, and there's a rule that ends the game if one team leads by 50 points. This sounded interesting, so we all decided to go and take the kids. It was entertaining. The Indians won against the Red Devils 7,372, but I only knew that because of the scoreboard. Someone scored every few plays, but I was confused by the 2-point kicks for extra points and the 1-point runs or passes. And I had no idea why Coach Martinez wanted to try a field goal when they were down by 3 points with just 4 seconds left. They had already had 3 extra point kicks blocked, so why attempt a field goal? Oh, right, because field goals in 6-man football are worth 4 points. If they made it, they would win. They just managed to get the kick off. It went through the uprights. And just like that, the local boys were regional champs. What a game. Next up was the quarterfinals game, which would be played the Friday after Thanksgiving. We would miss it, but next week, if there is a next week for the team or for any of us, we plan to be there. Caitlin called Addie, shared our plans, and invited her to join us with a guest. She also told her about the menu and asked if she wanted to bring something traditional. Addie chose homemade fudge with nuts. To stay active until then, I decided to work out more, which everyone agreed to do. Felix smiled and checked how much I had improved. I managed to keep up while the others seemed to do well, even though they complained of soreness each evening and morning. Raimundo mentioned that there was still no news across the river. The area in New Mexico remained empty, and conversations online were normal, yet surprisingly filled with misunderstandings and theories. The only important update was from Esteban, who said they found a way to check on Dan and Dave's backgrounds, and they hoped the contract with the Secretary of Defense was strong. I also reached out to Agent Shore, who answered this time. We exchanged our usual greetings and had some polite talk. Then, without giving too many details, I asked for his help. He hesitated but agreed to call me later to discuss our concerns. The Israelis didn't have direct evidence against either man, but they had noted messages between them and known troublemakers. That information was enough for me and for the Edwards. However, when we shared this the next morning, it wasn't enough for the Colonel or Sheriff Goodson to take any steps. I looked at Clay and Claude and said, "Looks like it's up to us, guys." Colonel Adams quickly listed reasons why we shouldn't rush in and should gather more information first. I watched him carefully, and he invited me to look closely into his life if I doubted him. I assured him we would, and he insisted that was what he wanted. Later that night, we told Esteban what we learned from the Israelis and asked him to investigate Dave, Dan, and Colonel Adams thoroughly. He promised that the Colonel had already been checked closely because he was one of the few who knew about my family and where I was. Then check him again, along with Sheriff Goodson, Secretary Tom Yonkers, and AG Edward Robert Lee. Our trainees and Dave and Dan are not close enough to accurately track our plans and movements. There has to be someone nearby. So let's have one team look into the details and the other check everyone around here. There must be some clues. And it's time to search the house for any hidden devices. Yes, I was feeling a bit anxious, but with good reason. Waking up in a better mood, I headed to the Crescent Moon to meet Ash and take care of some things, as we would say in West Texas. She and Clay lived there now, along with all the uncles except Gato, who had a home nearby. Claude's move to the Crescent Moon was stopped by Ava, whose children wanted to stay with mine. So he set up a nice office at the Moon to manage Ultimate Solutions and other projects. Ashley liked it so much that she made an office for herself, saying she preferred being close to everything instead of being far away in Midland or Dallas. I received a text from Caitlin around 11 saying Rosa had made lunch for me and I should come home. Like a good husband should, I followed her advice and enjoyed the wonderful meal Rosa served just before she left 4 hours early. My lunch partner seemed a bit restless and nervous, more than the situation called for, and I started to wonder if something unexpected was coming. After we finished eating, she led me upstairs and I began to suspect there would be more surprises. Instead, she pulled out a hidden bag from under the bed, looking both happy and a little shy as she handed it to me. "Where did you get this bag, and what do you plan to do with it? Am I being replaced?" I asked in a dramatic way. "No, sweetie, not at all. My counselor said some of her clients found their relationships improved by trying new things. I told her we didn't need that, but she said that if we didn't try, we would never know. I admitted I had no idea what was out there, so she got me a starter kit." "What do you think of it?" I asked. "I swear I haven't used anything yet. They all need to be charged, so I don't even know which ones work." I walked to my office, gathered what I needed, and took an extra charging station to the bathroom. We opened the boxes, made jokes about the contents, read the instructions, and plugged in as many as we could, picking the most interesting ones for our first try. We also chose a few different items, including a small one that could be used discreetly. I could just imagine her wearing it under snug jeans or a fashionable dress while we were out. It might add some fun to our evening together. I pictured us enjoying a cozy night in a more private space. There were still more items in the bag, but we ran out of charging slots, so I suggested we enjoy some classic romantic moments while the new items charged. Knowing we had some time and privacy, I worked on making the setting feel special. I gently explored her from head to toe while making sure she felt relaxed and happy. I wanted our time together to be enjoyable without being too much. Once we were ready, I brought out something new to try, and it seemed to bring her a lot of joy. "I'm so glad I didn't have something like this before," she said happily. "What did you use before?" I asked, curious about her past experiences. This started a light conversation about her earlier moments, filled with laughter and shared stories. It was a warm time that drew us closer. With everything set, I suggested we try a few different things to make our experience even better. She looked excited to explore, which made the moment even nicer. There were many settings to play with. After adjusting the device, I made sure it was in the right spot to create the best feelings. She lay back on the pillows, and I saw her respond with surprise. I reminded her to stay still, explaining that it worked best with careful movements. She chose a setting, and I could see that she liked it. A little while later, she seemed to be taken by the experience, and I wanted to make sure she was comfortable and happy. I gently stroked her arm and smiled at her, feeling good about how everything had gone. I was starting to realize there were new possibilities with what we were trying. As she relaxed, I made sure everything was tidied up and gave her some time to unwind. We shared a quiet moment, reflecting on how interesting the evening had been. It was clear that we had many enjoyable moments ahead. Meanwhile, Esteban's team managed to tap into Dan's communications that night. This led them to Colonel Adams' assistant, seen by his superiors as a bright young officer in the U.S. Army. Knowing this, we decided to provide false information on purpose and to find out how many others on the base might be involved or had been informants from the start. More importantly, the team could now look for supporters of the so-called Freedom Force within the government or military. It was vital for our safety to deal with local threats, but addressing those at higher levels was crucial for the country's long-term stability. As we prepared for a thorough check of the meeting rooms, offices, and communications, We held our final meeting before Thanksgiving under a sheltered area in a box canyon on the 6,400 ranch, sitting on camouflage chairs. Were we being overly cautious? Yes, we felt it was right to be careful. We had a plan to share some information locally, but realized we needed advice from those in charge for bigger issues at the state and national levels. Once we got back to the gates, I called Tom on my phone and left him a message. "Hey Tom, it's your old friend Rob. We're spending Thanksgiving with Caitlin's parents in eastern Tennessee. I know you might be busy, but we'd love for you to join us for a one-day Jeep tour of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park this weekend if you can make it. I remember you like off-roading. Give me a call if you're interested. If not, enjoy your holiday." I wasn't sure how to find a shady spot in a canyon along the Tennessee-North Carolina border, but we could definitely make it tough for anyone trying to watch us from above in the mountain wilderness. I kept changing the ingredients for our meal until I finished the online order, paid, and told them to leave since the food was going to be great and there was no need to worry more. They were still hanging around, so I asked, "I hope you have all the kids' clothes packed for 6 days and some for exploring in the Jeep, plus outfits for the casino in Cherokee and clothes for the dance halls in Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge for adult evenings, right?" They scattered quickly like a flock of birds. Addie introduced our co-pilot and travel companion when we got to the airport the next morning. She was lively and charming, a slim blonde with blue eyes and a sporty look, which suited her well. She was fit and friendly, just like someone named Jackie should be. Both of them wore the company uniform of tailored navy pants and short-sleeve button-up shirts. Addie looked as lovely as ever, and her dark hair and skin stood out against Jackie's light features. I welcomed Jackie and praised the HR department for their good hiring choices before taking one last look at them. Maybe I stared a bit too long or made my comment about HR too playful, but I wasn't expecting the sharp elbow from Kate or the pinch from Eva, who nudged me forward toward the steps. They stepped in, checking out the pilots a little longer than usual, said hello, and introduced themselves. Claude looked surprised too, but regained his composure once Ava turned to him, and he was very friendly after that. Ashley welcomed them with warm hugs, shared her joy at seeing them again, and mentioned how happy she was they were all with the same company. They exchanged greetings, and then Jackie asked, "And who is this big guy?" If I didn't know Clay well, I would have thought he seemed shy before introducing himself. Next came the eager kids, followed by their 4 caregivers. After everyone said hello, they rushed down the aisle, past the restroom, and jumped onto the big couch at the back. I had asked Caitlin if she wanted to sit back there again, but she just rolled her eyes and said no. Ashley, in a bright yellow jumpsuit, really stood out. Caitlin wore a short blue dress with cute boots and a matching hat. Eva had on dark blue jeans, white booties, and a lovely burgundy top that looked great on her. All 5 of them were attractive women over 25, even without a redhead. I glanced at Claude, rolled my eyes, and looked at him in surprise. He shifted a bit, scrunched his mouth, and closed his eyes. We both chuckled softly. Once everyone was settled, I called out, "Hey Ash, on behalf of Ultimate Solutions and Shale Investments, I want to thank you for your work as HR director. We already know how great Addie is, and your new pilot seems very promising too." When the laughter quieted down, I asked, "So, you all are good friends?" They were high school classmates. Jackie and I were sorority sisters at Tech. Does that count? Addie came out of the Air Force highly recommended, and she suggested Jackie, who started flying for FedEx 3 years ago. She was excited to join us for a salary that's about double what she was making. "Stop talking about the pilots and buckle up. We're getting ready to take off," Addie called out. The moms reminded the kids to buckle their seatbelts, and all 4 kids replied they were all set. An hour later, Caitlin and I stayed on the plane to talk to Valerie and sign 3 change orders for the LBJ Lake Boathouse and Dock. She updated us on the 2 properties, saying that LBJ might be ready by Christmas. Lake Buck would take at least 2 months longer, maybe 3 if the winter was tough this year. The other adults got off the plane to help move and organize the food and supplies. By the time they came back, we had finished, and Valerie stood on the ground wishing us a great trip and a wonderful Thanksgiving. We wished her the same. I asked Addie and Jackie to circle back and fly over the 2 lake houses so we could see them from above before heading toward the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Naturally, Caitlin pointed out the houses and interesting spots, gathering everyone at the windows as we turned, and Clay moved to my side. "Nice views," Claude said as he looked out the opposite window. The women spent 45 minutes making a decision after talking it over carefully. 3 hours and 24 minutes after we left Burnett, our plane landed at Gatlinburg, and we taxied to a line of pickups, SUVs, and bright four-door Jeeps. I had done the rental paperwork online, so the owner just gave me the keys and wished us luck. While that happened, everyone else was meeting each other, and the kids were watching their grandparents with a mix of doubt and worry. It had been over 6 years since Mom had kept her parents away from us, and the kids hadn't spent much time with them when they were little. I decided to step in. "Mimi, Papa Joe, it's great to see you again after all this time. Thank you for having us." I hugged both of them and asked about Joe's leg before bringing the kids over. "Tavo, Esme, have you met Dawson Grace's grandparents? This is Mimi and Papa Joe. Come give them a hug." They did, and I noticed my kids relax a bit as their friends did the same. Mimi was 50, Joe was 51, and both looked great. Mimi, with her silver hair, was almost as fit and lively as her 30-year-old daughter. She had a softer figure but still looked impressive, and her face was just as nice as her shape. Their friends were also younger and just as charming. Claire, a tall redhead, stood out with her freckles, which I thought made her look even prettier. It seemed we had added a redhead and a platinum blonde to our new group of remarkable people. Once the kids warmed up to their grandparents, Claire and Bill jumped in, and soon the kids had 4 uncles and 4 grandparents ready to spoil them. Dos and Tavo acted like brothers, while Grace and Esme were like sisters, and all 4 grandparents treated them the same. I felt an arm around my waist. "Thank you," she whispered. "Are you all ready to take these shiny Jeeps to the Little Pigeon River Lodge and drop off your stuff?" Bill asked. We were excited and impressed with the lodge and our rooms there. Mimi and Joe had a meal ready, so we all moved from the lodge to their home. It was nestled next to the Great Smoky Mountains, with a large forested area at the back of their 5-acre fenced backyard. In total, they owned 30 acres around them. A brook flowed along the northern edge, and Joe's workshop was built south of the house. It was a lovely place, though the house had only 3 bedrooms. It looks like their daughter and I will be staying at the lodge when we visit. By the time it got dark, the kids had played with the games they found in the backyard: croquet, badminton, volleyball, and foursquare. They also tried out the new game controllers and games in the den, and had enjoyed extra helpings of dessert. The idea of spending the night there suddenly seemed quite nice. Claude and I gathered all their clothes and put the girls' things in one room and the boys' in another, as Mimi had asked. Then we joined everyone outside in the now chilly backyard. Papa Joe had a fire going, Bill was handing out marshmallows, and Brooke and Claire were preparing s'mores with Hershey bars and graham crackers. When Joe went to the shed to grab some long forks for the marshmallows, I went with him. "I appreciate your help, and I saw the security system. Not everyone likes my family or me, so please be extra careful tonight and stay alert. If anything seems strange, just call me and we'll be there as soon as we can." He replied, "I know, and I will. You can count on me." I gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I smiled at Caitlin and asked her parents if we could go back to the lodge. They thought it was a great idea, so she said goodbye to the other kids. The 4 grandparents and their grumpy uncles, who had their own Jeep, decided to stay back. Mostly they wanted to because they were having a good time, but they also wanted to keep an eye on everything. We loved that there was a little seat instead of a center console in the Jeep, so Caitlin could sit next to me. Clay, Ashley, Eva, and Claude rode in a Jeep painted a cheesy nacho color, and our fun friends were in a bright pink Rubicon. Our turquoise Wrangler Sahara was called Hydro Blue, while the uncles drove a shiny silver Wrangler. We made quite the parade, even without the silver foxes in their silver Jeep. No one was tired, and we were told to make ourselves at home, so we gathered in the lodge. The women checked out the kitchen, while the men found the bar to mix drinks and looked for a spot outside to fry turkeys. Clay wandered around and discovered a small bar off the hall that had a stage, wooden floor, and a sound system that worked with Alexa. Jackie had her phone connected to Alexa, so it felt like a dance hall, and we danced and had fun for over 2 hours. The women danced to the hip-hop songs while we joined them for the rock songs. When slower songs played, We found partners among those closest to us. It was hard to imagine a better evening. 5 amazing women danced, 3 in jumpsuits, 1 in jeans, and another in a stylish dress with boots. They all showed off their moves, especially during the slow dances. The ladies acted either carefree or adventurous. With 3 guys for 5 women, the 2 without partners danced together. Watching Caitlin dance with Addie while Eva stayed near me brought a smile to my face, and we laughed when the song ended. "I guess I've still got it," Eva whispered in my ear before leading me to a chair. To my surprise, I found myself laughing with Jackie in my arms. Eva danced with Addie, Ashley teamed up with Claude, and Caitlin was with Clay. Caitlin and Clay seemed comfortable with each other. Jackie noticed my amusement, rested her head on my chest, and observed the scene. Then she looked up and said softly, "Addie and I are open to trying new things and would love to spend time with you and Caitlin." As we chatted, the conversation turned to funny banter. "That could be a good idea," someone said playfully. Even though the thought of Caitlin being with Clay made me pause, the excitement around us was undeniable. Jackie giggled, clearly enjoying the moment, and said with a laugh, "I can hardly wait." Not long ago, this kind of situation would have felt tempting. My friends were attractive, but I focused on the fun atmosphere. As Jackie twirled away, Ashley took her place next to me. Her teasing smile and cheerful spirit kept things lively. "What put you in this mood?" she playfully asked. I smiled and replied, "Just enjoying the good company." She leaned closer and whispered, "Seems like everyone here is in the mood for some fun, don't you think?" I laughed and shook my head. Nothing wrong with having a good time with friends. The music played on, and everyone paired off to enjoy the evening. Jackie returned to my arms, and we continued to share laughs and light-hearted moments. The room buzzed with energy, and the conversations matched the excitement. As the music changed, Ashley wrapped her arms around Caitlin, and Addie approached me with a smile. "I almost joined you two on the trip to Burnett. It sounded like such an adventure," she said, leaning in with enthusiasm. I took a small step back, smiling at her spirited nature. "You both definitely bring a fun vibe to the party," I said with a chuckle. She laughed in response. "This is the most lively crowd I've been with in a while. Everyone seems to be having a great time." The mood turned cheerful as people paired off and continued to dance. Friends were happily enjoying the evening together. When the song ended, Ashley brought Caitlin over to me with a playful smile, and Caitlin seemed a bit shy, caught up in the moment. Ashley and Clay left the room, followed by Eva and Claude, leaving just the 4 of us. Noticing the looks between Jackie and Addie, I gently took Caitlin's arm and suggested, "Let's head upstairs." She nodded, and we made our way up. Once we arrived, I thought we would talk about the night, but Caitlin seemed eager to keep things moving. She was clearly embracing the night's energy. Her excitement was clear, and after a few hours, when I started to feel tired, she suggested we try something that could make our time together even better. After we spent some time together, we gradually fell asleep. The coffee maker in our room brewed at 8 and kept the coffee warm for 2 more hours, so it was still ready when we woke up. I wanted to chat. She wanted to take 2 aspirin, sip coffee in her robe, shower, get dressed, apply her makeup, and start getting ready for the day. She told me there was a lot of food prep to do, but I sensed she was still thinking about the previous night. After we took the new fryers out of their boxes and started cleaning, we checked on the turkeys to make sure they were thawing properly. With everything ready, we relaxed outside in our jackets, talking about the night. "The pilots Ashley hired really added some fun to the evening," Claude said. "Our friends seem to be more taken in by their charm than I expected." "Ha!" Clay replied. "I've always known Ashley is quite adventurous. She seems to be getting more interested in me, but Bossman surprised us with something while we were in Hungary. She can be unpredictable in relationships. I have no clue what she'll do next, but I'm loving the ride." "What about your situation?" Claude paused for a second before answering. "Ava is like a quiet volcano. Sometimes when she is alone, she reveals hints of her true feelings. That might keep things steady, but there's definitely a lot going on inside her." "What could set that off? Maybe one of the pilots, Ashley or Caitlin, perhaps you two? I really don't want to find out, so if Jackie's idea of a gathering starts happening, count me out." "Why are you nervous about it, bro?" "I think I understand, but I'm curious if it's the same reason I feel nervous too," Clay asked. because I'm afraid she would regret it later, and it would affect everyone involved," Claude replied. "That could change everything for us, and she might just move on, leaving us behind." "I'm not sure if Ashley would feel bad about anything with me or the others, but it would change how I want to be with her," Clay said thoughtfully. "What do you think, Rob?" Claude asked. "I've known Caitlin much longer than you guys have known Ashley and Eva, but I still realize how little I understand her. It might be a strange way to say it, but it feels like she's like an onion. Sometimes she shows a bit of her feelings, but I think one day all those feelings will come out in a big way. I have no idea what that would be like, but thinking about Caitlin is kind of scary. Thanks to Addie, Jackie, Ashley, and Clay, I caught a hint of what's bubbling inside her last night, and it was a bit unsettling. I could almost smell something unusual. And by the way, big boy, it seemed like you two have a bond and plan to explore that. Of course, the way she was moving, I could say the same about the 4 women she danced with." "We have not, and we won't," Clay insisted. "It's not that I don't want to. I find her amazing, and I felt that way since she arrived at La Kiva. We all know that. The reason I won't is similar to why Claude doesn't want to get involved. She likely wouldn't want anything to do with me the next day." Playing devil's advocate, I asked, "What if they decide to start something unexpected and pair up?" Claude closed his eyes, shook his head, and whispered, "Please, let that not happen. I don't think I can watch, let alone stop them." "That might be the wildest dream," I said softly, picturing it. "And I agree with you on that, Lord. I doubt any of us could stop something like that, even if we feel confused in the morning." The 4 uncles and 4 grandparents showed up just in time to help prepare sandwiches on sourdough bread and get bags of chips ready for lunch. The men were assigned to entertain and look after the kids for the afternoon, while the 7 women focused on making the meal. Billy and Joe excitedly talked about what Anakeesta Mountain had to offer: amusement parks, Ripley's Believe It or Not, and a skylift. They thought that sounded great, so Bill went inside and returned with free ride tickets and discount admission cards for everyone. A colorful line of Jeeps made their way up the winding road to the mountain, parked, and we agreed to stick together in the amusement park. The chances of any trouble showing up were small, given all the wrong information they had about our plans. But Gato and Toro came with us while Chap and Coyote stayed with the women. All the men and pilots were ready. It seemed like we had everything covered. The weather was nice and warm, in the 70s, until a small cold front came through, bringing the temperature down to the 50s with strong winds. It was time to head back to the inn without taking the skylift. We arrived at the lodge just when the women were enjoying drinks and laughter. The men got their favorite drinks and joined them on the couches and chairs, which had enough seating for all 16 adults. The kids were back in the game room having a ping-pong tournament. The conversations flowed and the groups changed, but everyone remained friendly and often amused. With new listeners, Toro and Gato shared stories about the people and the place we now called home, taking turns to describe the land and its history. The grandparents listened closely, as did Jackie and Addie, who had just arrived at Crescent Moon. Brooke bit her lip, trying to hold back before she asked her daughter directly, "Where do you and the kids live?" Caitlin looked around, spotted me, walked over, and sat next to me. She smiled broadly and explained, "Wherever Rob is. During the school year, we live at the mountain lair in the Davis Mountains, and the 4 kids go to the elementary school in Fort Davis. But we also spend a lot of time at the desert lair, which is between Study Butte and Terlingua near the Big Bend, close to the national park. To top it off, he recently bought a 5th ranch by a lake in the hill country and is fixing up 2 houses there." With a sparkle in her eyes, she asked, "Which one are you going to call the lake lair?" Her innocent question made everyone laugh, and I accidentally spilled my drink while others looked a bit confused. Ashley stepped in to help me, but her explanation might not fully satisfy Kate's parents. Rob only had the 2 ranches until recently, the ones Caitlin talked about. Then he found some great real estate deals and bought 3 more. The details are a bit complicated, so you all will have to come visit and see for yourselves. "When can we come?" Brooke asked eagerly. "Can we come for Christmas? All 4 of us are free." I exchanged worried looks with Clay, Claude, and the uncles before I replied, "Maybe it's better to wait until after the first of the year." That answer, along with the looks shared among us, made Joe curious. "What is it that you aren't telling us?" Nothing we can talk about right now, Joe. It's not about you being welcome at our home. Some things are just changing, and we need to give them time to settle. To change the question a bit, how would you feel about having Caitlin, the kids, and me over for Christmas? We would love to have you, Brooke replied with excitement. And we would be happy to host any or all of you. In fact, the more the merrier, Claire added. There aren't many guests at that time of year, so we have plenty of space. Everyone looked happy, but no one made a firm plan. We will know more in the next few weeks. Can we wait to decide until around December 20th? Brooke replied. Of course, Rob. We would love to see you for Christmas, but even if it's a bit later, we can make it work. The kids came running back, eager to go to Mimi's house and get something to eat. Somewhere in there, delicious cookies was mentioned, and Caitlin gave her mother a playful look, only to get a cheeky smile in return. They agreed to start dinner at 8:30, and then the 4 kids left with their grandparents while Claire and Bill headed to their room. Turn the music on and let's dance, Jackie exclaimed. Caitlin snuggled deeper in my arms, looked me in the eyes, shook her head, and quietly said, No, let's go to the room. I smiled back, told her to get up, and stood with my arm around her. Not that last night wasn't nice, but we're going to sit this one out. You all have fun. Ava wrapped her arms around Claude and said, We're going to our room. It's not often we are kid-free, and I want to enjoy it. Before asking Clay, Ashley said, We'll stay for a while. Let the older ones head to bed and we'll dance all night, get that music going. Clay looked a bit surprised and worried, but just put his arm around her. The older couple hurried away and I had to tease a little. You two seemed pretty eager to leave. Are you worried about what Jackie and Addie might suggest to you? Eva flushed red and Caitlin turned a bit pink. No, we're worried about what they'll tempt you two with, Eva said, but it sounded uncertain. Ha, I replied. It wasn't me or Claude they were bumping against, it was you two, and you looked very interested. Come on, mister, we need to have that talk you wanted, Caitlin chimed in before Ava could respond. As soon as we got inside the room, Caitlin directed me to one of the chairs while she took the other. I really wanted to talk to my counselor before we had this conversation, so I sneaked off this afternoon and called her at home. She said I should tell you everything honestly, so I'm going to, even if it might upset you. I promised I wouldn't hide anything, and I won't, but you might not like what I say. Just please listen to me. You know you were my first, and I became close with you very easily. From a young age, I knew that boys liked how I looked, but I mostly dated just to have fun with friends. I had set clear boundaries that kept others in the friend zone, and that continued through college until I met you. You walked right past all my boundaries, and soon we became very close. It was much better than I had imagined or dreamt about. With you, being close was wonderful, just how I hoped it would be with Robert. With Robert, though, it was dull and unexciting. During that time, I felt uncomfortable and unhappy around him, and it became tough to handle the situation. Later, when we reconnected, everything felt great again. I realized that our bond was what made the connection truly special, not just the actions we shared. But Mexico changed everything. What happened there was frightening and hurtful. I tried my best to fight back, but eventually I had to stop resisting when they threatened our kids. I tried to cope, but the pain was still there. I understood that to keep us safe from more harm, I needed to make my body follow along, even if my mind was elsewhere. Often I thought of you to help me get through. My mind stayed distant from the physical pain, which helped me keep my sanity. This situation affected me deeply. I noticed my body would react in ways I didn't expect. It wasn't that I liked it, but I seemed to learn to endure. In a different setting or with someone kind, it may have felt different. That understanding, along with everything I went through emotionally, finally made me break down. The hardest part of healing was accepting that I wasn't the same person I believed I was. With you, I feel a connection in every way. When we are together, I feel safe and cared for, especially when you hold me close. But sometimes I struggle with the feelings that come when you take charge. The way you care for me and lead me is something I truly appreciate. I'll admit Clay is charming. He's a kind and gentle person. If something were to happen between us, it would likely be sweet and thoughtful, but it wouldn't give me the same feelings that I have with you. Who really understands me on a deeper level? Jackie, Addie, and Ashley. They know my true self. Jackie, Addie, and Ashley. I've had attention from both men and women for as long as I can remember, but I've never really been tempted until now. Are they attractive? Definitely. But that's not the main reason. It's the way they act around me with confidence, making me feel like they know what to do, and the way they say things that leave me wondering. She paused, took a deep breath, and asked, "Does this make sense to you?" I chose to keep my thoughts to myself. She wasn't looking for advice or judgment, just acceptance. "Caitlin, do you want to go back and dance in the lounge, or maybe take a little time to explore how you feel by yourself? Everyone is still there, including Clay." She looked surprised. "You can't be serious." "Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It's your choice. They would be happy to see you, and it could help you figure some things out." I opened the door. "You know where to find them if that's what you want." She hesitated, looking troubled before stepping back. "No, I won't trade what we have for just one night of curiosity." "What if I said you could explore freely tonight?" She frowned even more. "First, I don't believe you would mean that. Second, I'm not sure I even want to know. And third, I'd miss spending the night with you. How about we sneak back and just watch? If it becomes too much, you can always join them. And what about you? Will you join in if you feel the same way?" "Not really. I'm not curious about that. I'll simply enjoy being here, but my focus is different." Instead of moving towards the door, she backed up until she reached the bed. "No. It seemed fun when I wasn't thinking clearly, but now it feels wrong. I wouldn't be able to feel good about it later. The idea of you with them makes me feel uneasy, too. Then let's just focus on having a good time tonight." She smiled, took out her phone, found a playlist she liked, and started to move to the music. Her outfit wasn't fancy, but she made it look good. From where I stood, the way she carried herself was much more captivating than anything happening downstairs, and I think she noticed when she glanced back at me. She relaxed on the bed, looking comfortable and at ease. She raised her arms playfully, wanting my attention. Instead, I focused on making her smile and enjoy herself before joining her for a moment of shared joy. Afterward, I gently moved back, feeling happy to watch her enjoy our time together. I got a soft towel, lifted her a bit, and placed it under her. After turning off the music and lights, I lay down next to her. She snuggled up beside me, and I felt relieved that she chose to be upstairs with me instead of heading back down. I wondered if that choice meant her earlier feelings were fading or if it was time to talk to her counselor about them. The next morning, Caitlin was lively in the kitchen, putting things in the oven and on the stove. Ava was right beside her, checking their schedule to make sure everything would be ready by noon. At 9, the uncles, Claude, and I were sitting outside in the cool air with cups of coffee, heating the peanut oil in the fryers. The turkeys had been seasoned and were resting on the rack, drying off. We dropped the food into the hot oil when it was ready, expecting it to be done by 11:45. Bill and Joe arrived at 9:20, and the kids wanted to explore outside, so we kept an eye on them. I looked toward the kitchen just as Clay poured himself some coffee. Caitlin stood next to him, clearly teasing him about something from the night before. He listened to her and then said something that made her cheeks turn red, causing her to look away quickly. He playfully pulled her into a gentle hug, then turned back to the coffee. She gave him a curious look before he stepped outside. Claude started talking to him, but I continued to watch the kitchen. Ashley, Addie, and then Jackie took turns greeting Caitlin, who seemed to turn even redder with each greeting. After Jackie finished, Caitlin hurried away. The others smiled at her before getting cups of coffee and starting another pot. "I really need to talk to that counselor as soon as I can." The light teasing around Clay began to fade since he didn't seem bothered by it. He looked quite pleased with himself. In a way, I felt a bit jealous of him, but I knew he might feel the same about me. The Thanksgiving dinner was everything it should be. We had 3 generations together, laughter filled the air, and the food was simply amazing. We had both baked and fried turkey, 3 trays of stuffing made from my grandmother's recipe, homemade noodles in a tasty sauce, sweet potato casserole, fresh green beans, homemade bread, and lots of desserts: pecan pie, pumpkin pie, apple pie with ice cream, pumpkin spice cake, and a variety of cookies. We were all enjoying ourselves, admitting how full we were while still trying a few more desserts. Cleaning up took an hour, but we felt pleasantly sleepy as we watched the afternoon football game. After it ended, someone brought out milk, and we had even more dessert. By then, the kids were tired too, so we dressed warmly and went for a relaxing walk in the cool autumn air, enjoying the gentle breeze behind us. We walked for about an hour, chatting and laughing, but soon the women and kids started feeling cold. Our return trip was quicker. We kept our faces down and hurried back. We gathered around the big fireplace until those in front felt warm again, then headed to the game room while the adults warmed up. As we stood there together, we talked about what we should do next and shared our plans for tomorrow. The 4 grandparents were pleased with our guests and insisted that we all share a meal together that they would prepare. Once the talk finished, the kids, grandparents, and uncles went to Joe and Brooks after making sandwiches for dinner, just in case. The others stayed in the lounge to make drinks, sink into chairs or couches, and finalize plans for the arrival of the Secretary of Defense, his wife, and their 2 sons with their spouses the next morning. The owner of the Jeep rental had given us a map for a self-guided tour of the nearby Appalachian Mountains on private land. We needed to stop by his place to pick up 3 more Jeeps before heading to the airport, so we planned to leave at 8 and pick them up at 9. Clay mixed a second round of strong drinks, and one of the girls connected her music playlist to the Bluetooth speakers. The music was a mix of blues and jazz with a New Orleans vibe, which sparked a conversation about fun times in the city during celebrations. By then, Clay was mixing a third round, and we happily planned a visit for a few days during the 2 weeks leading up to Fat Tuesday. Claude called a friend who owned a place in the French Quarter along the parade route, and he managed to get us 2 suites with 2 beds for the amazing price of free. I would have preferred to have our own place, but free. Well, it could be interesting depending on who our roommates were and how Caitlin was feeling. As soon as the guitar solo for ZZ Top's Blue Jeans Blues started, Ashley pulled Clay onto the dance floor and Caitlin pulled me with her. We danced closely to the lively music, and I noticed my girl making little happy sounds. Looking past her, I saw Claude dancing with Jackie and Ava with Addie. They were enjoying themselves too, but it was hard not to feel excited while dancing to this song as Eva turned a charming shade of reddish-brown. The music smoothly shifted to Brown Sugar, and Caitlin danced in rhythm to the beat. I spun her away, pulled her back, and she moved in perfect time while leaning playfully against me. Her eyes were almost closed, and she seemed lost in the music. She was hard to ignore, and soon the others gathered around to watch her. It wasn't quite a show, but it was certainly captivating. Jackie gave me a questioning look and a wink, waiting for me to spin her again. When I did, she took my hand and pulled me away. Addie and Ashley joined her, pulling Eva along, and the 5 of them moved energetically to the next song, She Loves My Automobile. The guys stood back, enjoying the lively scene. Hot, Blue, and Righteous followed next, and Jackie grabbed Caitlin while Addie took me. Ashley caught Claude, and Eva wrapped Clay in her arms. This turned into a fun, slow dance, and it seemed the ladies intended to make the most of it, Caitlin included. She playfully moved around Jackie, spinning away and dancing just out of reach. When A Fool for Your Stockings started, Jackie approached Caitlin, who twirled away and pulled Addie with her. Caitlin wrapped her arms around me, leaning against me with excitement. As Tush played, she twirled again and danced for us. Then she took my hand and guided me toward the hallway leading to our room. The others laughed and teased us, but she was focused on the moment. I unlocked the door and opened it, and she happily walked inside. She jumped onto the bed, encouraging me to join her. I settled beside her as we enjoyed spending time together. At first, she hesitated at my suggestion, but soon she complied. I could see she appreciated my attention by how she responded to me. We shifted positions as we continued to have fun. Her energy was high, and it didn't take long for us both to feel a strong connection. Instead of stopping, we stayed together, enjoying the closeness. We shared a quiet moment, exchanging a few words before she became lively again, fully embracing the playful atmosphere. She seemed to take charge with enthusiasm, moving gracefully like she had on the dance floor. As she danced, her words were teasing, but I focused more on the moment itself. Her joy was contagious, and I found myself caught up in it. I began to think more about our relationship, how much she meant to me, and how my feelings had grown. The realization hit me just as she reached a high point of joy, and I could see she was savoring every second. Afterward, we remained close, sharing a quiet moment. She whispered that she loved me, and as she rested, I reflected on my feelings for her, holding her closely as we relaxed together. Then I gently laid her beside me. The next morning, she was cheerful and happy. Did you see how I handled things last night? After our talk, I understood I needed to be more assertive. When I faced challenges in the kitchen, I promised I would take charge. I care for you, so I focused on having fun with you, even with others around. They didn't know how to respond. Didn't I do well? She asked excitedly. Yes, you did, I replied. I loved how you engaged with everyone. You are a wonderfully charming person, and I'm so glad we found each other again. She smiled brightly and whistled happily as we cleaned up. I got dressed, and when I left the room, she was doing her makeup and had hot curlers in her hair. 20 minutes later, she arrived in the kitchen, looking great in a stylish red sweater, fitted blue jeans, and cowboy boots that completed her outfit. Her hair fell in beautiful curls, and her light makeup looked perfect. She appeared completely charming. So charming and delightful, the other 7 men, including her father, paused to admire her, and the women taking care of breakfast looked up to appreciate her beauty. I heard her say that she didn't want anyone to outshine her, even those she had seen on TV. This news sent Eva and the pilots back to their rooms to change out of their casual clothes, but Claire and Brooke were already happy with how stylish they looked. Bill, Joe, and Addie drove the other 3 colorful Jeeps to the airport, where we waited a little before the secretary's personal plane arrived. Caitlin was right. The girls from Yonkers looked stunning, dressed in sweaters, jeans, and fashionable shoes. Tom came off the plane, noticed our group nearby, and nearly stumbled. Yes, our women looked that good. His sons were not much different, but managed to walk down the steps without tripping. We exchanged first names all around, but when Bill said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Secretary," Tom replied that today he preferred to just be Tom and didn't want to talk about his job. He said it with a smile, and Bill responded, "As you wish, Tom, but it's tough for an old soldier like me." This led to some friendly talk about their military experiences, including Jackie and Addie. Eva, Jackie, and Addie looked great, but it was Caitlin who caught the eyes of Tom's sons, Tommy and Clark, just a little longer than seemed normal. She kept a calm face, but I could see a slight smirk forming. It turned into a smile when we were alone in the Jeep, and I teased her about the attention she received, reminding her that I noticed her too. She laughed, cuddled into my arm, and said, "You do, and I love that you do. But it's nice to hear a compliment from others sometimes." Claude led the first part of our Jeep tour, Tom the second, and I took charge of the last part, which ended at the highest point of our trip. We stopped a few times to enjoy the views and had lunch at the top. Caitlin and Tom's wife, Mary, seemed to connect well, chatting while we ate. Clay and I collected the trash and put it in a bag we brought along. Always take away what you bring. As we were placing the bag into the back of my Jeep, Clay pointed out something I had noticed too. "Buddy, we had 3 blondes, a brunette, and a dark-haired beauty. A bit more variety would have been nice, right? If we added Jessica's long brown hair and Amanda's freckles, we'd have quite a mix, especially with Mary's silver hair. And isn't she impressive for someone in her late 50s? Just then, Tom approached from behind and we heard him chuckle. Without looking back, Clay said, "Sorry I said that out loud, Tom, but you know I'm right." He stepped between us and put a hand on each of our shoulders. It's hard to concentrate on conversations or enjoy lunch with them all around, isn't it? I feel the same way about my daughters-in-law and wife, so I can only say, I completely agree. They were stating the obvious, so I just nodded. Tom's tone became serious. Let me give you some important news about misinformation on a national level. You can share this with Claude when you get a chance to talk alone. We have 2 high-level betrayals. One is a civilian, a senior military advisor to the president, and the other is a discontented general based at the Pentagon. We can give them false information when it benefits us and work around them the rest of the time. They are influencing the alternative media, which is stirring up discontent among those unhappy with the system. Edward and I are meeting every few days to coordinate, and we have started several campaigns to spread misinformation. We are keeping an eye on the shifting meeting places on the dark web and areas where the traitors and their supporters can gather. We have trusted people monitoring the effects, and it seems to be working. I'll have more updates before we leave, and I'll let one of you know. The group was eager to move to the next part of the adventure, which included a 2-mile hike to a viewpoint above a waterfall. We got back in our vehicles and drove to the trailhead. The path was rocky and winding, so we took our time to avoid any mishaps. But the view of the waterfall tumbling down the cliff made the journey worthwhile. Caitlin wanted to drive home, so I tossed her the keys and got in. I buckled my seatbelt and wished her good luck, which earned me a playful tap on the arm. She had been great on the way up, sticking to her side. I, on the other hand, may not have been so careful. She usually liked me to drive, but today it was her turn. We were the last car in the line, and I decided to enjoy the moment. Before long, we were both distracted and lagging behind. Eventually, Caitlin pulled off onto a ridge they had already passed and stopped the Jeep. She got out, took off her sweater, and tossed it on the hood. The wind was cool, but the view felt refreshing. Leaning over the bumper, she playfully said, "You started this. Come join me." We shared a fun moment before quickly getting back to normal. We cherished our time together, caught up in the thrill of the mountains, and we smiled at the light teasing we received when we reached the lodge 45 minutes later. Mary led the way, speaking up. "Tom and I were worried about you two and thought about turning back to check on you, but we were told this was normal. Now that I see that smile on your face, Caitlin, I get it. Was it really that special?" Caitlin, not bothered by the attention, smiled and said, "I've never enjoyed a view stop more." Even her parents joined in the laughter. Her mother then added, "We need to have another chat about proper behavior, young lady." "Mom, you should talk to the one who keeps making it hard for me to drive. I had to pull over to calm him down or I might have lost control." As the laughter faded, Bill suggested we grab our jackets and head to Gatlinburg for the Light Up the Town festival. This meant a quick trip to freshen up and a hurried drive to the town center. There were booths with various arts and crafts, bounce houses, climbing walls, and games for kids. There was even a section where we could pay to throw a ball at stacked pins or toss darts for prizes. Grace loved her stuffed tiger, and Caitlin hugged the large teddy bear I won for her, so spending a bit on charity felt fine. Esme, Doss, and Tavo wanted to win their own prizes. With quiet tips from their uncles, they gave Brooke and Claire the stuffed animals they earned. Tom worked hard to win Mary a big Pooh Bear, and she was thrilled, making him feel proud. His sons did well too, and their wives were happy with their alligator and beaver toys. Claude was excellent with the target games until he was asked to stop after winning too much. Eva gathered a lot of prizes and generously shared with Esme and donated to a holiday charity box. Clay, Ashley, Addie, and Jackie skipped the games and rode the rides instead. They went on the loop-de-loop and the pirate ship until they felt a bit dizzy. Bill and Claire, along with Joe and Brooke, enjoyed the rides as well, finding joy in the Ferris wheel and carousel. While it wasn't the most thrilling event they had been to, it was certainly better and safer than a Black Friday shopping trip. The town looked beautiful when they counted down and turned on the Christmas lights. It was hard to believe it was nearly that time of year, and so close to a big day. On the way back, Mary asked Caitlin if she could ride with her, so I could ride with Tom. I thought we had something serious to discuss, but it turned out Caitlin and I heard a similar story on the way home. It seems that early in his military career, Tom was a hard-working and eager young officer who often took jobs overseas, leaving Mary alone for months. During that time, another young officer took advantage of her loneliness, and they had a relationship that lasted several months until Tom came back home. He found out they had separated, divorced, and both ended up feeling very unhappy. Nearly a year went by. Their parents arranged for them to meet at Christmas. They reconciled, and 35 years later they were more in love than ever. They had 2 boys they loved and were very proud of 2 boys who wouldn't be here if they hadn't gotten back together. The lesson from this was straightforward, but Tom wanted to say it anyway. "I know what happened and how hard it was for you, Rob. But that was in the past when she was young and didn't have experience, and you were both trying to figure things out. You made a mistake by staying at the company when you knew you should leave, and she made her own choices while you were away. Yes, her mistake was big, but might it have happened if you hadn't made your mistake? I believe Mary wouldn't have if I had been home, and I feel the same about Caitlin. Still, I see how much you love each other now, how committed she is to you, and how proud you are of your kids. What you have may work for both of you, and we are living proof that thinking once a cheat, always a cheat, is wrong. I know you will do what you feel is right, but Mary and I wanted to share our story with you and Caitlin. I could have said that just last night. I worried I might lose her to someone else. A few months ago, she found it hard to talk to me because she felt overwhelmed. I could have reminded him that Mary and their kids were never in danger, and that his wife wasn't mistreated or taken from him in a way that made them seem worse than they really were. Our stories were quite different, but I understood his point. Thanks for sharing, Tom. I know that must have been hard to discuss, and I appreciate your advice. I wondered how Caitlin would react. The Christmas decorations at the lodge sparkled as we arrived, and a big evergreen tree stood in the lounge waiting to be decorated. We all helped out, and a couple of hours later, it looked brighter than the professionally done decorations at the inn. Putting up ornaments on that huge Christmas tree with our friends and family felt heartwarming. It was as nice as cooking and enjoying the festive meal, bringing us all closer together. That night, Caitlin and I shared a sweet moment, filled with kind words and heartfelt "I love yous." She fell asleep in my arms, and I felt happy. When we walked into the kitchen, we met the whole Yonkers family, along with the Edwards brothers and their partners, and our friendly pilots. Then Doc, Chris, Carlos, and Ron arrived, followed by Brooke and Joe with their children. Lastly, Claire and Bill, who lived nearby, came in. The Yonkers family had gathered earlier that morning and suggested they stay an extra day. The women were excited about the shopping trip to Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, while the men looked forward to the fishing trip. Everyone was thrilled about the upcoming visit to Harrah's Casino in Cherokee, North Carolina, which was set to start in the late afternoon. The women and girls left for town at 9:30. Meanwhile, we loaded the fishing gear borrowed from Bill and Joe and made our way to the Little Pigeon River. There were many kinds of fish to catch, but we were all hoping to reel in smallmouth bass, which are not easy to find in Texas. The women returned around 3, their hands full of shopping bags, just as we finished cleaning and packing the fish that Bill planned to freeze. Caitlin and Grace seemed happy with their new items, though they were quite different from each other. Grace had bought 2 bags of school clothes, while Caitlin had 2 bags filled with dresses, shoes, boots, and 2 jumpsuits. She wouldn't let me peek, but she winked at me and said I would like them. We needed to leave for Cherokee at 4:30. The kids went home with Caitlin's parents, along with Bill, Claire, and their uncles. Caitlin insisted I clean up and change first so she could get ready without distractions. The other men received the same instruction, so we enjoyed a drink and talked about the fishing trip while we waited. When the women came in, it was quite a sight to see. They wore sweaters, short skirts, and knee-high boots, starting with Mary. Although she was older, she looked stunning. Next came her daughters-in-law, a few minutes apart, followed by Eva, Jackie, Addie, and finally Caitlin. She was the shortest, but appeared taller in her rust-colored boots, which complemented her suede skirt. The black sweater she wore looked good on her, and the belt around her skirt highlighted her waist. The buttons down the front of her skirt drew attention to her legs, and the flared design added a nice touch. She certainly caught everyone's eye as she walked in. I might have been staring a bit, because when I looked around, I noticed all the women were smiling at me. The men were also impressed, glancing sideways at their partners. Caitlin looked sweet when she entered, but her sparkly makeup and subtle smile gave her a confident charm. She spun around toward me and asked, "How do I look?" "Like you're ready for an adventure," I replied quietly. She laughed and said, "That's exactly what I wanted. Let's enjoy ourselves at Harrah's." We all got into the Jeeps, which seemed a bit funny since the women were dressed so nicely. Tom and Mary rode with us, while Eva and Claude shared a Jeep with Clark and Amanda, and Addie joined Eva in the back seat. Jackie squeezed into the second seat next to Jessica and Tommy, with Clay and Ashley in the front. Driving down Highway 441 through the Smoky Mountains was truly beautiful, and Caitlin's excitement and gestures added to the fun. It made me smile to think about how I've seen her dress in different ways, yet I still found her outfit choices interesting. We arrived first, which gave me the funny job of helping her out of the tall Jeep. I noticed how stylish the other ladies looked as they got out. We chose valet parking at the hotel, catching some attention as we walked inside. The hotel was fantastic, the buffet was amazing, and the game area was great too. Around midnight, we headed to the nightclub, which had a lively sports bar feel. It was a bit noisy, but the band was good and there was a small dance floor. Caitlin was really enjoying her time, winning at the slot machines and happily accepting drinks from admirers who enjoyed watching her. I had a bit of luck at blackjack, lost some at roulette, then won back more than 1,200 at the craps table. I found Caitlin, who had a group of admirers around her, and I invited her to join me and the others at the bar. They were not happy to see her go, but they quieted down as we walked away together. Addie and Jackie had paired up with some young men who were tall, fit, and clearly from the military. We learned they graduated from the Air Force Academy last year and were on leave before starting new jobs in Texas. I chuckled. It was clear the girls were taken with them, and the guys seemed to feel the same. Caitlin took a moment to look them over, and I whispered, "You're staring." She blushed and said, "They are as good-looking as the girls' perfect matches." When Caitlin was introduced to them, they reacted with a mix of surprise and respect. Tom Yonkers, who was friendly and easygoing, introduced his family and asked how Addie and Jackie met the young men. Things went smoothly after that, but it was clear everyone was trying to behave, which disappointed the girls a bit. We talked, danced, and shared stories, learning about Tom's children. We had a great time until 2 a.m. when Tom and Mary went to their room, followed by Ava and Claude. After that, the boys, Lieutenants Michael Cooper and Daniel Martin, relaxed a little, although there was still a bit of their formal behavior. We all understood the situation, so we decided to stay low-key. Caitlin was lively after a few drinks, always knowing how to keep things fun without going too far. Ashley cheered her on a little. We were a cheerful group, just dancing, chatting, and having a good time. Then, a loud group of 6 people walked in, took a nearby table, and started to say rude things about us. Clay, who was tough-looking, didn't know them, but they acted like they were the toughest ones around. Daniel and Michael got annoyed right away and looked to Clay and me for support. I tried to calm things down. "Looks like you all are having a fun night. Can we get you a drink and maybe keep the comments to ourselves?" It wasn't the best way to handle it, but I wanted to avoid trouble. They misunderstood. "Thanks, little guy. We'll take your drinks, but what we want is your women. You boys are just pretending these ladies will want real men." Their group was full of different types of people, challenging us with their words. "Little guy? Boys?" Clay was 16, 3 inches and strong, and the other guys were big too. I frowned at their taunts. They ignored my look, and one of them started talking to Caitlin, saying he could let her take charge while he held her close. I found his talk funny, but Caitlin and the other women were not amused. Clay changed to a serious look, but he kept the rest of the group at a distance, saying quietly, "Not yet." I was still turned slightly toward the loud group who were laughing and making comments. Caitlin stood up, walked over, and confidently sat on my lap. She leaned in, giving me a warm smile and resting against me, enjoying the moment. When she pulled away, she winked at me with a satisfied sigh. I understood what she wanted and placed my hands gently on her waist, happy to have her close. She relaxed against me, enjoying our closeness even more. Seeing this, the other women joined in with their partners, who welcomed their moves. With a playful smile, Caitlin leaned down and said, "Let's make this special." I smiled back at her excitement as she settled against me. She looked happy and comfortable, showing her joy openly. I'm not sure if any other couple, except maybe Clay and Ashley, got as playful as we did, but Caitlin and Ashley were really enjoying themselves. Caitlin rested her head on my shoulder, her eyes shining with happiness. "Let's find somewhere nice," she suggested. I stood up, carefully lifting her, and we moved away from the lounge to a quieter spot. The others followed closely, their friends behind them. Caitlin was smiling brightly at the group. In a happy voice, she said, "You can thank me later." Lieutenant Dan spoke for the men. "We appreciate it, as long as we know we weren't scared," he said. "Our new boss doesn't like when we get into fights, and it was clear that's what they wanted." Jessica, still in Tommy's arms, asked excitedly, "What did Rob do to make you feel that way? Does he have a special skill?" "Yes," Caitlin replied with a grin, leaning closer playfully. The rest of the group laughed, and Ashley joked, "He doesn't call her his special friend for no reason. Carry me to our room and make me happy all night," Caitlin said. "You might want to get down and walk," I warned. "I think everyone here is noticing your outfit." "Stop. Enough teasing telling me everyone is staring is just too much." I shook my head and said, "You know you love the attention. Why aren't you walking? Do you want me to make a scene? Get me to our bed? Now, she insisted, while the others chuckled. We probably looked a bit silly, carrying our friends like that, or maybe it was the surprised looks we got as we walked to the elevator. Eva finally knocked on our door. It was mid-morning, although it felt like we had just fallen asleep. I quickly put on some shorts and opened the door, only to see Claude laughing. "I'll throw him in a cold shower. You pour cold water on her and toss her in when I get him out. Maybe they will wake up before the buffet ends." Caitlin, worried about the cold water, quickly jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom. I stood there in my shorts, but the look Eva gave me made me a bit shy, so I followed Caitlin to the bathroom. "And no funny business in the shower," Claude warned. "We have a schedule to stick to." I didn't think it would be an issue since I felt tired, but when she leaned over and smiled playfully, all my tiredness went away. We were, relatively speaking, quick. Despite all our chatter and complaints, we weren't the last ones, and I looked a lot better than Clay or the lieutenants. The Yonkers boys were the last to arrive and looked like they had a hard night, while Jessica and Amanda were beaming with satisfaction. Actually, Ava and Mary were glowing even more, but they had started earlier. Caitlin? She shone brightly like the sun. We had just gotten through the buffet line and sat down when Amanda couldn't resist telling the story of our adventures after her in-laws went to bed. Tom laughed, and Mary looked at Caitlin with kindness. Eva gently touched Caitlin's shoulder, and Claude said, "Great job, Minx." When Claude called her that in front of everyone, she barely turned pink, but it was Mary's red face and quick glance at Tom that caught my attention. "So, Tom, do we have more than one joker at the table? Why is your lovely wife blushing?" He smiled and put his arm around her. "Just one of the many nice names I call her." Tommy grinned and said, "I've never seen anything like that at the table. Like Caitlin, I recognize the sounds." Clark added to the awkwardness by saying, "When I was a kid, my room was across the hall. I think Caitlin and Mom might be related." Mom turned red and Caitlin winked at her, saying, "I was just acting mostly. I can definitely be louder." Everyone, Claude, Clay, and Ava, nodded and smiled. Breakfast that morning was full of laughter. The Yonkers were flying out at 3, so we packed up quickly and left within an hour of finishing breakfast, arriving back at the lodge by 1. They went to pack their bags, giving us some time to enjoy each other's company before they had to leave. Clay, Claude, and I checked my room for any hidden cameras, then called our contact for information. What they told us clarified some things and would be helpful for Tom. By this time, we had all become good friends, so we spent some time in the lounge until it was time for them to go to the airport. Tom rode with me while Caitlin drove Mary. He updated me on his situation and I shared what we learned. He frowned in thought. "It's hard to believe, but not very surprising. We thought they were getting help from someone inside. What's the plan? Keep them guessing or tackle it head on? We've managed to keep ours in the dark so far. It might be harder on your side, but if you can..." He nodded, saying he and A.G. Lee would come up with a plan. Back at the lodge, Claude called the colonel while I reached out to Esteban, who adjusted our efforts. If we can keep misleading our opponents while gathering information, we might stop their plans before they advance. It's better to catch them early, but the choice may not be ours to make. The groups against us aren't known for thinking logically. Caitlin and I spent the rest of the afternoon and evening with her parents and our 2 kids, returning to the lodge only after they were asleep. Caitlin felt thoughtful, having mended things with her parents and enjoyed a nice family holiday. She created a quiet moment, and we enjoyed our time together, appreciating the bond we had. It was a warm experience, and being able to focus on each other slowly made it even more special. I've always liked closeness, and I love how in tune she is with that kind of connection. It brought us both closer together. She held on to me, and soon after she relaxed and rolled over to lie next to me, cuddling tightly before falling asleep. Saying goodbye was a mix of sadness and hope, since Caitlin, the kids, and I had not seen Joe and Brooke for a while. They wanted to come visit us as soon as they could, but agreed to celebrate Christmas together after Christmas at our home. On our flight back, we dropped Ashley and Clay off at Midland, then flew toward the New Mexico border before heading south. We flew over the southeastern part of New Mexico, turned southwest to pass between Van Horn and Pecos, and then went on to Presidio before turning back and landing at the Crescent Moon. We did not see any planes, tanks, or other large weapons, nor were there any big buildings or hidden areas. Either their weapons were stored somewhere else, deeper in New Mexico, or they might not be there at all. At our meeting the next day, the colonel assured us that they did exist, but our information did not show where they were. I suggested that finding this out should be a top priority for the Rough Riders, the West Texas Rangers, and the Texas Air National Guard, and everyone agreed. I was tired of just fortifying our positions. If we know where the threat is coming from, we can respond more effectively. My first call after leaving was to Raimundo, whom I urged to use his resources to find out where the rebels were hiding their forces and weapons in Mexico. He seemed happy to hear from me and agreed to look into it. Next, I called Ashley about some businesses and then talked to Clay about scouting to the north. He and Paul Pavetto were getting on one of Paul's helicopters at Midland Air and Spaceport, so we had a quick chat. He promised to keep me informed after their missions. By then, I was home and hungry, so I had lunch with Caitlin and Rosa. After we ate, I asked Caitlin to call her psychiatrist to arrange a phone meeting with both her doctor and counselor. After she gave them permission to share her medical information, she left the room, and I started asking my questions. Caitlin had shared some details with me, but my talks with her doctor and counselor were eye-opening and made me think. I was impressed with what they had to say about Caitlin, and I learned a lot from them. I sensed there was more to learn, but after an hour and a half I had taken in all I could during the call. I thanked the person on the other end and then went to find my companion. She had spent the time thinking about activities and places to enjoy them, and she insisted we take a ride to the 6400. The weather was lovely for November, with temperatures in the 80s, so I changed into shorts and a t-shirt. I was curious about her wish to visit the other ranch, but we hopped into my Jeep and drove across the road onto the open plains. A mile and a half in, I turned north into a small mountain range, steering clear of the area used for military training in the flat Central Valley. When she found the perfect spot, we parked, got out, and sat on a high rock ledge that overlooked the Central Valley. Caitlin then urged me to talk about what I learned from her doctors. I hadn't had enough time to fully think it through, and we had spent a lot of time discussing our past. I didn't want to go over things about our marriage, her past relationships, or anything like that again. Right now, my main focus was on the deeper feelings that had started to surface. The most interesting thing I learned was that the tests confirmed my observations. Caitlin's desire for closeness is high among the top 5% of women they tested. Her blood tests showed high levels of certain hormones for someone her age. She was very responsive in situations calling for closeness, ranking in the top 4%. They didn't say how they measured that, but I hoped it involved other factors rather than personal experiences. And her own evaluation placed her in that same range. Did that surprise me? Yes and no. My experience is limited, but knowing two people in the top ranks, Caitlin and Ashley, seemed unlikely. I'm not even sure if Addie and Jackie belong there. Maybe Eva, from what Claude has said, but her desire for closeness appears to be more controlled. So back to the determined woman sitting beside me. Tell me about the 5 years after divorcing Robert before you came to visit me. If I remember correctly, you mentioned that you went without romantic relationships during that time. I'm curious about how that was possible if you have such a strong desire for connection and emotional needs. We talked about that. I remember feeling no attraction to any man after losing you and finding out how Robert treated me, except for thoughts of you. My doctor describes that time as emotional detachment, meaning I didn't feel any romantic attraction towards anyone, male or female. She thinks my feelings of guilt and dislike for myself have made me pull away from everyone except my kids. I just remember feeling silly and alone, not really thinking about anyone except my children. You didn't lose me. You let me go. However, I can't argue with how you felt. It seems strange given where you are now, I replied. But let's not focus on that part of the past. My next question is more important. How do you plan to manage these strong feelings when I'm not around? I still have to travel for work and I could be gone for weeks, just like before. The same way I always do. When you're away, I keep busy with everyday things. Taking care of the kids, exercising, planning, and talking to Eva, Ashley, the uncles, or any safe person. I make sure my days are filled with regular activities. At night, I have my own ways to stay occupied, but I have to be careful that my hobbies don't leave me feeling upset. She smiled. Only you can really meet my needs, but I think I can find other ways to ease some of my restlessness. I raised an eyebrow. So, are you saying no close relationships with anyone else? Or casual flirtations with Clay? Can you be around them and still stick to your plan? I'm not completely sure, which is why I didn't mention them before, she said with a nervous smile. You brought up Ashley. She's very different when you're not here. She's more like a big sister. It didn't look that way the other night. I know, but that was a special situation, and I think it showed she wanted to joke around with me in front of you. Joke around? Yeah, show you what I'm capable of. Is that fair to say that you might act inappropriately? You know I'm devoted to you. As for anyone else, I don't want to find out. If I stay out of tricky situations, I'm sure I won't make a mistake, and that's my plan. But what if Addie and Jackie get you alone, encourage you to have fun, and start dancing? We'll never know. I felt safe letting them be playful because you were there, but I won't take that chance by being alone with them. But what about you? They fly you across the country, get connecting rooms, and talk you into going to the bar. What then? Trust me, they'd much rather have you than me. I laughed it off, thinking it wouldn't happen, but I knew it could be a hard situation if it did. She raised her eyebrow at me and laughed too. Don't blush, I'd be tempted as well. That's why we need to agree on something and stick to it. An agreement? I teased. Like a contract? What do you have in mind? That's up to you to decide. Show it to me and I'll give you an honest answer, but it has to go both ways. You got your chance with Ashley. At that moment, a group of 6 F-16 Fighting Falcons flew over us, flying in pairs. They suddenly came into view, soaring over a ridge and flying fast, surprising us as they zoomed by. It was thrilling to watch, even without any missiles being fired. After their run, the jets turned sharply and climbed higher. We watched until they were just little dots in the sky. Then we looked north, hoping to see more coming. But there was nothing. Caitlin turned to me, excited. That was amazing! It really made my heart race! There might be more flights, I said softly, trying to stay focused. They could see us. She laughed lightly. As I pulled my shirt over my head, I felt her playful hands at my waist, making me smile. There was nothing comfortable to sit on except the rocky ledge we were on. But I appreciated her playful spirit. On the way back, she asked, So this is really happening, isn't it? It looks that way. We're trying to find ways to stop it, but this strange group seems bent on challenging the government. It would be interesting to see how they would run things if they succeeded. There's not much agreement between such different beliefs like fascists and communists or people with very different views on race and religion, and with various other groups mixed in, managing that coalition would be quite challenging. That might be why we haven't figured out who's leading them. Then I want to learn how to shoot. Felix is teaching me self-defense, and I want to be ready to protect my family. Ava and Ashley feel the same way. Who should we ask to help us learn? I like that idea. Let's ask Claude. When I heard he was sending Jackie and Addie to help, I raised an eyebrow. Are you sure this is a good idea? A week later, I witnessed their new skills during a practice. Afterward, I asked the twins if they could help me improve mine to be as good. They responded with playful laughter and friendly teasing. Caitlin and Eva chuckled at my reaction. On December 7th, we went to a ceremony honoring those lost at Pearl Harbor. It was held at the courthouse, and, with the high school band playing patriotic songs, many people attended. The sheriff did a great job as the master of ceremonies, reminding everyone of the sacrifices made during World War II. The county judge spoke firmly, urging true patriots to come together and support the great nation we all love. At the Crescent Moon, we received another set of versatile aircraft, giving us a full squadron. We also had a surveillance plane and an older radar aircraft. I didn't know where all this equipment was coming from, and I had no plans to ask. I only knew what was discussed in our weekly meetings and what I saw during my visits to the site, where new buildings and hangars seemed to appear each week. It was clear that the situation was serious enough to require such an increase in resources, but I wondered why we were supporting non-traditional forces instead of using our own military. I understood the rules that prevented military involvement, but those could change if the president declared an emergency, citing an invasion due to foreign troops and weapons. It seemed odd to rely on these irregular forces as the first line of defense when we had strong military options available. 25 days and counting to a significant event. It has been a while since my last update, and I apologize for that. My absence was not by choice. I have been dealing with ongoing tests and treatments. Writing was not on my mind, and I had little time. I hope the treatments are behind me, but I still feel weak and have a lot to do, so do not expect Chapter 10 anytime soon. I have outlined it and written sections, but it is complex and will take time. I could have released a previous version of this chapter a few weeks ago, but after reflecting on it during my break, I decided to rewrite parts that I had rushed in December, trying to finish before my treatment started. This is the final product. Some of you may find my focus on the lives of Rob, Caitlin, their family, and friends in San Antonio less interesting. Feel free to skim, but make sure to read the last night of their adventures in the city. A few usual notes. The content is suitable for older audiences. I edit my own work. The story takes place in Texas and features Texans, which might put off some readers. And while the politics are not aligned with a specific party, people from both sides may feel they are being criticized. I welcome constructive feedback, but will address inappropriate comments quickly. Lastly, a heartfelt thank you to everyone who reached out to me and shared kind thoughts in the comments. Your feelings made each day a little brighter. From the end of Chapter 8, we got another set of versatile fighter planes at Crescent Moon, bringing us up to a full squadron. We also added a scout plane and an older radar plane. I didn't know where all this equipment came from, and I wasn't going to ask. I only learned what was shared in our weekly meetings and what I saw when I visited the moon, where it seemed like new buildings and hangars appeared every week. The situation is serious enough to justify this buildup, but why support unofficial forces instead of using the U.S. military? I understand the Posse Comitatus Act, but the president could find a way around it by declaring an emergency and calling it an invasion because of weapons and troops coming from another country, including foreign fighters. To me, having unofficial troops as the first line of defense when we have a strong military is just strange. It has been 25 days until the deadline. After thinking carefully about what I learned in my first chat with Caitlin's therapist, I asked for another meeting. This time I wanted advice. How can I help Caitlin express her feelings without losing control and doing things that worry me? They turned my question around and asked me to explain what I can't accept. They made me think deeply about why I hold these beliefs. It was unsettling to be pushed on principles I hadn't closely examined, but I realize I'm not the only man who feels mixed emotions about closeness and boundaries. For example, the thought of Caitlin being with someone else is something I can't accept. But if Caitlin is put in challenging situations against her will, I felt sympathy instead of anger. Why is that? If the issue is her involvement with someone, why don't those situations bother me as much? She had been with Robert while both of us were in serious relationships, but I've come to terms with that. If those actions break my core beliefs, why did I cope? If she were to do it again, would I be forgiving her once more? Why would that be? Would it be easier or harder if it was just a physical connection? Easier or harder if it involved close friends? Easier or harder if it was with another woman? What if we both built connections with others at the same time? Would that make her being with someone else easier to accept? I had already been close with Ashley. What if we included Ashley in our situation? Or with Jackie or Addie? Or both? Eva, Clay, Eva and Claude, Clay and Ashley? At this moment, I realized two important things. I didn't want to think about who or what would be easier or harder to accept because, if given a choice, none of them felt right to me. I also started to see why Caitlin said that the counseling sessions were so tough. Instead of talking about possible partners, I brought the conversation back to my original question. How can I help her understand her feelings without losing control and crossing my own limits? They suggested that I talk to Caitlin and call back after we had time to think about it. They were interested in what we would decide. I knew I wasn't ready for that talk yet. I was still going through each item on my cannot accept list. Luckily, or unluckily, work kept me busy for the next few days, and Caitlin was caught up with building projects. The new Hungarian orphan oil and pipeline deal was still moving ahead, with Ashley leading the way. My friends at COG wanted this contract badly and were ready to offer better deals. Ashley was confident this one would work out, so she asked me to help with the deal with the Romanians. which had been stuck for a while. I happily took charge of the Romanian project again, glad to have something new to focus on. After several long phone calls and a few video meetings, the Romanian leaders seemed eager to find a solution. They also sweetened the deal by offering an all-expenses-paid trip to Romania for my family the week after Christmas. We would stay at a resort near Bucharest in the Transylvanian Alps, where we could enjoy local holiday traditions as well as ski and snowboard. My 4 contacts were very excited about the idea, not knowing that being there with my family while problems at home continued was much more appealing than local activities. However, leaving my friends during this time felt wrong. Still, if things settled down before then, I'd be ready to go. I told them I would come, but we would need to decide the dates with my family. The time between Thanksgiving and Christmas is always about the kids, with school plays and church events, decorating the tree, shopping for gifts, and everything we do to make the season special. We had plenty of help from the uncles and grandparents who wanted to capture every moment of their 4 grandchildren and insisted on video calls every few days. The relationships between Doss, Grace, Tavo, and Esme also kept them busy, and all 4 kids gladly followed the lead of the 4 adults, including Claude. It wasn't that Caitlin and I felt left out by the grandparents, friends, and activities, but rather that we wanted more time alone with Doss and Grace and thought Eva might feel the same way about Tavo and Esme. The village's way of handling family and childcare was usually great, but during the holiday season, we just wanted some time with our close family. Caitlin and I discussed it. She also talked to Eva, and we planned 3-day trips for each family. Addie would fly Clay, Eva, and the kids to Dallas on Thursday morning. They would stay at the Gaylord Resort, which had everything from concerts to indoor swimming and a water park. When they weren't busy with activities there, they would shop, go to a Christmas concert, see the lovely lights at the holiday at the Arboretum, enjoy the Dallas Zoo lights, and for the first time, ice skate at the Galleria Ice Rink. Addie and Jackie would come back and fly my family to San Antonio that afternoon. The Air Force lieutenants whom they met in Cherokee would pick us up. We would be taken to their hotel on the Riverwalk by Esteban's team. Although they would be discreet, members of the Ultimate Solutions team would be watching over our safety during the weekend, just like they would for our friends in Dallas. Our evening boat cruise along the beautifully decorated San Antonio Riverwalk was lovely, but the Fiesta de las Luminarias 2,000 paper lanterns with candles lighting the path for the Holy Family made it truly memorable. Our driver shared stories about historic places along the San Antonio River, and when we got back to the hotel, Esme and Doss eagerly asked me for more tales. Taking on my storyteller role, I started with the missions, built by the Spaniards to connect with the natives, mainly the Coahuiltecan tribe. They practiced saying the names of the natives and the missions in the national park, hoping to sound like real Texans when they visited missions, such as Nuestra Señora de la Purísima Concepción de Acuna, San Jose y San Miguel de Aguayo, San Juan Capistrano, and San Francisco de la Espada. I explained that Mission San Antonio de Valero, known as the Alamo, was not part of the park because it belongs to the state of Texas. They wanted to hear more, so I told them about the Texican settlers under Spanish and later Mexican rule, and how Santa Anna took power from the elected president of Mexico in a military coup. This action caused unrest among the Texicans and other people in the northern Mexican state of Coahuila y Texas, who were worried about losing their rights to self-govern. Though it was getting late, they and their mom were wide awake and insisted I keep going. I shared stories about Moses and Stephen F. Austin. Austin worked hard to settle Texas, but he faced trouble when he took a petition from the people of Texas to the government in Mexico City. This created even stronger feelings among the Texians. The first fight for San Antonio ended with the Texian forces defeating General Cos, who led the Mexican army. Battles also occurred near what we now call Corpus Christi. In Gonzales, Mexican troops tried to take a cannon that the townspeople had gotten to protect themselves from raiders. The Texian fighters stood firm and forced the Mexicans back to their camp in San Antonio. Texan leaders had to deal with many challenges, including Santa Anna's declaration that anyone who fought against his government would be seen as an enemy. The sad events at Goliad revealed his harsh plans. The Battle of the Alamo was known to the family, but Dad made it feel real while we were in a hotel room just a few blocks away from the site. Though they were excited, they were also tired when I said it was time to sleep. Soon, everyone was asleep, but Mom wanted to keep talking. I tried hard to make it fun while making sure the kids in the other room could get their rest. After a late breakfast, we took a riverboat from the hotel to River Center Mall, where we shopped for gifts until the afternoon. Then, we started to explore downtown, beginning at the site of Hemisphere, the 1968 World's Fair in San Antonio. We began our walking tour at St. Joseph's, a lovely Catholic church that is near the old Joske's department store. I shared that Joske's closed in 2008 and, despite many plans, had not found a new purpose. I told them about my grandfather and father's experiences with Joske's, which was the largest department store in Texas. It was the first store to be completely air-conditioned and to have escalators when it opened in the 1930s. As we turned onto S. Alamo Street, I stopped and told them to remember that the Alamo is not just a tourist spot. The Alamo is special ground, a place with deep importance, marked by the bravery of Texans and people from all over the United States. It is a site of great courage in tough times. Walk softly, speak gently, and be respectful. This place honors heroes. I could see they understood from the serious looks on their faces. We began at the cenotaph on Alamo Plaza, which honors those who died at the Alamo. Their remains are buried in different places in the city, but the monument lists all the known names. We then moved to the Alamo Chapel, which is one of the most famous buildings in the world. The next 2 hours fascinated the young Texans and their mother, all of whom were visiting for the first time. The soft and respectful voices in the chapel, surrounded by displays and paintings, created a thoughtful atmosphere. They read the names of the heroes of the Alamo with great respect, especially James Bowie, William B. Travis, David Crockett, and John McGregor, a Scottish sergeant of the artillery company. Outside, they shared a light moment with Dad as they enjoyed the story of their clan member, who had playful musical contests with Crockett, who played the fiddle while McGregor played the bagpipe. Both died in the final battle on March 6, 1836. About 4,000 Mexican soldiers attacked nearly 200 Texans defending the area. At least 189 defenders and between 400 and 600 Mexican soldiers lost their lives that day, I shared. We stood quietly, taking in the significance of the ground beneath us. We wished we had more time in the museum, but a film about the battle was starting soon in the long barracks. The movie combined live actors and animation to explain the mission and siege. Bowie and many Texans took shelter in the barracks where we were seated. In popular versions of the story, Crockett met his end in the courtyard, and Travis fell while defending the walls against climbing soldiers. After falling, many Texan soldiers were piled together, and their remains were burned, with ashes carried away by the wind. The tale of the Alamo speaks of bravery and sacrifice in the face of overwhelming odds, showing men willing to give their lives for the freedom they longed for, alongside a leader willing to risk everything for his goals. We left the chapel quietly, with a deeper understanding of the tragic yet heroic events that took place there, and we felt a renewed appreciation for our ancestors and their struggles. As we walked along the river back to our hotel, we stopped to eat at one of the restaurants lining the narrow streets of the Riverwalk. The day had been cool, and as evening approached, we chose to dine indoors rather than outside by the river. For the first time since leaving the mall, we took off our jackets, which drew attention to Caitlin, who looked cozy in her boots, jeans, and sweater. Unusually, she seemed lost in thought. Her mind was on her children and the husband she cherished more every day. After the kids had bathed, they went to their bedroom in the suite and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Their parents moved to the main room, stepped onto the balcony, and watched the colorful lights glimmering on the water, shining like stars. I stood close to her, my arm around her shoulders, holding her tight. We enjoyed the beauty of the river and the Riverwalk in silence for a few minutes until Caitlin spoke up. "Rob, thank you for this. I really needed it. And so did the kids. We've been so busy with everything on our never-ending to-do lists that I can hardly remember the last time we spent time together as a family without distractions. I needed this time too, Caitlin. I've loved every minute we've spent together, even the shopping because it was for each other and our friends. I feel calmer now in a way I haven't in a long time, and I owe that to you and our children." I looked into her eyes, gently lifting her chin so she would look right at me. "This seems like a good time for me to share something important and ask you a question." She looked confused and concerned, which made it hard for her to calm down. "Caitlin, our journey together hasn't always been easy. We faced many challenges along the way, even during the tough times when I felt upset or hurt because of what happened between us. I loved you even if it was just the memory of you that I held on to. I still cherish our memories, the warmth of being together, how we connect, and the look in your eyes during those times. There is something special that brings us close, and I treasure our bond." She smiled a little nervously, her concern shifting to curiosity. "We have a tough road ahead," I continued. "Not because of us, but challenges are still there. We don't know how things will turn out, and we have little control over what happens. Yet amidst all that uncertainty, I have realized something important. You have become the woman I always pictured you to be, and I want you by my side no matter how this turns out. In good times and bad, through illness and health, I choose you, now and always. Will you make that promise to me? In front of our friends, family, and God? Not just for today, but from this day forward? If you agree, will you accept this ring as a symbol of our commitment?" I revealed the ring I had been holding in my hand. She looked down, gasped, and said, "Oh, Rob!" The blue-green, too. 5-carat Montana sapphire was surrounded by smaller diamonds set in a beautiful design. The sapphire reminded me of the color of her eyes. She turned to face me completely, closed my hand around the ring, and placed her hand gently over mine. She took my left hand and, with shining eyes full of love, said, "Whether we have a ring or a ceremony, I'm yours completely if you want me. I know I won't be perfect, but I promise to be the best partner I can. I love you more than anything, and I want to spend my life with you." "Is there a yes in there somewhere?" I asked with a playful smile. She stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around my neck, and pulled me close, saying sincerely, "Yes, I would be honored to marry you." I placed the ring on her finger and we shared a tender moment together, holding each other. Even though he often didn't notice such things, Doss looked up from breakfast, pointed at the coffee cup she was using, and asked, "Mom, where did you get the pretty new ring?" This got Grace's attention. She looked at the ring, saw the smile on Mom's face, and quickly turned her gaze to me. "Dad, does that mean what I think it means?" When I smiled back, she squealed, jumped up, and said, "You're getting married again?" That thought excited Doss enough to stop eating, smile widely, and ask, "Really?" My nod and Caitlin's enthusiastic, "Yes, honey," made breakfast come to a pause. I was glad I ordered room service instead of going to the busy restaurant downstairs. After hugging her mom, our daughter settled on my lap to share her happiness, while our son curled up with his mom, giggling. "Have you decided when and where?" Grace asked. Caitlin looked at me. "No, we haven't yet, sweetheart, and I need to talk to your mom about it, but I do have an idea." Caitlin gave me a knowing smile and suggested, "At the desert lair, where this all began again?" When I nodded, she replied, "Yes, I'd really like that. On the patio in the early evening with the sun setting over the desert and the distant mountains while we celebrate with our friends. Should we invite my parents?" "Of course," I said. "Have you told anyone else?" Grace asked. "No, sweetheart. This only happened last night, and we wanted you and Logan to know first," I replied. "How did he ask you, Mom? Was it special?" Caitlin shared the story with our children, and by the time she finished, I half expected someone to come and want to make a movie about it. We didn't have a full moon, but it had been an unforgettable moment. The kids called Mimi and Papa Joe, who were thrilled about our plans and the chance to visit us. While they talked with their daughter and grandchildren, I stepped onto the balcony to make 2 calls. The first was to Esteban. "Any updates about the situation since we last spoke?" "We are still gathering and reviewing the information we need to share quickly, but the timeline remains the same." We set a meeting for Monday, and then I called Doc to share the news. He was happy and reminded me that he could officiate weddings since he had done many ceremonies over the years. "That's part of why I'm calling. Would you be willing to officiate? When are you free? We plan to hold the ceremony at the desert lair. Of course I will. Just give me a date and time. I'll be there, and so will the others. Should we have a barbecue for the reception? Thanks, Doc. We are both thrilled you will officiate. As for the reception, I have a few things to work out with my fiancé, so I will get back to you in a day or two. When I returned inside, I called out, "How soon can your parents come, Caitlin? The sooner the better." She nodded, but didn't answer at first, continuing her conversation. After a few minutes, she hung up and turned to me. "If we send the plane, they can come any time. Claire and Bill want to come too, so we need to book rooms nearby. Probably a few if we are inviting more people. We'll make a list on the flight home tomorrow. Today we will visit the missions, and tonight we are having dinner on a riverboat. How long will it take you to get ready?" The kids took 15 minutes, and Caitlin took only 25, which was impressive. Maybe because she wore minimal makeup, she tied her beautiful hair back into a ponytail and wore black tights under an off-white sweater dress with black booties. She kept her jewelry simple with a gold cross necklace and her engagement ring. Simple but beautiful. I had to tease her a bit. "So now that you got me, no more short skirts and sparkly eye makeup? Do you want me to take an extra hour to get ready? Or do you want to see some 18th century Spanish missions?" She replied with surprise. "You look great. Let's go," I quickly said. We drove south on St. Mary's, past the old Lone Star Brewery to Mission Road, and then to Mission Nuestra Señora de la Purísima Concepción de Acuna, moved from East Texas to this site near the San Antonio River in 1731. Like most of the other missions, Concepcion helped many Native Americans, mostly Coahuiltecans, who suffered greatly from European diseases. The grounds of Concepcion are known as an archaeological treasure because many older ruins have been discovered around the remains. Unlike some other places we visited, the acequia system here had fallen apart and mostly vanished. While on our way to the next stop, we noticed a sign for the old Mission San Francisco Xavier de Najera, a place we knew little about. Next, we turned onto Padre Drive and decided to skip Mission San Jose for now so we could explore other missions first. San Francisco de la Espada is the southernmost, oldest, established in 1690, and smallest mission. It has the most detailed acequia and waterway system, featuring the Espada Dam, which is still in use. This mission was less developed for visitors but had lovely walking paths next to the river and irrigation ditches. We enjoyed it so much that we chose to have our picnic lunch there before continuing our exploration. Cold fried chicken and coleslaw were delicious. After crossing the San Antonio River, we drove a short distance to San Juan Capistrano. This spot used to be a trading center for Native Americans, where they exchanged crafts, vegetables, and fruits. With its complex water system and strong buildings, it was self-sufficient and busy over 300 years ago. Mission San Jose, also known as San Miguel de Aguayo, is often called the Queen Jewel of the Missions. Founded in 1720, a few miles south of the older San Antonio de Valero, the Alamo, San Jose was the largest and most populated mission, still active as a parish today. The impressive stone walls, storage buildings, and beautiful church were finished by 1782. Because of its success, it became a target for raiders. The few soldiers there taught the Native Americans how to protect themselves, and they managed to fend off attacks, except for occasional losses among those tending to the animals in the fields. As stunning as the chapel was, nothing could top the rose window. The detailed stonework around it is considered one of the finest examples of Baroque architecture in the United States. Like the other missions, it had fallen into poor condition by the early 1900s. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, helped restore it during the Great Depression. Today, the site is home to the San Antonio Missions Historical Park, where ongoing archaeological work continues. We felt energized by what we had seen, but also a bit worn out from the day's experiences. We made our way back to the hotel, where we rested, freshened up, put on warmer clothes, and went to our river barge for a nice meal and river tour. The many lights and decorations were stunning, but the best part of the night was stepping off the riverboat to see the light show on the walls of the historic San Fernando Cathedral. Named San Antonio the Saga, the show tells the story of the area from before the first Spanish and Canary Islanders arrived in 1718 all the way to the present day. The performers and computer graphics felt real. The laser show on the beautiful church was clear, and the music and voices were great. The story was interesting for everyone. We walked back to the hotel and soon fell asleep. It had been an exciting but tiring day. As the new day began, we shifted our focus from our mini vacation in San Antonio to returning home and planning our wedding. We enjoyed a big breakfast, told our pilots we wanted to leave as soon as they were ready, and asked them to arrange car service for us. Instead of going back to the airfield where we landed, our plane had been moved to Stinson Field on the south side of San Antonio. As a precaution, Esteban explained as he picked us up, our escorts provided safety and privacy in a second vehicle. During the first part of the drive, Esteban talked with the children, asking about their favorite experiences. As we got closer to the airfield and the kids chatted happily in the back seat, his tone changed. Jefe, we don't have any solid information yet, but your friend across the river has warned us that some hired individuals are after you. We believe this might happen during the coming unrest, which we expect is still on track, so we want to be extra careful with you and your family until we know more. I sighed, wondering why a simple businessman like me was attracting unwanted attention from so many different groups. Our pilots were cheerful and friendly, dressed in practical work outfits. They asked if I minded they weren't in uniform, which made everyone chuckle. After the kids went to the back of the plane to play games, I joked about taking them away from their friends too soon. Jackie said, "No problem, I think they've had enough fun with us for now." Their laughter was contagious, and I smiled, thinking about how much energy kids have. I reminded myself to take note of how quickly things change over time. Once in the air, Caitlin set the plane on autopilot and quietly signaled her ring until Addie noticed. This led to a celebration during our flight that lasted until I mentioned we were flying over mountains, hinting it might be time to get ready for landing. As we descended toward the runway at Crescent Moon, I spotted many people in camouflage practicing in small and large groups. As we slowed down to land, I noticed some improvements to our missile defense stations. Although I couldn't see them well at first, I could make them out from our lower altitude. Some of the stations I recognized, but at least 3 looked new, and even the older ones seemed to have more equipment. However, we were moving quickly, so I could only catch quick glimpses. It might just be me wanting to see changes. One thing I was sure I saw was a few camouflaged trucks with what appeared to be 8 or 10 containers for launching rockets on the back. They were parked on a ridge in pits that partially concealed them. I wasn't sure what they were, and the pilots didn't say they knew either, but I could tell they did. Jackie suggested I talk to command after we got off the plane. They dropped us at the Crescent Moon headquarters, turned back to the runway, and went to Dallas to pick up Claude, Ava, and her kids. The colonel and his aide greeted us. He mentioned that drills were happening this week at the 6400 ranch, which made me wonder if he would be available for our meeting tomorrow at noon. He assured me he would be there, but alone since the other command members would be busy with the exercise, and his aide had been called to Washington to report on the trainees' readiness. His aide stood to his left. The colonel winked at me with his right eye, and I nodded back, another worry gone. Sunday afternoon was clear and cool in our home on the mountains, so after a warm greeting from Duke, we put our things away, dressed warmly, and went on an adventure. Duke sat in the middle of the second seat of the mule, between his 2 favorite people who filled him in on their experiences in San Antonio, assuring him he was missed. He showed his feelings too, with soft whines and friendly gestures. Caitlin watched with a loving smile. We parked in the brush beside the road, hidden from view. I grabbed my Remington 700 A308 rifle and unstrapped my pistol, leading the family down the rough path to the springs. We set up camp behind a large rock that kept us out of sight from the road. After some time passing in fishing, exploring, and watching local wildlife, we made a small fire, cut some green branches, sharpened one end, and roasted hot dogs on them. Caitlin heated a pot of chili over the coals, and the kids set up the table, which was a ground tarp laid over a flat rock, using paper plates, napkins, and silverware. With chips, Pepsi, and roasted marshmallows for dessert, we had a lovely picnic by our creek. I brought dog treats, bacon strips, and biscuits for Duke. He also enjoyed some sausages and bits of chili-soaked buns that the kids tossed him. It was getting dark when we finished eating. and we watched the stars come out in the clear blue sky until they sparkled brightly, surrounded by night. I shared a story about Jim Bowie's lost treasure and told a spooky tale about long-gone explorers guarding hidden riches. That's when we noticed it was getting late for a school night. Duke led us back down the trail with Doss right behind him holding a little flashlight. I followed, carrying the supplies over my shoulder and a trash bag in my left hand. Grace held onto my jacket, and Caitlin carried our picnic basket and leftover food. It was very dark and quiet, with the tall grass along the path swaying gently in the breeze. I felt connected to nature, alert to my surroundings, but I trusted Duke would notice any danger first, so I kept an eye on him for any sign, which thankfully didn't come. Tavo and Esme were waiting for us at the house. They seemed a bit jealous that we had our adventure first, but they were glad to see their friends again after being apart. Our Monday meeting was very informative since there were no spies around. I learned that the new long building I had seen far from the barracks was actually a hangar. It was for drones of all kinds. There were many reconnaissance drones and others called combat drones. I asked for more details and heard some names I recognized, like Predator and Reaper, along with one called Sky Guardian, and another the colonel referred to as Experimental. "Do we have people who can operate these drones?" I asked the colonel. "Yes, we do. Most arrived with the drones, but we also had a few, including your two skilled pilots. Behind the hangar, built into the hill, is the command center for the drones. That's where the pilots will be, but they can control their aircraft from far away." "But that's not all. Did you see the trucks with a special pod on the back?" he asked. "I did. What are those for?" "They are HIMARS rocket systems. I'm sure you've heard of them. They can quickly target and launch when artillery fire or enemy missiles are detected. They can also be used against ground troops or to take out vehicles or buildings. We only have a few of these in this area, but I've heard they are more common in West Texas. Most importantly, we don't know where they are, but the Patriot PAC-2 and PC-3 missile systems are set up to protect important places, including state capitals. I keep telling myself that when you think you're ready, you're probably mistaken, but I really believe we are ready. We have better trained people, more resources, good information, and solid communication. On their side, they only have strong feelings from some groups that don't always work together, and they're unhappy with their leaders. I doubt that strong feeling will be enough against our advanced technology and military strength. I hope you are right, Colonel, but like you said earlier, we won't truly know if we are prepared until we face the situation. Now, let's change the subject. What about the people who were hired to target my family and me? Any updates? We know they are still in Mexico, but they seem to be getting ready for something based on what we've seen. We have teams on the ground and in the air, so try not to worry too much. When the time comes, we will make sure you are safe. This brings me to another topic. Colonel, my home and friends in the Bend. Caitlin and I are planning our wedding at a place I call the Desert Lair, around the 21st to 23rd. We'll confirm the date soon. We will also be at La Kiva, a restaurant between Study Butte and Terlingua. Guests will be staying at Terlingua Ranch and Lajitas, which are very close to the border, so travel will be necessary. Claude and Clay will have a full team ready, but good information and observation will strengthen our position. Having a quick response team ready could help keep things safe. Please see what you can do to help us. Colonel Adams replied, "First, congratulations on your engagement. She sounds like a lovely, intelligent person. You are very lucky. As for the other matter, I don't expect any problems before the end of the year, based on what we know now. I can promise drone observation and safety, but I will talk to my superiors and see what extra help we can arrange." Today, Juan Jose, JJ, was my Ultimate Solutions security officer for the first time, and I was impressed. He was very professional, confident, smart, and agile in his movements. I knew he had moved from San Antonio and was part of the ISR, but I didn't understand why he was here, so I asked him. He told me to talk to Esteban, who would be arriving today with 3 other ISR members in their vehicle. That didn't sound great, but maybe it would be okay. I would find out soon. Caitlin was on the phone with our attorney in Austin about the construction projects when I got back. We had lunch, and she told me the place on LBJ was almost done, but the work on Lake Lair at Lake Buchanan would take a few more weeks into January, though the house was ready to move in. I was surprised because the contractors had said it would be February at the earliest. After we ate, she said she wanted to work out and asked if I would join her and Felix. I want to, but we need to have a serious talk about our wedding. We have to finalize things today. First, can we be ready by the 21st? I know that's soon, but it has to be then for everything else to work. Since we have the venues and caterers ready, she said with a small laugh, and I know where to get the dress I want, yes, I can be ready by then. But you need to share all the plans you have made so we can share the work. You can't do it all yourself. Okay, here's my thinking. We aren't young anymore, and our friends aren't either, so we can skip the traditional parties. We'll have a rehearsal on the patio Friday afternoon. It's more about seeing how to set it up for the guests than practicing. Berta and Renee will host the rehearsal dinner at La Kiva that evening. We'll have some drinks and dancing, but we should stay focused instead of celebrating all night. The wedding will begin around 5 on December 21st, and the reception will be at La Kiva. Los Viejos and Rosa will handle the catering and want to surprise us with the menu. They promise it will be fantastic. I trust them, but if you're curious, you could always ask them for hints. I have a nice honeymoon planned, with the kids joining us, but it will start in January. We'll take a couple of days for just us before heading to Tennessee with your parents on Christmas Day. We'll stay there until the 30th, and then I'll fly home. A plane will come to get you on January 2nd, and we will take the kids skiing somewhere, maybe in Western Canada. Once everything is settled, we'll go back to our lives, get the kids back in school, and then enjoy our honeymoon, which a client is paying for. I'll have some meetings, and there will be some social events throughout the week, but I think you'll enjoy them as much as I do. How does that sound? Oh, I really like everything except you flying back here on the 30th. I understand what you are thinking, and I want to remind you that we have many trained people already here. You have never been a soldier, so you don't add anything to this. I expect you to either stay in Tennessee with your family or fly me to our secret honeymoon location a day or two after Christmas. I'll say this, if you come back here, I'm going with you. I can't bear the thought of our kids being without a parent if something happens to you. Do you want that on your mind? Mr. Secretary, we need to talk. When and where can we meet? Or would you prefer a secure video call? You wouldn't ask if it weren't important, Rob. So let me check my schedule. Okay, how about the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m.? Fly north toward Denver. You will get a coded text with your destination along the way. We can work this out, and you'll be home for dinner. Can't have your fiancé upset with me. We might not get an invitation to your wedding. In the meantime, Ashley and I managed business matters. With a bit of help, the deals in Hungary and Romania were almost finished. The bonuses from these deals would be significant, likely a lasting source of income for me and probably for my future family. Caitlin and a local seamstress claimed to have designed the perfect wedding dress, and I was kept in the dark about it. I imagined it must be beautiful and elegant, considering her workout routine with Felix and her healthy eating. She was already in great shape, and I told her that if she lost more weight, it could affect the wedding. She playfully teased me when we were together, and I found it hard to resist her charm. I shared my worries with Felix, who just laughed. "Boss, if you don't start exercising, you might have a hard time during the honeymoon. She's strong and fit, and you haven't been working out." Reluctantly, I put on workout clothes, and he quickly showed me how out of shape I really was in just 20 minutes. After an hour of exercising, he took pity on me and gave me a guide for stretching, eating well, and running, insisting I go to the gym every day at 6 until I could keep up with Caitlin. He made me start at 5 the next morning so I could leave by 6. I managed to shower, get dressed, and catch my plane just in time for takeoff. I asked Addie to let me know when she received the coded message, took some pain relief medicine, and rested on the couch in the back. My pilot didn't get the message. I did. My phone started playing George Strait's Amarillo by Morning. I told Addie, who replied, 10 more minutes, so no more sleeping. The control tower sent us to a big hangar with a corporate logo, where we found a small plane and some fit men waiting. Our plane landed, and we had to get off. A tall, strong man in a dark suit guided me to another plane while Addie waited outside, watching a group of fit men nearby. I thought about whether she could bring me back if anything went wrong. Secretary Yonkers was friendly but rushed. We greeted each other with handshakes and quickly got to the point. Given the size and makeup of the so-called Freedom Force, and that many are based in at least one foreign country, why is the United States relying on this group when we have our own military? The Secretary replied, "You might not know much about the Rough Riders and Rangers or the Texas Air National Guard's early role. Believe me, Rob, I'd feel ready to take on any challenge with the skilled teams we have at Crescent Moon and those stationed northwest of Big Spring, and I trust the pilots of the Texas Air National Guard completely. The group that will be in place by next week will be the most carefully selected and trained military team outside of American Special Forces. All of them are former members of our military or allied forces, many of whom have served with honor in special operations. Even with the equipment we have left, their resources are better than any fighting group in the world, except for the U.S. military. I have full confidence they can manage whatever challenges come our way. If I didn't, we'd be looking at different plans. This operation is scheduled for the end of the holidays for a reason. Our regular forces are at their lowest due to many being on leave. This insurrection has been in the works for years, and those behind it have gathered a mix of frustrated groups from different political backgrounds. They aim to take control of 4 states, create disorder in 4 more, and believe this will spark a popular uprising to replace the federal government with a more efficient system. Of course, if they succeed, they will likely fight among themselves over who should lead that new government, which is why they appear united. They can never truly agree on a solution. They don't have a plan for governing, but somehow expect that by bringing down the government, their beliefs will win out. They've taken so long to organize this that we've had time to place informants in every rebellious group we know about, including those in Mexico. All attempts to talk with them and resolve complaints peacefully have been met with disdain. They believe they are ready to take over the chosen areas, while we think we are set to stop them, using local citizens instead of regular military forces. We chose this approach because they strongly support the right to bear arms and see themselves as a well-trained group of citizen defenders. They will argue that they represent the true majority of Americans, fighting for freedom and fairness. If the military confronts them, they might gain sympathy from many. On another note, if a properly organized group of citizens steps in to deal with what others might see as troublemakers, it could be well received by many who enjoy conspiracy theories. Yes, we want to avoid conflict, but we really can't. These are strong believers and hired hands. The time is right. We have the right resources ready. If they decide to make a move, I am sure we will succeed with few injuries on our side. As for you and your family, come and stay with us after your Christmas visit, or you can head back to the mountain lodge and stay safe there. I think any other place may be less secure than the command center at Camp David, where we will be stationed. We have plenty of space. Just inform me of who will be joining you. You know someone hired people to put us in danger, right? I asked, surprised it hadn't been mentioned before. I know, but we are keeping watch on them all the time, and Claude will be informed as soon as they show any movement. They may pose a risk to ordinary people and officials, but you are surrounded by a strong group dedicated to your safety. They won't stand a chance. Right now, Claude is being updated by Colonel Adams and his new assistant, Air Force Major Mark Rogers. The Major has a lot of combat experience and recently led a squadron known as the Hellhounds. They are skilled in operating what the Air Force calls remotely piloted aircraft. We have plenty of those, along with an expert team and a command center that's impressive. Do you see what I mean? Additionally, Colonel Adams's previous assistant lasted just 2 minutes in questioning before revealing everything he knew, including the names and roles of high-ranking individuals involved in serious misconduct across 6 states. The president was not happy to learn that 2 members of his close team are untrustworthy. On December 31st, they will see just how determined he can be when we feed them false information right up to the critical moment. But now, you need to return home and prepare for your wedding, and I need to travel to Salt Lake City. I'll meet you at La Kiva on the 21st. Before you leave, Mr. Secretary, I need your assurance that Dan and Dave are not involved in anything wrong. We have records of their communications with certain groups, and their roles are important to the challenges we face. I understand it looks bad, Rob, but they are actually working for both sides. Those groups think they are on their team, but they are giving us useful information. And you're watching their communications, Tom? Not directly, but I know their messages are recorded and looked at. Would you like to listen to some of our recordings? I'm not completely sure they aren't playing both sides. All right, have Esteban encode and send them. I will look over each one to see if they fit into our plan. Now, I really have to go. Feeling a bit reassured, but still unsure, I went back to Fort Davis. After landing at Crescent Moon Ranch, I headed to the colonel's office, only to find out he was in the command center. A vehicle was brought around to take me to the center, which was built into the rock ledge east of the new hangar. The colonel came to the door to greet me and walked me in, then asked me to follow him to the conference room. As I walked, I looked around in amazement. How had they built something this big with such advanced equipment without anyone talking about it in the area? Questions flooded my mind. How did I not know about this place? Where was all the dirt, and how were they powering all this? The larger questions also buzzed in my head. Where did all this come from? Who were all these people, and how had this turned into Joint Base Crescent Moon? What I actually asked him after we exchanged greetings was different. Colonel, I spoke with General Yonkers this morning. Our talk cleared up some things and raised others. When can I talk with you and Major Rogers? I'll need about 30 to 40 minutes. He used a walkie-talkie to call Mark, who invited us to join him in the drone center. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't think I would see many pilots at consoles directing drones, which they called RPAs, carrying out reconnaissance or combat tasks. Each console had a comfy chair, airplane-like controls, and 3 small screens displaying data. Above these were 2 larger monitors. The top monitor showed a clear view of the operations, while the one below focused closely on the targets. In the training exercise, some targets were people, others were vehicles, and some were large items like artillery or tanks, and even missile sites. There were a lot of people scattered around the 2 ranches and the flat areas between Marfa and Alpine. From what I could see, there wasn't a clear main office on the ground, but everyone wore headsets, so I figured there was some way for them to talk and work together. To be honest, it was a lot to take in. I could understand a group of fighter jets, but a bunch of drones controlled by skilled pilots? That was hard for me to grasp. Major Rogers let me watch for a few moments before inviting us into his office, which had glass walls so he could see the pilots working. A big screen was mounted in a corner and showed a view from above of the activities happening on the 6,400 ranch. As soon as we entered the office, he shook my hand firmly. Mr. McGregor, it's great to meet you. My former boss, General Yonkers, has spoken very highly of you. I trust his judgment completely. Also, Colonel Adams has told me about your ownership of these facilities and your role in the communities that are part of the Brotherhood and the Rough Riders. I know you have questions for me, and I can answer them freely, so feel free to ask. I'm not an expert on the military, but I know colonels lead groups and majors help them. I didn't really understand how this worked for the Rough Riders, with an Army colonel and an Air Force major, but Adams seemed to regard Rogers as his equal. As we talked, I learned that Rogers was in charge of air operations, Adams oversaw ground operations, and each had others to help with their decisions. Planning took place among a small group that included Tom Yonkers and these 2 men, but they would be the ones making decisions in the upcoming activities. As soon as I left that room, I promised myself I would have Esteban dig deep into the backgrounds of these 2, even though Adams had already been checked out. With the resources they had, they were some of the most powerful people in Texas, maybe even in the entire country, aside from the commander-in-chief or chief of staff. They seemed open, honest, and straightforward, but I didn't know them well enough to fully trust them yet. Tom trusted them, and I trusted Tom, but something about how they presented themselves today made me uneasy. I wanted to talk to him, but it felt more like I was getting a sales pitch. Thank you, gentlemen. You have certainly given me a lot to think about. I have an engagement party the day after tomorrow, and the community is invited. I would love for you to come. If there's someone you want to invite, we can arrange to have them picked up tomorrow or Friday morning to come here. They nodded and smiled at me. Adam said they would be happy to come, but didn't have anyone to bring and asked about the time. Would between noon and midnight work? We're having a catered buffet with soft drinks at the biggest pavilion in Davis Mountain State Park, along with a band playing Tejano and country music. That's for everyone in the community and will end at 6. Then we'll move the party to my house and keep going until we get tired or it hits midnight. No alcohol is allowed in the park, which is why we're starting there. We're getting close to an important day, so we need to keep everyone clear-headed. Of course, this could change if anything happens with the groups out there. Just when you think you have everything planned, something unexpected happens. Rob, Claude, and Eva have some news for you, my fiancé said with a smile when I got home. Eva looked excited but a bit nervous. Claude seemed a little shy. Eva started, "We wanted to wait until after your wedding to share this, but your lovely bride encouraged me to tell you now so we can talk about it. Rob, Claude asked me to marry him while we were in Dallas, and I said yes." "That's amazing," I said, picking her up in excitement and giving her a joyful spin. When I set her down, I turned to Claude and shook his hand warmly. "I can't believe you kept that a secret. What wonderful news." Now they both looked a bit shy. Claude said, "We didn't want to take attention away from your engagement and wedding plans. But when Caitlin found out, she suggested, well, I'll let her explain." With a bright smile, Caitlin said, "They want to get married at the same time as us. We're planning a double wedding. Isn't that great?" I wasn't sure how I reacted because my mind started replaying all the plans for the rehearsal dinner, the wedding reception, and even the honeymoon. After a moment, Claude, looking a bit down, said, "That's all right, we don't want to impose. We'll plan for another time so you guys—" "No," I said a little too loud. "Sorry, I'm a planner and this news made me rethink everything." Then I gave them my biggest smile. "You know what? This will only bring more joy. Our kids can be the ring bearers and flower girls, and you two will walk down the aisle one at a time, just a minute apart." I never got to finish because I was quickly surrounded by excited women and received a big hug from Claude. Not needing to help with the rest of the planning, Claude and I went out to the patio for a drink. News about our change in plans and where we would be quickly spread. Soon, some older men, Clay, and 6 security staff who weren't working that day, including Felix, Armando, and JJ, joined us to celebrate. The gathering was so lively that the women decided to stay inside after listening quietly for a moment. It seemed they wanted to let us have our fun without interruption. We realized we were running low on drinks, so Claude and I went to fetch a small keg of our favorite beer from the cooler. We ended up finishing it before midnight. The next morning was tough. I had a bad headache and my stomach felt off. The saying, "whiskey on beer, have no fear," didn't apply when I combined vodka shots with several cups of beer. I didn't get up until 9, making me the first of the men awake. Caitlin and Eva seemed to be in great spirits and showed no signs of sympathy. They talked even louder than usual and kept bringing up foods that made my stomach turn. Eventually, I had to step away to feel better. Once again, I promised myself never to drink too much again, hoping this time it would stick. I had made this promise many times before, but it felt good to think it would work. I don't drink often and never when I'm not feeling great, but during celebrations I sometimes indulge. I think the women helped motivate her, but Ash called with exciting news about oil and gas deals in Europe and wanted to talk about every detail. While I thought my fiancé and Ashley were trying to keep me alert after the night before, discussing business helped clear my mind. I drank a lot of water during our chat and decided some exercise would help me feel even better. I told security I was heading out and ran down the mountain in my comfy gray sweats. I jogged to the gate and back to the house, then drank more water. My head felt clear, my sweats were soaked, and I was feeling hungry. After showering and changing, I put my wet clothes in the washer and joined everyone at the dining table. At first, the group teased me, but once I shared how good I felt, they started making fun of the men who were clearly still struggling from the night before. I enjoyed my meal quietly, listening to the chatter, and then excused myself to make a few calls. JJ also stepped away, gathering his Ghostbusters gear he had been using to check for hidden cameras. Even though he hadn't found anything yet, he was still convinced something was there and continued to search each room carefully. I left him and went into my office to make some calls. Even with a hangover, there are times when things become clear, and last night we shared a few of those moments as a group. My first call was to Esteban, who was with his team at the Crescent Moon. He told me they hadn't found anything unusual about the Colonel and Major, which was a relief. I then shared our plan with him, and he agreed to send someone to help. Next, I spoke with Major Rogers. He listened closely, asked a couple of questions, and promised to talk to Colonel Adams right away before calling me back. After that, I called Paul Paveto. He liked the idea and agreed to work with the West Texas Rangers. Finally, I called Raimundo to invite him to the upcoming wedding celebrations. After he happily accepted, I asked if he could carry out a similar plan on his side, and he assured me that he could. By then I felt tired, which was normal after a hangover, some exercise, and a meal. I decided to sneak upstairs for a nap. It lasted about an hour until Bunny found me and woke me up. We shared a quiet moment before settling down for a short nap together, helping me rest for the rest of the day. That piece ended when the kids came home from school. The idea we had while enjoying a carefree moment was simple. Use our resources to look beyond the crescent moon and mountain lair. This meant using drones, planes, helicopters, and sometimes people on foot, horseback, or ATVs to look for hidden dangers or anything linked to enemies, along with electronic searches in the area. Nobody seems to know where they are, but we think they might be in Mexico or New Mexico, though there's a chance we could be wrong. What if there are local groups hiding in the canyons and caves of the Davis, Glass, Chalk, Christmas, Rosillo, or Chisos mountain ranges, or other places nearby? Tom mentioned that satellites are monitoring movement, but we can't see that information right away. Our project might help uncover details that satellites miss, giving us important updates. If our low-flying aircraft happen to cross the river, that's just a natural boundary, and the mountains on the other side are part of the same system. These barriers wouldn't stop enemies from launching attacks. Raimundo's findings showed that foreign groups are already nearby. There might be even more threats that are closer to us. The ISR will check records and current communications among known people while the aircraft map the land. We know there are people of concern in Fort Davis, Alpine, Marfa, Van Horn, and probably other towns in the Trans-Pecos area. But how well do they work together? How do they communicate? When and where do they meet? And how big of a risk do they really pose? As Sun Tzu said, understanding your enemy is the key to success. Without this knowledge, you cannot win. I insisted that the Major and Colonel keep our project small and limited to only those who really needed to know. This meant using only the necessary number of people and not telling the larger command. Honestly, I wasn't sure they had fully sorted out all the issues in their command. They might notice what we were doing soon, but hopefully by then, we'd have the information we needed. We organized quickly, and our first missions took off that night. The Colonel was there for support. The pilots included Major Jackie, Paul, and Pablo, a friend Paul had recruited from his time in Afghanistan. They were joined by 4 other pilots who had flown with Major Rogers. The sheriff was present to oversee and guide us. He knew the area well and had a high position in the Rough Riders. His involvement would lend instant credibility to anything we found. Aside from the cars and groups gathered at the Marfa Lights viewing area on US 90 and a big gathering northwest of Alpine at a ranch owned by a professor, we didn't see much that raised alarms. However, at a usually empty ranch east of Fort Davis, we found 13 trucks and SUVs parked, with 21 people, including 2 women, around a fire pit outside an old ranch house. One of the trucks looked familiar, with flags prominently displayed. The sheriff informed the team, and the pilot turned on directional audio. They carefully listened in on a meeting of the Jeff Davis Freedom Force. The information we gathered was eye-opening and showed how valuable our secret work was. Once the drones returned safely to base, Major Rogers and his 3 pilots chose 8 more trusted pilots for the next phase. Plans were set for the evening. Meanwhile, we continued mapping other areas, including parts of Pecos County to the east, Crane and Ward to the northeast, Reeves and Culberson to the north, Presidio to the southwest, and Brewster, the largest county in the state, to the south and southeast. Due to the nature of our work, we had to conduct our tasks at higher altitudes since we needed to cover an area larger than 30,000 square miles, not including parts of Mexico near Chihuahua and Coahuila. I spent the night peacefully, feeling good in my bed after an hour of exercise that made me realize how much I needed the training Felix was putting me through. My quiet time was interrupted by an urgent message from Crescent Moon, which I received while enjoying my first cup of coffee. Dr. Eva had brought in Anna, a nurse practitioner, to help her at the clinic 2 days a week. Just before the wedding, she would be taking care of things while Eva was away on her honeymoon. This was one of Anna's days off, so Addie was flying her, Caitlin, and Ashley, along with JJ and Felix for safety, to gather supplies for the weddings in Austin. The preparations were moving forward, although the simple plan I had in mind was changed by the women, who seemed unable to stick with the original idea. Claude and I tried to say that not every new idea needed to be considered, and that these improvements could lead to more complications. But our concerns were brushed off as a lack of imagination. Still, the date was getting closer, and they continued to add to the to-do list. Most of my tasks were nearly done, except for paying some bills. It was the same for Claude, so we turned our attention back to getting ready for the upcoming events, mainly focused on gathering information. "Major, have you seen any gatherings in our area, big or small?" Claude asked. "We have not yet, but we just started. With the celebrations planned for next week, we are making sure to cover that area well. We've noticed some activity around 2 larger abandoned mines near Shafter and one just north of Terlingua. It looks commercial, so we're looking into that, but if the mines are being used for storage, they are a priority for monitoring. As for unusual gatherings, we haven't spotted anything like last night's meeting, but it's possible they meet at night, and we have only done 1 night of watching. Having the sheriff involved is very helpful because he knows the local events well. He mentioned that what happened last night was likely a waste of time and resources, and told us about what turned out to be a meeting with some questionable people. He and the county judge will take turns helping us at night. We hope this will help us work faster." "Major, what's your view on the recent activities?" I asked. "Do you think we are well prepared for anything that might happen?" He laughed. "Whenever you think you've covered everything, be ready for unexpected things. That said, I do believe we are as ready as we can be. I believe Colonel Adams is great at handling unexpected situations. We've worked together on 2 important missions in Iraq and Afghanistan, so I've seen how capable he is during tough times. In Iraq, he was given a plan that was based on wrong information, which put many of our soldiers at risk. He managed to work around the issues and completed the mission without losing any Allied lives. He did this without getting the people who made the wrong plan upset. Another time, in the eastern mountains of Afghanistan near the Pakistan border, he showed how well he can use his resources to get the job done, no matter what the maps say. Even more impressively, he did this without angering those in the State Department, who care a lot about borders that aren't visible from above. There are many more stories I could share, but this shows that I trust his leadership and that we're as ready as we can be with him in charge. Now about the readiness of our troops and equipment. I've never seen a battalion this well prepared. We have highly trained troops with great gear, along with some not-so-great items from other countries. If we encounter a serious challenge, it could be a well-organized attack, or we could face serious consequences. But without that happening, I believe that whoever comes at us, whatever they throw our way, we will succeed. I'm sure of it." "Well, all right," Claude said excitedly. I nodded, feeling happy and more hopeful than I had in a long time. The idea of fighting among Americans still worries me. However, having to join with former enemies in conflict can lead to hard situations. We left the compound feeling energized. We couldn't see anything stopping us from our upcoming weddings, just 1 week away. We drove back to the lair, chatting about the roles of the men during the celebrations and sharing our honeymoon plans. By chance, we turned left onto the 6400 instead of right toward home, and found ourselves on a high mesa that tested the 4-wheel drive truck Claude was driving. The mesa overlooks a long valley that runs through the ranch, which is currently used as a training site by the Texas Air National Guard. The site is not for live munitions, but pilots practice with dummy bombs to learn how to hit targets. The contract requires that all training materials and debris be cleaned up quickly, so the grasslands in the valley look almost perfect as we look down on them. We use this time and place to look more closely at the situation we are in and our efforts to keep living normal lives despite the worries around us. During our talk, I noticed that Claude's feelings about facing danger have changed a lot since he started a family, and I've felt similar changes. He has real concerns about safety in our country, but is not as worried about threats from outside. I thought for a moment and tried to share my thoughts. If only we could see things clearly, Claude. But we can't, and I've come to realize that those who join forces with harmful groups are not deserving of kindness. As you know, the ISR confirmed that the area in Mexico that Raimundo is watching has members of the Wagner Group, and it seems North Korean planes may be planning to attack here and in Austin. What about people being hired to target our families? I'll admit I've been unsure, but in the last few days I've taken a strong stand. I may be at risk, but we can also stop any ideas of invasion hidden as rebellion. The idea of being connected to Putin's private army and Kim Jong-un's Air Force should worry anyone in America, no matter how disconnected they feel. Yet there is no sign of that worry, so I am determined. Claude smiled and gave me a supportive pat on the shoulder. Has my balanced, practical boss become a strict leader? He joked. Not to me. What we're doing is sensible, not political. This mix of extremists and those who support harmful ideas want to disrupt our local, state, and national governments with forms of control. In my opinion, stopping that is sensible, not political. Do you agree? I do, and I'm adopting your motto. We will stand firm. They may cause this chaos, but we will find a way to fix it. Neither of us thought we had phone service up here, but we both got messages saying the women were staying overnight in Austin to finish their shopping, and we needed to take care of the children. This made us get into the truck and head down from the mesa just in time to meet the green team coming in through the other gate. I called Porter's Pit Stop to order pizza, wings, and salad for dinner, which we planned to pick up at 5:30. We followed the kids and their security team into the house. We played some basketball with them and helped with their homework, making sure it got done. Then, we set the table for the feast that Armando and Alex had brought from Porter's. I ordered way too much pizza and a lot of wings, enough for everyone there to enjoy some. We ended the meal with bowls of ice cream, but only after getting the kids to promise not to tell their moms what we treated them to. After watching an action movie, we sent the kids to get cleaned up and ready for bed. When their moms called, the kids told little fibs about dinner and the movie. They went to bed feeling happy about the rules we had bent while their moms were away, enjoying the fun of having cool dads for the night. We knew that this fun wouldn't last forever, and their moms would probably find out eventually. But for now, Claude and I enjoyed being the fun parents. The next morning, we got the kids up and ready. We fed them a healthy breakfast and made sure they got to school on time, so we were not all about being relaxed parents. They had a great time, and so did we. What could be wrong with that? I still planned to have them tell the truth once their mom returned. We didn't want them to make lying a habit, especially since they were getting older. When I spoke to Caitlin this morning, she sounded a bit different. Hi, honey. Did you and the girls enjoy yourselves last night? There was a short pause before she replied in a slightly forced tone. Of course. We stayed at the hotel all night. We even ate in the restaurant. We didn't go out. I was familiar with the hotel. Well, that's not so bad. The restaurant there is really good. I think it has a Zagat score of 25. How was the rooftop lounge? Did they have a nice band? I could hear her sigh, then she seemed to accept it. The restaurant was great. We tried various dishes and shared. Yes, we visited the lounge for a few drinks, and yes, there was a good band. It was all female, about our age, and they played music from our high school and college years. Keisha, Lady Antebellum, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, you know? Sounds like they played great dance music. Did you get asked to dance more than Ashley, Eva, and Addie? I don't know, she said, sounding a bit annoyed. We weren't really counting. There was a seminar on working with the state government at the hotel, so there were quite a few men. We were asked to dance a bit, but it was all very innocent. I don't think there was anything you'd disapprove of. So this was your bachelorette party? Any surprises? No, Rob, no surprises. Her annoyance was showing. Why are you asking me all this? Did Felix or JJ say something? No, I just felt like something wasn't quite right when you answered. When are you going to tell me what really happened, especially about anything I might not like? He took a bigger breath. Honestly, I don't remember anything that should worry you, but we can discuss it more when we get back tonight. I need to get ready now. We're finishing our shopping at Barton Creek Mall and then going to the airport. We should be back in time for dinner with everyone. You'll love some of the things I got. I'll show you tonight. Love you lots. See you soon. I thought about this before calling Felix. So, did the ladies have fun last night? How much fun? He started laughing. Oh, they had a blast, especially after the drinks the businessmen bought them. I have some pictures I'll show you later. Gotta go now. They're on their way to the mall. His words made me uneasy, but he sounded light and joking, not the way he would speak if he had bad news about my fiancé. Well, I guess I should keep busy. I have a lot to do before dinner. Without Felix around, I worked out at my own pace. I followed the routine he and my physical therapist suggested for my recovery. I felt the effort and energy, but without the discomfort that Felix seemed to like. Maybe Caitlin's evening workouts were helping me. When that was finished, I looked for two men I knew had a lot of experience in strategic planning. Knowing that Clay had relied on their help for our trip to Mexico made me feel confident they could answer my questions about the changes made to the defensive systems at the mountain and desert sites. Both were former pilots who had become members of the USAF Special Reconnaissance Units, and they usually went by their call signs. Ox was a tall, strong man, while Cuchillo was smaller and known to be very skilled. Clay called them respected planners who understood modern warfare well, which was enough for me. In person, they were a bit intimidating, and I admitted right away that I didn't know much about battlefield tactics or the technical parts of aircraft, missile systems, and defense moves. They smiled kindly and assured me I would learn enough to contribute by the end of the day, but they also asked me not to share my limited knowledge during planning. After 6 hours, my mind was full of information. They had used maps and views from various ranches to teach me about where to place defensive and offensive measures over a large area of operation. I didn't need to worry about my earlier promise. I started to understand the reasons behind these placements, though I still had a lot to learn before I could join in on the strategy. After asking me many questions, they seemed pleased, like I was a good student. One thing I realized was that if the group threatening us decided to take action against me or my belongings, they better come ready, and the safest place south of Camp David could be the mountain lair. With this in mind, I asked Ox and Cuchillo how safe my family would be if they stayed with Caitlin's parents in Tennessee compared to the mountain lair. They smiled and helped me see the best choice. "What about the weddings at the desert lair?" I asked carefully, worried about the answer. "The Silverleaf Ranch is the safest place, but they would have to cause a lot of trouble to harm you and your guests," Cuchillo said. "Have your wedding, enjoy the celebration, and sleep peacefully. You'll be safer there than you were in San Antonio or where your friends are in Austin." Later, I wondered, how did they know about Austin or San Antonio? "Hey, Raimundo, how are you?" "I'm very well, and you?" "Yeah, I'm good too, but I have a few questions for my friend. Do you have time to talk?" He did, so I asked, "What's the situation with the group causing problems? My government contacts say they are watching them, but no one is telling me anything." "Unfortunately, it looks like they are finishing their training and may be moving out soon. They are using new equipment I have never seen them use before, including heavy weapons. They have machine guns and a special type of gun mounted on vehicles. They can't bring those as they are, so they must have some hidden on your side of the river. I'm worried enough that I suggested a plan against them, but my contacts in your government want more proof before they act. That is frustrating. The only way to get proof is to let them attack you and your family. I need the name of your contact, but first, do you know where they might be going?" "No, but they are well organized. They have two groups, one larger than the other. They are training separately, and their training is different. I think they aim to send the two groups to hit different areas." "And what does your American contact think about that?" "He just shrugs and says we need more information, but won't let me send people to gather more." "Yeah, send me his name and what you know about him. It looks like Esteban needs to do some more digging." One more work question and then the big one. What's happening with the group of outsiders in the valley west of Presidio? We don't have a government official there, so we have people monitoring them. About 3 in 10 of the group are from Eastern Europe, mainly from Belarus and Chechnya, or are Russians. 2 of 10 are Arabs, 2 are Asians, believed to be from North Korea, and the rest belong to Central American gangs from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, or Nicaragua. As you said, it's a diverse group. They don't train together, they stick to their own, and each group has its leaders. We plan to stop them from crossing the river, but it would be interesting to see what would happen if they had to join forces. We haven't seen any new equipment come in, but they have enough helicopters to move themselves and their supplies deep into Texas if they get past our defenses. I thanked him for the updates and asked, "Now, for the big question, my friend. Will you come to my wedding and will you stand with me during the ceremony? My wife and kids are excited to join me at your wedding. They were so eager that they had to shop in San Antonio for the right clothes, and I must say, My budget is feeling it." He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts, and with a slight quiver in his voice said, "I am truly honored to be asked to stand beside you. Our friendship goes beyond borders, my brother, and being asked to stand with you strengthens our bond. Thank you, Hermano. My wedding wouldn't feel complete without you and your family, and I look forward to meeting your wonderful wife and kids." After we said our goodbyes and promised to keep each other updated, I felt relieved. Raimundo would not come with his family if he thought it would be unsafe. I sent JJ the details about Thomas Robles, the American who was supposed to work with Raimundo and his team, and requested a full report by tomorrow. I reflected on what I had learned. The most concerning detail was that the groups had split into teams, one larger and one smaller, both well-equipped. The larger group seemed likely to target either the wedding or the mountain lair, but we have strong defenses at both places. As much as I didn't want to think about it, it seemed possible that the smaller team had been assigned to approach Joe and Brooke's home in Tennessee. If that were true, it meant they were aware of my plan to spend Christmas there and leave my family until after January 1st. How they would know, considering only my close circle was informed, was puzzling, but it seemed like a real possibility. Despite any official oversight, I decided to tell Raimundo to send his people to gather information, even if Tomas Robles managed to pass the scrutiny he was about to face. I had been seriously reconsidering leaving my family in Tennessee, despite assurances that the mountain lair was the safer option. The thought that our adversaries might know my carefully kept plans was very troubling. If this is true, we need to look into it right away and find out where it's coming from. I called Esteban, and he confirmed that he was at Crescent Moon with most of the ISR team. He said we could meet as soon as I got there. "Esteban, let's meet in one of the secure spots. It should just be you and me. You can bring someone you trust completely after we talk." We met in a secure room beneath the big warehouse. The white noise machine was loud, but I was worried about the situation. I shared part of my conversation with Raimundo. It focused on the two groups involved, and I laid out the issue I wanted to tackle. "We'll give Raimundo some time to learn more about their plans, but I think we should prepare for one group to show up in Tennessee. The big question is how they know what I'm planning. This has happened several times, and I've realized that we might have someone leaking information or we're being watched. There are many ways your plans could get out, but Tino and I will do a thorough search of your home and the grounds. The rest of the team will check this place again. We'll treat it like the monitoring is happening on and off, and we'll run our security measures for 24 hours. But boss, what if we don't find anything? I know, and you have checked everyone carefully. I'm hoping it's something we missed." Our timing was great. The elevator reached the top just as the plane landed. Esteban called two of his best team members to a meeting, and I took the Suburban to pick up the travelers. I got warm hugs from all four ladies, but only 3 decided to ride with me to the house. Addie was taking the plane for maintenance. Felix and JJ sat in the 3rd row of the car. Caitlin sat in the front seat, with Eva and Ashley behind her. I adjusted the mirror, caught Felix's smile, and said, "Hey, I hear you all have some photos and video I need to see." "Actually, you, Claude, and Clay should watch the video together," Felix replied seriously. "We'll play it on the TV in your office since the kids will be home soon." I looked in the rearview mirror at Felix, and I noticed Eva behind Caitlin. She went red, and then her expression turned serious. Eva also turned red. Felix chuckled and shook his head. Ashley laughed. After being apart for 2 whole days, the moms were eager to play with their kids. However, once the men gathered in my office after dinner, the children were sent to wash up and get ready for bed. They were told their parents would be coming up soon to say goodnight. Ava pulled a chair next to Claude, but Caitlin just plopped down on my lap. "I'm just as curious as you about this video, sweetheart. We ate at the restaurant on the 32nd floor and then danced a little together. We were enjoying our drinks and chatting when a group of nicely dressed men, about 8 or 9 of them, pulled some tables together near us and started talking to us. We mostly communicated across the table. We danced with them during some lively songs, and it all felt friendly. They were ordering drinks faster than we could finish ours, so we each ended up with a couple of untouched beverages. An older man had been sitting quietly, sipping his favorite tequila, when one of the younger men encouraged him to try some shots. Gabriel just laughed. He shook his head and said, "This is special tequila. It costs over $400 a bottle. You sip it, my friend. You don't drink it quickly like the cheap stuff." Eva chimed in, "A great song played, and 4 of the men invited us to dance." The others at the table were having a loud disagreement, but we were out on the dance floor enjoying ourselves. When we returned, our drinks were gone, and we each had 3 shot glasses of tequila, along with lime slices and little salt shakers. The young guy, whose name I think was Tad, mentioned they had decided to have a tequila tasting. There was a cheap brand, a more expensive one, and some of Gabriel's high-end tequila. No one knew which was which, but we would take shots starting from the left and discuss the tequila after each one. Yes, we probably should have said no and gone back to our rooms, but we were having a good time, and trying different tequilas sounded fun. Plus, we knew Felix and JJ were around to look out for us, so we decided to join in. Caitlin spoke up again. The problem was we had already enjoyed a few mixed drinks, and these shots weren't the small ones people usually use, they were twice as large. After the 3rd round, we all agreed the last one was the best, and Tad had to buy us another round of the pricey tequila. After that, my memory gets a bit unclear. Then she cheerfully wiggled on my lap and said, "And that's why we want to see the video too. None of us remembers anything wrong, but Felix has been teasing us, and he won't show us the video, so someone turn it on and let's watch." The video turned out to be quite cute and as innocent as they claimed. It was amusing to watch them be so lively and excited, showing that they were all charming and could dance well. However, after 4 shots, the dancing became a bit uncoordinated, and for the first time, they decided to slow dance when the music changed. Caitlin's partner seemed quite young and was holding her closely, perhaps because she looked like she might wobble. When she tried to shift away, it caused a burst of giggles, and she playfully pushed him back. This led to a funny little tussle, showing just how much fun everyone was having. If he hadn't been so tipsy, he might have noticed what was happening. But he was distracted, so he didn't notice until it was too late. Suddenly, she became unwell, causing quite a commotion. He let her go and stepped back, a shocked look on his face. The smell overwhelmed him, and he moved away, feeling uneasy about what was happening. The bar's security guard was almost beside them when the trouble started. The unexpected scene caught his attention. He quickly covered his mouth and stepped back. The camera moved closer as Felix and JJ rushed to help Caitlin. We watched the events unfold and saw the worried looks on her face and her friends. "Oh my goodness," she said, holding her stomach with one hand and covering her mouth with the other. She looked surprised before turning to Eva and Ashlyn. "Why didn't you tell me what happened? No wonder the hotel brought my new dress in plastic this morning and said it was a gift. I was so dazed that I didn't even think to ask about it." Ashlyn was laughing, but Eva added, "Look at me in the video. I'm dancing by the windows while this happens. When I got back, they were cleaning the floor, and you and JJ had disappeared. Everyone was laughing at your dance partner when he came out of the restroom. Hey, Felix, can you rewind to that moment and save it? I want to keep that for our wedding video." That got me a playful nudge, and Felix was warned. I was about to complicate things more when Claude tilted his head, looked confused, and asked, "Ava, I have a couple of questions. Why are you two on the other side of the dance floor, and weren't his hands a bit too close?" Claude's fiancée turned a bit red, showing her embarrassment. She looked uncertain and mostly confused by the questions. I really don't remember. I know it sounds strange, but I can't recall much after that last drink. I felt, what's the saying about tequila? Brave and carefree, and I agreed to dance, but after that, everything is hazy. Seeing the concerned looks from her friends, Ashley finally stopped laughing. The tequila got to me too, but since Felix and JJ aren't here to help, I will... Yes, all 3 of us were silly for taking shots after having 3 margaritas each, but nothing happened that would cause any trouble. On a brighter note, Eva should buy JJ a really nice Christmas gift for helping her down the elevator and back to the room, making sure she was okay. And you owe Felix a new suit for helping you get ready and cleaning up afterward, I added with a smile. Then I helped her get back out and dry off, and I almost had to carry her to bed. Caitlin closed her eyes tight, trying to picture what Ashlyn described, so she didn't notice the sparkle in Ash's eyes as she continued. Once she was in bed, I grabbed a trash can for her, cleaned her shoes in the sink, and sent her dress for laundry. I needed to clean my own dress too, so I did the same with it. I sat in a chair and watched her for a bit, but it was chilly. and I worried that if I left, she might feel worse, so I chose to stay. She had been telling the story to her laughing friends, but suddenly she turned to Caitlin. I'm really glad I did. She snuggled close to me, and Rob, she's exactly who you said she is. Ashley winked at me when she finished, laughing loudly. Caitlin still had her eyes shut. She shook her head and said, I don't remember any of that. I swear, Rob, I must have been completely out of it because I would remember that. Realizing what was happening, Claude jumped in. You didn't happen to record it, did you, Ash? I'm just missing a little extra fun to complete Caitlin's first movie. I could list you as a co-star if it's as good as I think. Caitlin's eyes flew open. Understanding dawned on her and her mood shifted. Wait, you're joking. You were sleeping on the other bed in your jeans when I woke up and went to the bathroom this morning. Her lips curled into a cute smile as she looked at Ashley and said, Besides, you look way too good to have had a rough night in my bed. Everyone broke into laughter and my friend snuggled deeper into my lap. Even when I had too much to drink, I was your good girl. My heart belongs to you and no one else. She gently tilted my chin and gave a soft kiss, then playfully said, Now carry me upstairs, you know how energetic I get after a long night. The rush to cancel the weddings had passed, and the two fiancés enjoyed reconnecting, waking up refreshed and ready to face the challenges as the date approached. The three women checked their lists and made last-minute choices. Claude, Clay, and I went over our lists with Felix, Armando, JJ, and Esteban. Too many people we cared about would be at the desert lair to take any risks with security. We had 5 days to get ready and finish 1,000 other tasks. JJ hadn't found any of the problems he thought were there, so he reached out to a mysterious expert known for handling eavesdropping and security issues. That this person was wanted in many Western countries and would be paid in cryptocurrency didn't stop JJ or Esteban. They often worked in that environment and were sure this person could help them find the source of the leak. I shrugged and said, Whatever it takes. I may not have unlimited funds, but I can't spend what I have if I'm not safe, so do what you have to do to find the leak. One worry stayed in my mind. This person wanted a live video tour of our place and our plans. If they were working for the other side, that information could cause problems, but if they were already watching us, we were in trouble. Clay agreed with JJ. We had an electronic leak. He said it wasn't from a person, but some kind of electronic spying. Our enemies knew details that had only been talked about among the people in the house. With Esteban watching the airspace around us all the time, and JJ checking the physical and electronic inventory of the house, Clay chose to search the security records, starting from before the kidnappings. If luck was on our side, we might catch a wrongdoer. If not, maybe the records would show who had access to the house during important times. Clay set up 2 separate dummy stations that were not connected to the internet to look at the backups and called in 2 experts who could help us find what we needed. After a few minutes of working together, he let them concentrate on the digital records. Armando, whom we trusted a lot, was one of the experts. Esteban decided that the ISR members present should take part in an electronic meeting with their consultant the next afternoon in one of the secure vaults at Crescent Moon. He and JJ were focused and hopeful, ready for the consultant to help them find a new lead. That evening, Eva and Caitlin approached Claude and Rob with a plan that fit perfectly with what they wanted to do. A quick visit to the wedding and reception venues. The women wanted to refresh their memories of the places to make sure everything was ready for the weddings, while the men aimed to check on security. The parents tucked their children in, said nighttime prayers with them, and then went to their own bedrooms. Caitlin let Rob shower while she arranged her things for the next day's trip, and then she took her turn. Rob was in bed when she came out of the bathroom, and she made her plans clear. The surprise on her face when I suggested we wait until after the wedding to be intimate was almost enough to make me change my mind. She argued that the honeymoon would still be special even if we shared moments before and after the ceremony, but I stuck to my decision. She sighed, changed into her comfortable pajamas, and lay on her side of the bed, staying near the edge. Rob chuckled to himself and said, "Good night, honey. God bless and keep you." They settled in and soon fell asleep. For the first time in a long time, there was little physical closeness. Neither of them really liked it that way, but Rob knew that if she were in his arms, he wouldn't be able to resist. He stayed firm in his resolve, despite his longing. After dropping the kids off at school, we drove to the desert lair in my Jeep. I had someone who looked after the place while I was gone, but it still looked sad and neglected. It was nice to see, though. Duke was excited, running around and sniffing everything. He checked his doghouse and explored the property before coming back to show how happy he was to be home. Inside, everything seemed okay, considering it hadn't been cared for much. Caitlin and Ava put their covered dishes in the refrigerator and began looking for dust and signs of disrepair. The rest of us checked every room and outbuilding, and the area we could call a yard given the dry landscaping. Once I confirmed that everything was secure, Duke found an old bone he had buried months ago and settled on the porch to chew on it happily. He was a good dog, especially because he preferred chewing on bones instead of breaking them into small pieces, which is better for his health. The security system showed that, other than the caretaker, no one had been around while I was away. I asked Claude to join me to check on the safety devices. We gathered our gear, loaded my toolbox onto one ATV, and drove down the road to the dry creek bed. All the safety devices along the creek and the western side of the mountain were working well. We finished checking the one farthest northwest when I felt a sudden surprise. After checking the equipment, I stood up and looked toward the western slope of Bald Knob, the tall granite mountain about half a mile to the north-northwest. I saw a lot of camouflage covering a significant missile defense station. There were 2 rows of missiles, one facing south, the other southwest. "What is that?" I asked, surprised. Claude laughed. "Yeah, we never told you where they put that one, did we? Remember when you allowed us to use your land? If you follow that dry stream bed that runs northwest around the base of Bald Knob, you will find another well-hidden defense setup between some big granite rocks. The one you're watching covers south and west. The one at the base covers northwest to north. If any threats get past Raymundo and head for Fort Davis, or if planes or missiles are fired toward a local site or toward Austin or San Antonio, they will have to deal with these missiles." "Well, I feel a lot safer now," I replied. "Can we assume there are some guards around here?" Claude smiled and shook his head. "Wow, you're not as sharp as you used to be. There are 2 close by right now. You really should spend more time out of the office." "I'm a bit embarrassed to admit it," I replied. "I guess I need to get outside more. I haven't seen or heard anyone." Claude took it lightly when we were alone. I promised myself to pay more attention next time. After all, you never know when you might have to deal with unexpected situations. With our plans in place and the place checked out, the eager women insisted we enjoy the casseroles they made before heading to La Kiva. Caitlin's King Ranch enchiladas were fantastic, and Eva's cobbler, made with cinnamon, sugar, and pecans, was a treat. I really wished for some vanilla ice cream to go with it, but the freezer was empty. Just another reminder of the groceries we needed to buy before returning with the kids for the rehearsal. La Kiva was already set up for the celebration, as much as a cave could be. Berta, Renee, their relatives, and a few friends had added some nice touches, including pictures from fun times and celebrations hanging up. One large black and white photo showed Eva and Claude dancing, gazing into each other's eyes. It was proudly displayed on the wall just inside the entrance. Above the bar, there was a colorful picture of Caitlin from the first night she came back. The photographer caught her dancing in red shorts and a white blouse. She looked stunning, with her golden hair framing her lovely face. I stood there staring until she noticed and came over to me. "What is it, dear?" "Look up over the bar. That might be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, aside from you, of course." "But that's me," she said, squeezing my arm. "Well, maybe. She looks a little different, maybe 10 pounds heavier and not as fit as you. But that night, she had a softness about her that took my breath away and captured the hearts of many with her story." "Come here," she said, pulling me closer. After a moment, she whispered, "I came to the Big Bend to win one heart. It took a long time and I worked hard. But that's what you do when you know there's only one person you'll ever love. I understand you have questions about me, but I promise, just as I will later, that I will always choose you above all others, because you are my love." La Kiva was already good enough for the brides, but Renee mentioned he had one more surprise to hang up before the rehearsal began. He wouldn't give us any hints, except to point at a big, empty space on the wall next to the table I often shared with those who had the name Humanos. I hoped my instincts were right. On the way back to Fort Davis, we talked and took notes. We wrapped up everything from shopping lists to where the podium would go on the patio for the wedding party and the best spots for the parents. We couldn't set up regular seating because there wasn't enough space for everyone, but we did want to make sure some people had special places. We spent the last few moments of our trip laughing at how detailed our plans were. They had an equal chance of making this wedding the most memorable one, for better or worse. Caitlin didn't say much, but she seemed to accept my reasoning for taking a week to hold back, as she wore a lovely gown and slept on her side after a sweet gesture from me. The 4 kids didn't go to school on Thursday and Friday, and we left for Study Butte at 7 after a nice breakfast. Our wedding day was the winter solstice, but the sun rose late enough for us to enjoy the beautiful view over the Glass Mountains to the east while we drove down TX 118 towards Alpine, and then to our destination northwest of Study Butte. There were 5 identical black Suburbans in our convoy. Claude was driving, I was in the front seat, and we felt comfortable. Clay, Ashley, and some security staff were in the other vehicles. Paul Paveto was flying a plane half a mile ahead, and even though we couldn't see them, we knew there were 1 or more drones nearby. We weren't without risks on the road, but otherwise. Then Paul's voice came through on the radio. It might not be anything, but Sam the Super Patriot's big black truck is parked facing the highway at the upcoming roadside park. There's another similar truck further down, backed up to a gate. In a different situation, I'd say it looks suspicious, but I don't think this is how they want to reveal themselves. Claude calmly replied, "Let's check it out. Bring up the aircraft, and if they even move when we get there, take the right steps. Paul, climb a bit higher and look for anything else out of the ordinary." Sam waved at us casually as we drove by, while the other person gave us a not-so-friendly look. A mile down the road, Caitlin asked, "What was that about?" "I think we just saw their first big mistake," I answered. "They're letting us know they see us and know where we are going. That's all the proof I need. We are being watched, and I want their devices found. Make sure to search the area well to find them. Use whatever methods you need to solve this problem, Claude." 20 minutes later, we reached the intersection in Alpine. We turned left onto US 90 and then back south on 118. Everyone was quiet, thinking about the warning we had received and the possible risks. A few minutes out of Alpine, I started to think of ways to solve our issues, beyond just finding the devices. By the time we turned right on SH 170, Eva and Caitlin were chatting about wedding plans again. Duke was standing with his front paws on the console, and the kids excitedly talked about what fun things they could do when we got to the desert lair. Only 3 cars drove up the mountain to the lair. The other 2 went to the airport at Terlingua Ranch to pick up the grandparents coming in from Tennessee, along with Jackie, Addie, and Paul. We unloaded groceries and luggage, organized everything, and then gathered on the patio for one last check of our plan. It still looked as good as it did yesterday. The women and kids then went back inside. When we were alone, I asked Claude, "How well do you know Ox and Cuchillo?" "Not as well as Clay does. He served with them." "Why?" "Someone outside our group needs to have a late-night talk with Sam the Sham. Do you think they can handle that?" He laughed. "If the pay or incentive is right, I'm sure they can. By the way, both are commissioned Rough Riders, so if talking to Sam is important, I think they will help." "What's the best way to reach them?" I asked. He laughed again. "Wait until Paul arrives and talk to him." As we headed back inside, I received an encrypted text from JJ titled Robles. I signaled Claude to stop. We opened the message together, and then I forwarded it to Raimundo Escamilla with a note saying, "Do what you need to find out what he knows. I'll cover for you." After a couple of minutes, I received a thumbs up in response. In the past, I tried to follow the usual rules, but the last 2 years have changed me. Now I play by their rules. If that makes me rough and no better than them, so be it. But I won't let my family be at risk because I hesitated to act when they did. The usual rules don't apply in a serious situation or with others involved. 30 minutes later, Paul, the grandparents, and a surprise guest arrived, creating quite a stir. Neither Caitlin nor I had seen her grandmother, Beverly Hopkins, since our first wedding, and I'm not sure Beverly's daughter, Brooke, had either. Caitlin was shocked, but rushed to her and hugged her tightly like a child. She excitedly introduced Grace and Doss, who had never met her before, and then pointed to me, saying, "I'm sure you remember Rob Beverly, after 3 marriages, had become quite wealthy. She described herself as a traveler who loved visiting other countries and rarely came to North America. She was still incredibly beautiful, and the hug she gave me felt warm and lasting. To make things even more interesting, she ended our hug with a playful kiss on the cheek. Caitlin, dear, I never quite understood how you managed to find your way in your first marriage with such a handsome man, but I'm sure you've learned your lesson, haven't you?" Caitlin jumped into my arms and said, "I have, Mimsy. I finally remembered your secret advice from our wedding night, and we've been quite happy for nearly 2 years now." They both laughed, and Brooke joined in. I knew I needed to ask my fiancé what those secret tips were as soon as I could. After all, as lovely as she is in her 70s, Beverly could be a bit mischievous, and I might be under a charm she shared with her granddaughter. When I had a chance, I took Clay outside, away from the lively crowd, to talk about the special skills Cuchillo and Ox have and how we could use them to help our cause. He agreed to reach out to them right away, and I went back to the gathering. Beverly hanging out with Ashley, Addie, and Jackie already made for an interesting scene, and they were just starting their drinks in the early afternoon. However, when the kids weren't around, they were really funny in a delightful way. Caitlin, Eva, and Rosa had prepared a feast of enchiladas to cook, beans and Spanish rice to heat, a huge salad, and apple enchiladas with ice cream for dessert. This was certainly more than just a small snack to hold us over until dinner at La Kiva, but everyone enjoyed it, and soon many began to feel quite sleepy. The beds, couches, chairs, and even the loungers on the sunny side of the patio were filled with children and adults snoozing or resting. Caitlin insisted we should take a nap in their bedroom, but she spent the first few moments teasing me playfully about how her family ages gracefully. I responded by expressing my hope for our future together and recognizing the beauty that runs in her family. Caitlin rested in my arms, but we kept our space even as I noticed her unconscious movements. After our naps, the new guests wanted a tour of the ranch. I glanced at Claude, who reminded them that the land didn't allow for wandering, but we could take the 2 Kawasaki mules with 3 rows of seats for a ride. This would help them see the special features of the Dagger Flats Ranch. Bill and Joe were retired soldiers, so I watched them carefully. They noticed the safety measures as soon as we turned down the dry creek bed and exchanged knowing glances, but they didn't say anything about them. No one else seemed to notice anything except the landscape. But when we stopped to let the group see a big piece of quartz in a granite wall, Beverly took me aside. "Rob, I've traveled a lot in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and both Pakistan and Afghanistan, so I know about defensive structures. The ones I've seen here are quite impressive. Why is that?" I looked into her bright blue eyes and promised to explain everything to her and the others later this afternoon at the house. She nodded and went back to look at the quartz. Claude raised his eyebrows at me, and I said, "It's time to be honest." The rest of our ranch tour went smoothly. Once we were back at the house, we all gathered in the large open area that included the kitchen, dining room, and living room. I talked to them about the situation we were in. Bill, Claire, Brooke, and Joe knew what to expect when they arrived, but even so, they were surprised by how serious things were. If Beverly was shocked, she didn't show it, and she was the first to speak up. "Rob, Claude, Clay, I assume you feel ready for whatever might try to disturb us and your wedding." It was a statement, but she waited for a response, so Claude answered, "Yes, ma'am." "So what are you not telling us? Something is being kept back." I took the lead on that. "You're right, we have kept some details from you. We meaning none of us will be going back to Tennessee for Christmas. We have good reason to think a group of people might be waiting at your homes in Tennessee, and we don't have what we need to protect both that place and this one. So you all will be staying with us at the ranch outside Fort Davis. It's well protected, with an underground area made to handle major threats." My announcement surprised everyone except Claude, Clay, and me, and it put a bit of a damper on the cheerful conversations we'd been having before. Beverly quickly lifted our spirits again when she shrugged and said, But these wonderful men say we're safe right now and through the wedding events, so I'm planning to eat, drink, and enjoy life after all. Tomorrow isn't promised. Now where is the blender? I have a drink you're all going to love." Dinner at La Kiva was great, as always, and Beverly turned heads everywhere she went. She was lively, connected with everyone, and made them feel welcome with her charm. She had a way of energizing the group that few could match, including her granddaughter. She could hold the attention of an entire restaurant, and she certainly did. A bunch of kids were running around, full of energy. Duke had a big bone that Berta had saved for him, so he was content in a corner. Caitlin's chair was next to mine, and she had my arm around her shoulders as we both enjoyed the show her grandmother was putting on. "Tell me I'm not that bad," she whispered to me. "Well, not when the kids are around, but I remember your performances at the inn in Cherokee being much more lively than what she's doing tonight." She giggled, still focused on the show, and said, "I guess I did inherit some of her style." "I think you picked up more than a little, plus a bit from Brooke, too." "Yeah? What? You don't think Mom is... You're joking, right? You can see her playful side when she relaxes, and I can read her body language at times. Right now, she's a bit jealous of Grandma. So yes, she is her mother's daughter, and you definitely got the best of both." She tilted her head, looked at her mom for a moment, and said, "You might be right. Just look at where her hand is." I squeezed her shoulder and gave her a playful smile. "Like mother, like daughter," I whispered. "If you want to keep being serious for a little longer, you need to let me be," she said with a laugh. I chuckled, shifted back a bit, and felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I stepped away from the group to take the call. A man with a thick Mexican accent said, "My boss has what you asked for. Where do you want it sent?" I gave him Esteban's secure email and thanked him for the quick help before ending the call. I looked at Claude and silently said, "Robles." He nodded, and we went back to the main group. A few minutes later, I excused myself to go to the restroom. Claude and Clay followed me. "And they tease us about women going to the restroom together," Beverly said loudly before going back to her talk about the beauty of the Greek Isles. I quickly shared the details of the call and asked if there was any news from Ox, Cuchillo, Esteban, or the ISR. "Esteban will check in at 10 unless something urgent comes up. After getting the report on Robles, he's gathering and comparing info, assuming Sam broke down as easily as I think, and that he actually knew something." We left the restroom laughing and joking, but I wasn't sure if anyone believed us. The Los Viejos were too sharp. Bill and Joe had too much experience. Paul had that alert look, and our women had seen enough to not fall for any act. Still, everyone seemed understanding. I figured they knew we would share important updates when necessary. At 9:30, I yawned, and the group quickly picked up on it. They shared goodbyes and headed to their cars. The larger group was going to Terlingua Ranch. The Los Viejos were going to one of Coyote Chaparral or Gato's homes in the area, while the McGregors and Edwards were heading back to Dagger Flats. Claude and I were sitting on the cold patio, pretending to wait for the women and kids to finish getting ready for bed when Esteban's call came in. Our consultant gave us some promising leads to check out at the house. We expect to be finished by tomorrow. Sam has been talking a lot and is now sharing details with his partner from the other group. We need to confirm everything they are saying along with the information we got from Mexico. That will take us all night. What I can share is that we are no longer sure the attack will start on January 1st. Should I wait before telling anyone until we know more? Claude raised an eyebrow at me. "Do you have a date?" I asked. "Christmas Day, maybe. There isn't any sign it will happen before then, but Sam and Bubba say Christmas morning, and Robles still insists it will be on the 1st. Contact our source in Mexico and check if Robles is trustworthy. He might not have all the facts, or Sam could be wrong, but he could also be holding back information. The same goes for Sam and Bubba. We need to find out which is true. Some of these people are really dedicated. They will stick to their story until things get tough. By the end of the day, we need to understand where Robles, Sam, and Bubba stand." Once I ended the call, Claude asked, "How much can you trust Paveto, Adams, and Rogers? I'm asking because if what we know is right, we have 6 days instead of 13. That is a big difference for preparing, and we need to move quickly." "Let's give them the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll tell Paul and Jackie to go to the base and update Adams and Rogers in person. Then they can go to Big Spring to inform the Rangers. You can let Clay know. He can tell the local militia directly. We'll keep this local, and everyone we tell must promise to keep it quiet. We'll let Tom know as soon as he arrives, but no one else. I know their command structure is insecure, and it's better they don't know we're aware. They could change their plans again. You call Clay. I'll reach out to Agent Shore. Mossad is best for what needs to happen next. We kept our meeting limited to invited guests, employees from Ultimate Solutions, and those at Crescent Moon who needed to know. But by noon, the owners of Terlingua Ranch Airport could tell this wasn't a typical December weekend. Tom flew his family in a plain Cessna King Air turboprop. It was parked in a hangar and the family got off. Tom, Mary, Tommy, Jessica, Clark, and Amanda wore jeans and boots with hoodies or jackets for the 55-degree weather, feeling colder with the wind chill. Each person rolled their luggage to the waiting Suburban, loaded it up, and climbed in. They seemed like everyday folks just enjoying their weekend. Before they had traveled a mile, a Challenger 350 luxury jet landed on the runway and moved to a hangar. 5 passengers and 3 strong, fit individuals got into another Suburban. The pilot and another fit man loaded luggage into the SUV and shut the hangar doors as the SUV drove away. Raimundo, his wife Maria Elena, his son Ismael, and daughter Norma were dressed nicely, in a way that was typical for people visiting the Big Bend area on a weekend. Their SUV turned east on SH 118. So far, it was just another weekend, a bit busy for this time of year. The last arrival of the day was an ATR 42600 with a Department of Justice seal on the tail. Attorney General Edward R. Lee, his wife, and their young daughters stepped off the plane and waited as their bags were moved to another vehicle. They were headed east, followed by another vehicle filled with men in dark suits. They blended into the background pretty well. Each time someone arrived at the desert lair, there was always excitement. After greetings and introductions about our unique desert home, we gathered on the sunny south patio to chat and enjoy a light lunch prepared by Doc, Gatto, Coyote, and Chap. Their idea of a light lunch featured a buffet of fajita tacos, guacamole, pico de gallo, refried beans, Mexican rice, and salad. We had plenty of seating, including couches, chairs, and even some folding chairs, and a 3-foot wall around the patio. The 6 kids gathered around the picnic table near the BBQ area. While the paper plates and plastic utensils were not what they usually used, our guests enjoyed the day, and everyone had a great time. By 4 o'clock, we had cleared the trash, arranged the furniture in the outdoor dining area, and started organizing people for the rehearsal. The group would grow tomorrow when our friends from the local area in Fort Davis joined us, but there were already quite a few people here. Doc guided us through the ceremony, asked if anyone had questions, and reminded us that the rehearsal dinner and celebration would start at La Kiva at 7, so we should be on time. In the end, Caitlin and I were the only ones who arrived late. We stayed at the lair to enjoy and time the sunset perfectly. Caitlin wanted to begin our vows just before sunset, so both couples could stand under a beautiful sky filled with vivid colors. The weather looked good. Tomorrow would be sunny with some clouds and a high in the upper 60s. When the sun set behind the blue mountains at 5:58, the nearly full moon would already be shining in the sky. It was a beautiful scene that everyone would remember. As we stood together, arms around each other, we watched the desert change colors as the sun went down. It brought us closer before we joined the others. From then on, we were never far apart. Our families from Big Bend and Fort Davis mixed well with those from Washington, Tennessee, and Monterey. They shared funny stories about the host and hostess that made everyone laugh. As the stories got more playful, Berta took the kids to their rooms, gave them a game to play, and closed the door. When she came back, the stories had become a bit more daring, with Caitlin at the center. I tried to focus on Eva and Claude, but without their parents nearby, they weren't easy to tease. No one knew them, especially Eva, well enough for some fun joking, but Caitlin was a memorable target. Claude shared stories about upcoming award-winning movies. Eva talked about her entertaining performances. Felix shared funny moments that had everyone laughing, while the younger Yonkers told tales of their playful adventures at a local game spot. Mary Yonkers remembered her amusing attempts at yodeling during a Jeep tour. It was all in good fun. When Caitlin saw that her parents and grandmother were not upset and laughed even louder, she relaxed and smiled. Doc lightened the mood with a funny story about a misunderstanding at the hospital when I thought she and Clay were a couple. Edward Lee shared her exact words during a funny moment at Chaparral's ranch house near Odessa. Once the laughter faded, General Lee changed the topic and told a thrilling story about how I helped Tom, Paul, Clay, and himself in a tricky situation, showing my bravery in tough times. Claude shared stories of our earlier adventures with Boko Haram in Africa. Felix then talked about the troubling scene they found in Peter Volkov's hideaway in Lithuania. 2 guards who had met a sad fate, the damaged remains of Volkov, and an eerie image of me leaning against him. Since the parents didn't know that story, I quickly took over the conversation. I talked about the bravery of Ava, Caitlin, and the 4 children in their confinement, Caitlin's protection of me and the children in the North Korean RV, and the fantastic work Ava was doing at her medical clinic in Fort Davis. I remembered the way the Edwards brothers had reacted after Caitlin, Doss, and Grace were taken. They teamed up with Raimundo to organize the effort that led to the rescue of the captives, including Claude's fiancée and her 2 children, Esme and Tavo. I raised my Lone Star bottle and offered a toast to all the brave men and women who made it possible for us to be here tonight. To lighten the mood a bit and be playful with my fiancée, I said, "Remember Doc's story about my worries regarding Clay and Caitlin? I wasn't just making it up. I really felt it when I saw them dance for the first time right here in La Kiva. Renee, fire up the jukebox and let's all dance. And if you see Clay dancing with my fiancé, you'll understand." Never one to back down from a challenge, Caitlin jumped in saying, "Come on, Clay, let's show them what they missed. This might be our last chance before I become an old married woman." He smiled, said something to Renee, walked to the cheerful Caitlin, took her hand, and they danced with an energy that thrilled everyone. Her little white dress with a flared skirt added to the joyful atmosphere. Ashley stood beside me, smiling, and we joined in the applause. "I wonder what they really feel for each other," she whispered in my ear. "No doubt," I replied, "but as long as they don't." "And if they do?" she asked, raising her eyebrow. I smiled back, glancing at Jackie and Addie, who were watching the dancers from the side. I turned back to Ashley, winked, and said, "Well, then we'll celebrate." She jokingly said, "You sly one," and playfully nudged my arm. I gave her my best smile and resumed watching the dance. Ashley left to join the pilots, who gathered briefly before cheering loudly when Clay and Caitlin took their bows. Jackie maneuvered around the edge of the dance floor to the jukebox, looked through the selections, fist-pumped, and put money in the slot. She hurried back to meet Caitlin while Ashley and Addie gathered Ava and the other women. Once everyone who wanted to participate was seated on the floor, spaced out about 3 feet apart, Jackie dashed to the jukebox to play her song. She returned to the front row with Ashley, Addie, and Caitlin. The lively tune of "You Can Keep Your Hat On" filled the room, and the women started moving to the music when Joe Cocker sang, "Baby, take your coat off, real slow." As Joe asked them to remove their shoes in the next verse, they happily obliged. While no one took off any clothes during the 3rd verse, they put on a charming show of pretending. Everyone cheered them on, waving $20 bills. There wasn't a VIP lounge, but every husband or boyfriend received special attention, especially from Beverly, who engaged with everyone enthusiastically. She was so captivating that she ended up at the front line beside her granddaughter. Then, the upbeat energy switched to the songs of George Strait, Alan Jackson, Patsy Cline, Elvis, Willie, and even some Eddie Arnold and Ray Price. We danced slowly to every song, and I realized that by the end of the night, my commitment would truly be tested. Surprisingly, my excited fiancé wanted to cuddle, happily recalling the night's events, looking forward to tomorrow's ceremony, and then snuggling in for a cozy sleep. That was probably the only reason I got through the night, as I felt like I could have easily drifted off after such a wonderful evening. That Saturday, December 21st, was just as the weather forecast had promised. Sunny with puffy clouds, gentle southwesterly breezes warming the cool air, and such clear visibility that it felt like you could see the Sierra Madre Range in Sonora. After Duke woke up, 4 adults were up first, and the 5 of us had already enjoyed a couple of breakfast tacos each. We sat on the patio, our feet resting on the wall, sipping coffee, and reminiscing about the fun we had the night before. Caitlin wore her plaid, loose-fitting shorts and a comfy top, her hair in a messy ponytail, looking simply adorable. After thinking long and hard about marrying her, in that moment, it felt like the best decision I had ever made. Claude had a similar dreamy look when he looked at Ava, and I thought about how lucky we were to be in love with such amazing women. Caitlin noticed my smile, set her coffee down, and climbed onto my lap. She gave me a small grin and asked, "What's that look on your face?" "Just enjoying the morning, hon. Why?" I replied with a casual smile. "That wasn't about the morning. It felt like you were looking right at me. Maybe it was me watching you and thinking about how much fun tonight will be." "Closer." But what I felt was clear love, not just attraction. "What's going on, sugar? Are you too shy to admit how much you care?" "Maybe." She nestled her head under my chin, rested her cheek on my chest, and whispered, "I'll let you slide for now. But tonight, before everything starts, you're going to tell me everything." Ava and Claude laughed at us, but then Ava climbed into his lap and whispered something. "Are we still sharing the house tonight before we leave for our honeymoons tomorrow?" Claude asked. "If so, I need to tell the guards to ignore any loud noises. We might get a bit rowdy." We saw dust rising as soon as the group started on the road through the desert, so we groaned and rushed to get ready. Caitlin woke the kids in their rooms, telling them to be quick because a lot of people would be arriving. We had 5 casseroles in the fridge, filled with sausage, egg, cheese, and biscuits. So I turned the oven on to preheat, started a big pot of coffee, and hurried back to get dressed, leaving Duke to keep watch. He was alert and wagging his tail. I don't know how he senses when they are 6 miles out, but he always seems to know. "I've done stunts that were less tricky than that path you made up the mountain," General Lee said as he stepped out of the first SUV. "I wasn't driving yesterday, but today that's quite a ride." I laughed and told him it was a superhighway compared to the rough road I used before we brought in the heavy equipment. I then hugged his daughters, who were about the age of Dos and Tavo, and his lovely wife Brenda Fairfax Lee from the famous Fairfax family in Virginia. She was the picture of a Southern lady. Polite, always dressed nicely, graceful, and beautiful. Her soft Southern voice reminded me of old-fashioned plantations, and her wavy brown hair would have looked charming with a stylish hat. She had a warm presence as we hugged, but I had to laugh when she quietly said to me, "Don't let him trick you. He really wants to find a hog and race it up and down your road. He loves a good thrill." Then she stepped back, maintaining her elegant walk. I gently took her elbow and whispered, "I remember seeing a charming brunette who caught Joe Cocker's eye last night. She seemed to be having a great time. Made me wonder, did you pick up those dance moves from classes?" She leaned back, looked at me wide-eyed, and with a playful accent said, "Honey, I was part of a sorority at UVA. I caused quite a stir at one of the parties. But don't tell my husband he thinks I studied all night." I couldn't help but laugh as she walked away to greet the children and adults coming out of the other cars. The Yonkers and Escamillas looked happy and relaxed. Clay seemed tired, but Ashley, Addie, and Jackie were in great spirits. The kids, my in-laws, and their friends were in the next vehicle. Brooke and Claire looked a bit worried while their husbands tried to calm them. I wondered if they would get through the weddings without any problems. Felix and Armando were with Esteban, and all 3 looked focused and alert, even though they weren't working. I appreciated that since Claude and I weren't as sharp. Brian, Chris, Carlos, and Ron arrived with Rosa, her sister Nina, and a lot of food to prepare. The men took over the outdoor kitchen and dining area, stacking ice chests and using the picnic tables for their preparations. Following their instructions, Claude and I built a fire in the firebox that morning, and now they were using the coals for cooking and adding more wood. They didn't say what tonight's meal would be, but they seemed to have plenty based on the number of ice chests. They waved us away when we offered to help, so we went back to chatting while Rosa and Nina prepared tortas, Mexican sandwiches, for lunch. They had bowls of marinated pork for the tortas al pastor and chicken salad for those who wanted a milder option. The bolillos, Mexican-style baguettes for the chicken salad, were crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, while those for the tortas had a delicious sauce. The spread included thinly sliced avocado, peppers, refried beans, and fire-roasted salsa. As soon as they set everything on the main table, they rushed outside to bring in bags of fresh vegetables and shrimp. We guessed about the meal, but they kept working quickly on either side of the double sink while chatting in Spanish. The four older men worked just as fast outside and were as talkative. Claude, Clay, Tom, Edward, Raimundo, and I watched them for a while before I made a remark about how well the older men worked together. Mundo frowned and said, "They aren't old men, my friend. They work like companions. That's a better term, don't you think?" We agreed he was right, and that term would fit as long as they were around. The wedding dress was simple, but that didn't mean the women didn't need to head back to their rooms to get ready, and their husbands were expected to do the same. Their departure started at 1:40, just minutes before the vans filled with folding chairs, decorations, and flowers arrived. Friends in the area set up the patio under the watchful eyes of the brides. When they finished, there was barely any space left. Danny and Deborah waited for Rosa and Nina to complete their preparations before moving everything to the reception. Renee and Berta organized a team to transport the meat to La Kiva in another van when it was ready. Once Rosa and Nina were prepared, the six of them traveled in one van with all the food except the meat. The guests were asked to return not later than 5, not earlier than 4:30, giving Claude and me some time to enjoy a drink or two and see what the cooks were doing. We offered them a round of cold beers as a friendly gesture to get closer, and they welcomed us in. Halfway through my drink, I quietly opened the grill and exclaimed, "Tri-tips! Not just any tri-tips. These are marinated in Carlos's special sauce from last night and kept juicy with Brian's sauce. We've had them before, but none of you have. Everyone is going to love it," Ron said with excitement. We nodded in agreement, and I mentioned the wonderful smell while Claude asked if we could sample them. Unfortunately, they replied there was none ready. "You two need to head inside and clean up," Doc insisted. "I can't have you marrying those lovely women looking like this." Chris chimed in, "Don't worry. Felix, Armando, Danny, and Renee will be back to help seat everyone for the ceremony, and we'll make sure they eat well at La Kiva. Go spruce yourselves up for your wonderful brides." As suggested, the men at our wedding wore neat jeans, boots, white shirts, denim vests, and cowboy hats. The women could choose their outfits, but they took the setting into account. Many wore denim or floral dresses, while others matched in vests, jeans, and boots like the men. There was a stunning group of women, and they truly sparkled. Claude looked sharp in a 3-piece linen suit slightly darker than my light brown one. Neither of us wore cowboy hats, but we both chose brown boots. His bride was the first to walk down the aisle, escorted by Esmeralda and Gustavo. When asked who gives this woman in marriage, they answered solemnly, "Her children do." Ava's lovely features were highlighted by the off-white dress she wore and a white floral piece woven into her long dark hair. As Ava faced her future husband, holding his hands, Caitlin began her walk down the aisle, escorted by Grace and Logan. She looked beautiful, with a peaceful quality I had never seen before. She held a bouquet of delicate flowers that matched the lace of her dress. Logan walked slowly, his face serious, while Grace seemed to be floating with joy. Caitlin's eyes were fixed on me as she walked down the aisle, and I could see the love shining in her gaze. "Who gives this woman to this man?" Doc asked. Our children replied, "We, their children do." Logan took Caitlin's hand and moved to stand by my side. Before she joined me, Caitlin handed her bouquet to Grace and gently touched my cheek. Grace moved to stand next to her mother, still wearing a peaceful smile. It was a beautiful sight. On the left were Eva, Esme, Caitlin, and Grace. On the right were Claude, Tavo, me, and Doss. The girls wore dresses like their mothers, and the boys matched Claude and me in suits. Brian stood before us in a black suit, white shirt, and sunset-colored tie. He looked more like a proud friend than an officiant, even while holding the Bible. I noticed the same look of pride on the faces of his friends and many guests. Behind us, Clay, Tom, and Raimundo stood as groomsmen, while Ashley, Jackie, and Addie stood with the brides. The men wore jeans, white shirts, denim vests, and boots, while the women wore dresses that matched the sunset colors behind us. The bride's mother wore a sunset-arranged dress, and the grandmother wore a dusky yellow dress with white leggings and ankle boots, turning heads as she walked by. Our photographer was set up by the windows of the house, capturing every moment with a look of excitement. She switched between taking photos and checking the video camera on its tripod. From her view, I imagined the scene. 7 beautiful women and girls, the proud officiant, and 7 handsome men and boys, all set against the stunning desert sunset. I briefly glanced over my shoulder at the breathtaking view behind us. Bright reds, oranges, yellows, and golds painted across the blue sky and white clouds over the distant purple mountains. The nearer mountains, hills, canyons, and streams were alive with changing colors as the sun began to set. The shadows of the yucca, ocotillo, and cacti stretched and shifted on the colorful desert floor. It felt like a living painting, creating the perfect backdrop for our celebration of love at the desert lair where Caitlin had won my heart again, and our friends and family shared in our joy. Following her family's traditions from Sonora, Eva and Claude had written their own vows. Brian was there to introduce the couple, read a sacred passage from Eva's tribe, guide them through their vows, and witness their signatures afterward. Their vows were truly heartfelt. Claude felt truly happy to have found the woman he loved at a time when he wondered if it would ever happen. He expressed his love for Esme and Tavo, sharing his belief that they would be together for the rest of their lives. Eva talked about her sadness at losing her husband, the hardships she faced during difficult years, her happiness at being free, and the joy she felt when the man of her dreams began to show interest in her and her children. She shared his hope for their future together and promised to always be the partner that Claude deserved. Brian announced, "This man and this woman have made vows to each other. As the officiant of their wedding, legally recognized in the state of Texas, I now pronounce you husband and wife." Claude shared a soft moment with his bride, giving me a chance to observe the smiles on the faces of their guests and their children. I took a deep breath and looked around at the beautiful setting for this special event. The colors of the sky had deepened, the shadows grew longer, and the mountains in the distance appeared richer in color. I felt so moved that the words of my favorite hymn came to my mind. "O Lord my God, when I in wonder consider all the worlds your hands have made, I see the stars and hear the thunder, your power displayed throughout the universe." Brian cleared his throat, bringing my attention back to my bride's warm smile. She squeezed my hands and smiled shyly at me, just like she did the first time I saw her, and whispered, "I love you." I smiled back and echoed her words. Brian began the ceremony that would unite us in a meaningful way. We had chosen a more traditional ceremony that suited our situation well. Brian said, "This woman, Caitlin Parker, and this man, Robert McGregor, stand here tonight to promise their commitment before God and you, their witnesses. Before we start, each would like to say a few words. Caitlin, many of you know that our love story began in this very parking lot behind this wonderful home. With encouragement from the children, I drove here to see their father. Rob welcomed the kids with open arms and after a moment was kind to me too." She paused, smiling, which made some of the guests chuckle, knowing my earlier worries, and then continued. "Our love has been tested many times since that day, but it has only grown stronger, shaped by tough times just like iron is made into steel. I was so happy when he proposed to me a few weeks ago, and I feel lucky to stand before you tonight to share my promises of loyalty and commitment to the most amazing man I have ever known. My love for him is endless, and I am honored to share his name tonight." With that, she turned back to me, gently stroked my cheek, and let her love glow. Brian wiped away a tear and said, "Rob, I have been lucky to know and call many wonderful people friends, including everyone here today, those standing with my bride, and all of you in front of us. However, there was a very tough time in my life. I turned away from familiar places and people, and ended up living in a small adobe house next to an old mine near Terlingua with my loyal friend Duke. When I felt ready to be around others again, I drove to La Kiva and had a few drinks with the locals who gathered there. Over time, the friendship and wisdom from 4 older gentlemen, as they called themselves, helped me get back on track. Since then, I have been lucky to meet, befriend, and learn from many more people, including many of you on this patio. But to be honest, without the love and guidance from Carlos Montoya, El Chaparral, Ron Dalton, El Gato, Chris Hayes, El Coyote, and most importantly, Brian Wilder El Toro, or Doc, we would not be here today. Most of you know them well, and if you haven't met them, make sure to spend time with them tonight and whenever you can. There are no better men in the world. I paused, nodded to my friends, and turned to my bride. The woman holding my hands also holds my heart. She always has and always will. She has given me wonderful children that often fill me with joy, and maybe she will bless me with another. Or two. Doss and Grace shouted, "Yes!" together, earning a smile and a wink from Caitlin and laughter from our guests. Whatever comes in the future, whatever challenges we face, today's ceremony unites my family in the eyes of God and everyone here, and I will protect them with all my strength. To Caitlin, I promise my loyalty and support, forever. Thank you for being here, and we ask for your encouragement and guidance as we begin our life as a family, strong and blessed. Many heads nodded, fists raised, and amens were heard. I nodded at Brian and faced Caitlin. His voice shook a little, but Brian led us through our vows with sincerity and joy. I, Caitlin, take you, Robert Roy, to be my husband, and here are my promises. I will be faithful to you and honest with you. I will respect, trust, help, and care for you. I want to share my life with you. I will forgive you, just as we are all forgiven. Together, we will try to understand ourselves, the world, and God better. We will face both good times and bad, and we will do this as long as we live. I, Rob, take you, Caitlin, to be my wife. I promise to be faithful and honest with you. I will respect, trust, help, and care for you. I will share my life with you. I will forgive you, just like we are forgiven. Together, we will try to understand ourselves, the world, and God better, no matter what comes next. Brian held back happy tears and said, "By the power given to me by the state of Texas, I now declare you married. Rob, you can hug your bride." I hugged her, and she wrapped her arms around me, returning my embrace until our guests began to cheer. Brian used his clear voice to get everyone's attention for Eva and Claude. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for the first time Mr. and Mrs. Claude Edwards, along with their children Esmeralda and Gustavo." We moved aside, clapping and cheering along with everyone as the joyful family walked back down the aisle. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce the McGregor family, Grace, Logan, Caitlin, and Rob." Lakiva was full of energy. Friends from near and far were waiting. With our wedding guests present, the place was packed. Extra tables and chairs were set up alongside the main table where friends usually gathered. A long reception line quickly formed, everyone eager to greet the newlyweds with smiles. Most of my greetings were brief, but a few were warmer than I expected, bringing laughter from the crowd. I knew Caitlin wouldn't need much encouragement tonight after seeing how long it took for guests to get past her and how excited she looked. Clay's greeting was gentle but fitting for the day, as were the warm gestures from Ashley, Jackie, and Addie that left Caitlin a bit flushed. Luckily, they were at the end of the line, giving us time to share sweet moments with our spouses before taking our seats. A large painting was covered with a white canvas above our table. Once we were seated, Renee and Berta stood behind us. Carlos's cheerful voice cut through the chatter, drawing everyone's attention to our hosts. Berta spoke first. "The photos and paintings we have on the walls try to show the special character of Lakiva and its people. Look at the photograph above the stairs. That is the original developer and owner of this unique place." Directly across from the stairs is a picture of our good friend Eva and her loving partner, who is now her husband. I could share many stories from each photo, but I want you to explore them yourself. Feel free to ask anyone in the pictures to tell you more about their stories. Some of them are truly lovely. But if you know Lakiva, you also notice some important people are missing from the walls. Renee. It's hard to show how special Lakiva is without a picture of the group gathered at the big table, especially without our patron. Without him, this place would just be an empty space. The man I stand behind brought this treasure back to life and turned it into a private club that feels like home. He hired Berta and me and supported every idea we had to improve the menu and please our guests. In the beginning, there were tough months where the guests he brought, the meals he bought, and the generous tips he gave kept us going. Just as he promised, the friendly atmosphere, tasty food, cold beer, and good music on the jukebox made people want to come back. Now we often have to open the extra dining room to fit everyone. The locals cheered for Berta and Renee, and the rest of us joined in, showing our gratitude for all they did. After a moment, Renee continued. Of course, our patron says all the credit goes to us, just as he believes his success in business and life is thanks to those who supported him. We all know the truth. He has done more for us than we have done for him. He is the reason we are all here tonight. Berta stepped forward while Renee took a moment to collect himself and said, Whether you call them the friends, the elders, or the spirits among us, our common patron and his advisors are the heart of this special place. To celebrate this, we commissioned a painting from a photograph taken the night we first met Doss, Grace, and Caitlin, and when El Solitario lost his Humano name. In the painting, Caitlin tells her story to Coyote, Chaparral, Gato, Toro, and El Saguaro, who you know as Clay, while Rob listens thoughtfully. Everything changed after that night, and the reason you are here to celebrate these weddings is that Caitlin and her children had the bravery to travel 650 miles to find the one they loved, and he was wise enough to welcome them. Renee said, Friend, will you, your bride, and your companions please stand and face the painting above you? We did, and he pulled the cord, revealing a large oil painting. It captured that special moment perfectly, and I felt a wave of emotion in my throat. I put my arm around my wife's shoulders, saw the strong feelings reflected in the painting, and quietly said, Your honesty and bravery that night opened my heart to you. If you hadn't shared our story and taken responsibility, this beautiful night wouldn't have happened, my brave one. Still looking at the artwork, she asked, Berta, who took the picture and who painted this? Both are so talented. My cousin Francisco, or Frankie, took the photo, and his wife Yamelda created the painting, Berta replied. Do you remember them? They have 2 wonderful sons named Juan and Pancho. Yes, I remember, Caitlin said. She's the aunt of dear Yamelda. As we admired the picture, I glanced at Brian, Ron, Chris, Carlos, and Clay. They looked just as amazed as I felt. I turned to my wife and the quiet crowd and said, My friends Berta and Renee deserve all the credit. They are why La Kiva is successful, not me. You all showed your appreciation to them a few minutes ago. My lawyer in Midland has prepared documents making them operators and half-owners of this wonderful place. I plan to keep this a surprise, but those papers will be under their tree on Christmas Day. Thank you, my friends, for being yourselves and for saving La Kiva. I hugged each of them before facing our guests again. And thank you, our friends and family, for being with us tonight. I know Caitlin, Claude, and Eva would agree, but I'll let them speak for themselves. Eva and Claude stood up, thanked everyone for coming, and also acknowledged Brian for officiating. They expressed their gratitude for those who prepared the amazing meals, naming each one. Our guests cheered for them once more. Caitlin was last. She opened her arms wide and said, Thank you. I want you to know I love and appreciate each of you so much for being here and for being such great friends. As the applause filled the room, she moved to embrace each of the 4 men who had supported us through everything. Though they tried to stay composed, I noticed a few of them getting emotional at her kind words. Then she greeted Clay and Ashley, wrapping each of them in a warm hug. When she came back to me, I said, I hope the next thing on tonight's agenda is the meal. Gentlemen, Nina, Rosa, are you ready to share the details? I'm starving. The buffet was set up at the back wall of the second dining area, and I can't describe how appealing everything looked and smelled. They took the wrapped tri-tips out of the coolers where they had been resting. You could slice as much as you wanted, and then move on to the homemade flour tortillas, guacamole, pico de gallo, street corn, spicy green beans, and green salad. Once your plate was full, you received another one with your choice of desserts. Drinks were served at your table by a group of teenagers helping out that night, all eager to earn some extra money. The main table, without our cooks, went first. After enjoying our delicious meal, the 4 of us moved from table to table to thank our guests for being there. We received kind words at every stop and shared many toasts. Thankfully, our champagne glasses were filled with sparkling water, or we might have had a tough time later on. The Yonkers sat with older Lees and the Escamillas. Part of me found this amusing, but it was not the first time influential Americans had shared a meal with someone from a reformed Mexican cartel. It was a bit surprising that we all depended on each other to stop a threat against our elected government and the Constitution. Caitlin's family was at another large table. The young men were blushing. which explained the loud laughter coming mostly from the women. I worried about interrupting them, but Caitlin was happy to dive in and talk. They were all very kind, but we did face some teasing and friendly advice. Caitlin took it in stride while I went along with it, and soon the teasing turned into good wishes and heartfelt advice. As we had done with the other groups, we invited them to brunch with us at 9:30, where we would plan for the holidays. The young aviators looked a bit puzzled, so I joked, "Make sure you bring them too, if they can after tonight." They quickly turned red again, just as I hoped. Our next stop was the law enforcement table, which included families of the local sheriffs and some border patrol officers. As I started to leave, one officer quietly assured me, "You can count on us this time, no matter what orders we receive." That was comforting because they were many, well-trained, and dedicated. We continued to visit with guests until 11, when groups began looking for Berta, Renee, Rosa, Nina, Chris, Ron, Brian, and Carlos to thank them for their hospitality and great food. Before midnight, La Kiva was empty, the leftover food was stored away, and we were on our way north through the desert. The kids were with their grandparents, but Duke was riding next to us in my Jeep. Claude and Eva were in the Suburban ahead, and their shapes mixed with ours. Caitlin shared everything she heard from the guests, maybe in case I missed something and probably because she wanted to remember these moments. I can't think of a more beautiful place for a wedding. The sunset was the most amazing I've ever seen, and it surrounded you. The four of you looked at each other with such love, with that stunning sky around you. I never thought a desert could be so lovely, or that an outdoor wedding could be so impressive. And, honey, everyone wished us happiness in our marriage. Isn't that wonderful? You did great, baby girl. It was a wedding that people only dream about, and I believe our marriage will be happy. Now, let's talk about the fun parts. What about tonight? She said with a playful look in her eyes. I thought she might tease me, but to my surprise, she became quiet and thoughtful. We didn't say a word as we drove up the mountain and parked. She took my hand and led me to the beautiful patio, where we stood in the dark desert, lit only by the stars and a small crescent moon. She guided me through the vows of Claude and Eva, and ours too, exploring what those promises really meant. I listened, looking up at the sky like she was, but I was also very aware of her beside me. It was clear to me that Caitlin is smart and perceptive, and in that moment I realized how much she had grown into a thoughtful woman. Then she shared her challenge. Rob, I do have a question for you tonight. I know you might be thinking of something fun, but that's not it. We both know you can easily make me happy, so that's not really the challenge. My challenge for you on our wedding night is to let me feel your love for me. The words you spoke tonight meant so much to me. But now I want to feel your feelings and your love, and I want you to feel mine too. Can that be tonight's challenge, my dearest husband? I responded with a gentle gesture, showing my love for her. After a refreshing moment in the shower, we dried each other off and walked towards our rooms. The atmosphere was full of connection and togetherness. I turned her focus from the bed to the windows, where we admired the unique landscape outside, while I began to express my love in soft, meaningful ways. My touch was meant to show her that my feelings for her were deep and sincere. Her smile brought a warmth and connection that I had never experienced before. That bond grew as we enjoyed sweet moments together. After we settled in, she snuggled close and whispered, I really love you. And I love you just as much, I softly replied, before we both fell asleep. The world might have other plans for us soon, but tonight we rested peacefully, wrapped in each other's arms. At 7:30 in the morning, Berta, Renee, Rosa, and Nina arrived. Berta had a key and knew the code, and they were busy getting ready for our brunch when I followed the smell of coffee into the kitchen. After we greeted each other and joked about how tired I looked, I admitted, Yeah, I am a bit tired this morning, but this coffee is strong enough to wake me up. Just give me a moment to drink a cup and I will help. They insisted I wouldn't be helping today. My job was to take care of my bride and guests. They were doing this out of love, not obligation. I hugged each of them, thanking them sincerely. The bright morning sun warmed the patio. I took my second cup of coffee outside and encouraged Duke to join me. He had found a cozy spot since the wedding guests arrived, and even though he had his air-conditioned space with water and food, he reluctantly followed me outside. After making sure there weren't too many strangers around, he showed me some dog affection and trotted over to the patio. I sat on a comfy love seat with my feet up, soaking in the sunlight, watching the morning activities, and looking out at the beautiful desert I had grown to love. Duke lay beside me, the sun shining on his shiny black coat, enjoying the warmth and dozing off occasionally. I reached down to pet him, rubbing his ears, and he made a soft sound of happiness. The peace I felt was perhaps the best feeling of my life. We had been through many challenges over the last 10 years, but my family felt complete again. Caitlin's commitment was beautifully shown in her vows, and our friends and family had shown their love and support in many ways. I took a deep breath, letting the calm wash over me. My happiness felt endless. Then, suddenly, something caught my attention on a mesa half a mile to the southwest, pulling me out of my calm state. At that moment, Renee arrived with my phone. "It buzzed a couple of times, but I wanted to let you have a moment," he said. I checked the phone and found 2 messages, both unclear. The first read, "S.A., my friend. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to your wedding, but I found the gift you wanted and sent it to our friend E.S. I hope you find it useful as you and your wife start your new life together. S." The second message was from Esteban Salazar. "Secure line only." I went back inside, poured another cup of coffee, entered the communications room, picked up a satellite phone with GMR2 encryption, and called the secure room at Crescent Moon from my office. Esteban answered right away, politely asked how the weddings went, and listened as I assured him everything went really well. Once I finished speaking, he began his report. I let him talk without interrupting, asked 3 questions, and told him we would be back at the mountain lair by mid-afternoon. He said that should work, but not to take too long. After waking my wonderful bride to let her know our guests would be arriving soon, I dodged her teasing while heading back to the patio for another cup of coffee with my sleepy dog. Soon enough, Los Compañeros arrived, and Beverly was with them. I raised an eyebrow with a smile. "I see you, Rob Roy," she said with a playful grin. "But no, the truth is I was up and ready early, so I came with these gentlemen instead of waiting for my sleepy daughter." I smiled and said, "No judgment, Bev, but I already guessed that they all looked too fresh and ready to have spent the night waiting." She gave me a gentle punch, winked, and whispered, "Exactly. You, on the other hand, look like you had a busy night." "Absolutely," I responded with a wink, "but she's the one still in bed." She laughed, shook her head, and went to get some coffee. Brian, Ron, and Chris greeted me and followed her inside for coffee, but Carlos raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up?" "After we eat, show some of our guests a tour of my communications room. You know what I mean?" He nodded and went for coffee. My lovely bride then came out of the bedroom with a warm smile. She looked happily radiant in a red jumpsuit she bought in Tennessee. I was very happy about our marriage, but I still felt some worry about family and friends. By 9:30, all our guests had arrived, and the coffee drinking and lively chatting began. Duke was keeping an eye on the kids as they played outside. At 10, Berta announced that brunch was ready, and we enjoyed huevos rancheros, migas, ham, flour tortillas, salsas, and fruit. Duke's worries about all the unfamiliar faces faded with the delicious smells of the food. Every place was filled with people, and the 6 kids were gathered around the picnic table by the west wall. Some of us were old friends, while others had just met. Still, we all got along well, and discussions popped up in different groups during and after the meal. A little after 11, I nodded to Carlos, who was listening to Raimundo share his new plans with U.S. Attorney General Lee, who seemed interested. When there was a pause in their talk, Carlos said, "Have you seen Rob's collection? It's really impressive." Claude looked up. Clay turned to me, and Tom stopped mid-sentence with Brian. Edward Lee said excitedly, "I haven't, but I'd love to." I made eye contact with Clay, then with Jackie, who was watching us carefully. Renee looked curious, so I signaled for him to join us and opened the vault door. 10 of us squeezed inside, surrounded by items that might raise some eyebrows, but everyone seemed too focused on our conversation to care. "We can figure out how to tell the others after I finish, but we need to act quickly," I began. "I have reliable information from 3 people with mixed loyalties and 2 members of the Davis Mountains Freedom Force. What I'm about to share has been confirmed, and we have a high level of confidence in it. The attacks on our country will start just before sunrise on Christmas Day, not on New Year's Day as we had thought. They are planned for that time to create maximum fear and chaos, expecting news coverage while families open their gifts. Right now, it seems our defenses in West Texas are set up well, but our enemies have more aircraft and better equipment than we thought. They also claim to have artillery set up along the border in Mexico, which is a new concern." The expressions in the vault were serious but determined, so I pressed on. "We also learned that 23 individuals left Mexico yesterday, managed to avoid detection, and landed west of Langtree. We believe they're making their way to Fort Davis. 42 more people arrived in Florida. Those individuals will plant explosives at my in-laws' house in Tennessee and then head to the Catoctin Mountains in Maryland. General Yonkers, General Lee, is Camp David ready?" That brief update raised dozens of questions that I couldn't answer, so I called Esteban back. He listened carefully, checked his notes and the information he had gathered, provided answers when he could, shared his sources, offered details when they were available, and chose not to comment when he couldn't. The urgency shown by those leaving the vault broke our conversations. The speakers turned to us and paused, waiting. Since many were looking at me, I spoke up. "It looks like we've lost a week for preparing for the challenges ahead. We have confirmed that the attacks will start on Christmas morning, not New Year's Day." In just a few minutes, the crowd began to disperse. Those staying at Terlingua Ranch headed to their rented rooms or their vehicles and Suburbans. The rest of us packed the leftovers into transportable containers and cleaned up. While we worked, Claude informed those guarding the Terlingua Ranch lodging and those spread across the Dagger Flats about the change in plans. They should be ready to travel within the hour. Quickly, but without rushing, we gathered our things and loaded them into the armored Suburbans. We waited a few minutes for Paul to give us the all-clear from his helicopter, and then we started our journey back to the mountain lair through Alpine. The 110-mile drive went smoothly, and we arrived before 2 p.m. Everything looked normal when we got home, yet the atmosphere felt different. There was a sense of urgency that we had not felt before, even though only the timeline had shifted by a whole week. Suddenly, the idea of a major crisis felt very real and concerning. The meeting on Monday with the base commanders and other important team members was pushed from 8:30 to noon. This gave them more time to assess the new information, talk to their allies, and make plans. Once the greetings were done, Esteban, Claude, or Clay presented each item on the agenda for those in charge or acting as liaisons to review. Attendees from the Crescent Moon Base included Colonel Adams, Land Forces, Major Rogers, Air Forces, and Master Sergeant Juan Obregon, Logistics. Representing the Rough Riders not stationed at Crescent Moon were Captain Paul Pavetto and Sheriff Goodson. For the Big Bend Militia, there was Border Patrol Section Chief Ruben Zamora and Militia Captain Rene Obregon. And for the West Texas Rangers, a strong man known as Grizzly, acting as the liaison for Colonel Jim Savage. Comandante Juan Sosa of the Escamilla Ejercito, Private Army, joined the meeting through secure teleconference from a protected location near Ojinaga, Mexico. The potential use of artillery was a serious issue for those within 14 miles of the batteries, which Comandante Sosa and Major Rogers confirmed were located on the Mexico side of the Rio Grande, between Lajitas and Redford. We had HIMARS at Dagger Flats Ranch that could quickly respond to them, but only after they started their attack. We all agreed that the situation was not good. A group made up of Sosa, Rogers, Obregon, and Pavetto was formed to find a better solution. The presence of artillery across the river north of Lajitas indicated that troops would likely cross nearby. This made sense since the river was narrow and shallow there, making it easy to cross with a pontoon bridge for people and light vehicles. We paused to call Jesus, a Border Patrol officer from the area, to talk about the best ways to cross and our plans for an ambush. He had a secure phone provided by his supervisor and was in a safe place, allowing us to discuss important information without worry. Jesus knew the area well, having grown up on both sides of the border. After looking at maps and satellite images, we agreed with his suggestions for the best crossing and ambush spots. The colonel and the master sergeant would meet with the group after our discussion to figure out what was needed for what would likely be the first land battle of the invasion. It was clear that the militia needed more support, so plans were made to move people, equipment, and aircraft to help them. Once that was settled, Esteban shared more important information that had come from the captured enemy soldiers. Just then, General Lee called. He made sure we were safe before telling us that the disappearances of David, Dan, and Tomas Robles had led to new suspects and confirmed that 3 people were already under suspicion. We didn't ask what would happen to them, but he mentioned that the president had charged them with serious offenses and classified them as enemy combatants, meaning they could be held until after the planned invasion without immediate legal rights. General Lee also told us that 3 of the 5 suspects had been taken away the night before, and 2 others who were out of the country were caught and questioned that morning. In some cases, family members were arrested too and placed in protective custody at unknown locations. We thanked him for the update, briefly described our invasion plans, and mentioned our ambush strategy. He expressed his thanks before ending the call to meet with the President and the Secretary of Defense. Major Rogers suggested we take a break for drinks and snacks, which gave me a moment to collect my thoughts. I felt out of place, like a beginner in a very advanced math class. My job was to listen, think carefully, and ask questions that would challenge the ideas being discussed. I could handle that part, but the military strategies were filled with words that meant a lot to the experts, yet were confusing to me. After a break, Esteban looked right at me, smiled, and said, "Thank you for letting us bring in the consultant. We found a listening device at your home that was very well made and that worries us. It is highly advanced, likely supported by a government agency, but probably not from the United States. We think it might be from China, but there are also theories it could be from Russia or India. While reviewing the security videos from before your family was taken, we noticed something strange. We spoke with our consultant, who helped us understand it better. About a month before the incident, Miroslav Popovich changed the light bulbs in the living and dining room. This task was unusual because it wasn't part of his job, but we didn't find any hidden devices in the chandeliers or light bulbs. Our consultant suggested we look outside for small devices like telescopes that could see the chandeliers through the windows. At first, we found nothing, but after some careful searching with electronic tools, we discovered tiny devices hidden in the decorative ironwork on the front and east sides of the house. We learned that these small telescopes measured changes in air pressure on the surface of the bulbs. These changes happen when sounds from conversations or music make the bulbs vibrate slightly. An analog-to-digital converter can change these vibrations into digital signals. There is a special program designed for this method of quiet observation called Lamphone. Strangely enough, it's possible to gather sound from the light bulb movements. While researchers had some basic methods before, they required the telescope to be nearby, and the information had to be gathered on site. The system we found at the mountain lair is much more advanced. It uses small scopes and chips to record the information and send it quickly to a remote location. We all think it's a brilliant idea, perhaps even worthy of big awards if it wasn't so dangerous. I'm still not sure I understand, Esteban. Can you explain it more simply? I asked. Sure. The small telescopes pick up and record movements in the light bulbs and send that data in quick bursts at 3 a.m. on alternating nights. We were watching the area closely, but the quick bursts made it hard for us to see everything properly. They used a program to turn the data into speech. At first, we thought it was a big discovery, but it turned out to be simple. We could use Google Speech for the job once we got the digital data on the 21st. Really? I said in surprise. You mean this has been happening since before Caitlin and our kids were taken? They knew what we were planning all that time? No, Rob. They only know what you've discussed in those rooms, Esteban explained. Most of your discussions about business or actions were held in other places. Still, they've gotten a lot of important information. This explains how they were aware of your family plans. You usually chat about that stuff while eating or in the living room. Wow, Claude said. I've never heard of this before, and I work in this field. What have you done about it? We took away one of the extra micro-telescope transmitter units. The 2 main transmitters are still working fine, and one is a backup. When we found out the backups weren't sending signals, we took one for JJ and our other techs to look at in the mobile lab. If you want to feed them false information, tonight is the night to chat in one or both of those rooms. Today is the 23rd, so the next sending will be at 3 in the morning, and the following one isn't scheduled until after the attack on the 25th. We hope to use tonight's talk to find the receiver, so keep things happening in those rooms all day. The more chatter, the longer it will take to send. After deciding to wait to choose what misleading info we would share until after key decisions had been made, I called home. I told Caitlin to turn on music and dance or exercise in the living room. Before she could ask, I promised I would explain everything when I got home. She happily agreed and said she was about to start, so she'd move her mat into the living room. I heard the beat of one of her favorite songs before we exchanged, "I love you," and she hung up. Even though we were far apart, the Texas command team began to look over the large amount of data we had, review the committee suggestions, think about our plans, come up with solutions to any issues, and weigh the possible results for each option. Lunch was brought to us. Some people made calls to confirm information or ask for advice, but we worked steadily until 6:12 p.m. Everyone agreed on the new plans, and each member was assigned to share the changes and reasons with the field commanders. Claude and I were tasked with calling Generals Yonkers and Lee, as their military plans would be affected. At first, they were unsure, but after we explained our ideas and reasons, they agreed. We felt carefully optimistic, but we were still worried about a surprise start to the invasion. If that happened, a lot of planes or missiles could come at once, which might overwhelm our air defenses. This could allow some to hit local places or go further away, simply because we wouldn't be able to stop them all. We believed we had everything necessary to fight and win. The worry was whether the invaders would bring more powerful weapons than we could defend against. Unfortunately, it seemed likely we would need to spread our portable air defense systems over a larger area to keep their targets safe within range. Orders were given, and teams moved equipment to chosen spots. This plan wasn't ideal, but we knew that the population centers to the east were protected by advanced systems and various aircraft we needed to ensure local targets were safe. We had dinner together as a family, which included the Edwards uncles, grandparents, great-grandparent Ashley and Clay, and we took time to tuck the kids into bed as a group. They were happy to receive the attention, but also quite tired. Doc shared a long bedtime story with the boys, which had some lessons in it, while Beverly told an engaging story to the girls. I worried they might stay up too late, but they were sleepy and quickly drifted off once the lights were out. Security at the Silverleaf Ranch had been strengthened, so we felt safe leaving the kids in their rooms with 2 guards on their floor as we headed to the biggest secure room in the bunker. In the secure room, Clay, Claude, and I talked about what we had learned regarding various signals and the plans that had been created. After answering questions as best as we could, Clay handed out an outline of our talks for when we returned to the living area. Everyone had time to think about this information, and we made sure each person understood their part. Everyone nodded, and we moved to the living room. First, we talked about our plans for Christmas in Tennessee, with Joe, Brooke, Bill, and Claire leading an enthusiastic conversation that lasted about half an hour. Then we shared our plan for the men to go back to the mountain lair on December 30th to prepare for an operation on January 1st, while the women and children would stay in Tennessee. A lively discussion followed, and I got to see the challenges I would have faced had I suggested this plan under different conditions. After a thorough discussion lasting about 70 minutes, Claude wrapped up by reminding us of the importance of sticking to the plan while assuring everyone that we would be careful. That was met with doubt, but everyone was tired, so we decided to talk about it again tomorrow. After saying goodnight, we went to our rooms, hoping that tonight's excitement would help us feel better. The group was already sleeping in the bunker, which was stocked with enough food for all of us and some extra staff. The older members got everything by splitting up to buy groceries in different towns, just in case anyone was watching. Everyone else was in the main house, though Ashley and Clay were on the fold-out couch in my office. I never know what will happen when Caitlin and I share a bed, and she surprised me again tonight. I was a bit anxious about Christmas Eve being just a day away, leading up to an event that could change everything. Caitlin, on the other hand, seemed eager for distraction. She was playful from the moment I finished my shower. After we had a fun time together, we dried off and she hurried to bed. I expected more play, but instead she welcomed me warmly. I'll admit it, I got caught up in the moment. Our closeness felt great, and afterward she asked, "Did it help? Are you feeling less stressed now?" "Much better, thank you," I replied warmly, pulling her closer as I drifted off to sleep. She woke me up around 5:30, full of energy, lifting my spirits completely. It was a nice start to Christmas Eve, no matter what challenges the day held. This year, Christmas Eve was serving as Christmas Day. We began with a simple breakfast, looking forward to a festive lunch of ham and turkey with all the sides. The kids played nearby, watched by their uncles while the women cooked. Clay, Claude, and I left for Crescent Moon at 10:30 for a meeting to finalize plans. Major Rogers brought Addie and Jackie representing the pilots, so we could say our goodbyes and get hugs before heading back. We didn't change anything major, but things began to happen around noon when 12 MQ-9 Reaper drones arrived from Ellington AFB. They would be flown from their base near Houston, but launched from Crescent Moon. Rogers told us that the MQ-9 Reaper can stay in the air for 14 hours when fully loaded and has different types of weapons, including laser-guided bombs and air-to-ground missiles. It's a powerful flying tool. More importantly, the MQ-9 has special cameras and sensors for effective watching. While watching about 19 miles east of Fort Davis, the Reaper's sensors spotted a group of people moving carefully through the mountains. It kept an eye on them from a high position until 2 Sentinel drones arrived at the location it sent out, and then it continued its patrol east and south. Flying high, the Sentinels saw 22 individuals moving along a dry creek bed about 6 miles east-southeast of Fort Davis. The rough land was full of rocks and covered with various plants, including cacti and thorny bushes. The slow and careful movements of the people, some of whom seemed to be hurt, were understandable given the challenging terrain. Instead of taking action, the command decided to keep watching and gather more information until the group reached where they were going, hoping there might be more people waiting there. I suggested we send enough high-flying aircraft to search the area from Alpine westward for any changes. This was a good idea. We noticed unexpected activity around a mine near Shafter, and there were signs of vehicles. We saw military vehicles in a previously untouched area of the Chianti Mountains south of Marfa, with 2 artillery pieces aimed at Raimundo's group and their missile sites. Esteban made the decision, and Raimundo connected him with the commander of the soldiers in danger. Colonel Adams joined the chat. They discussed options and made a plan. The situation was ironic, as there was an old saying about strange allies in difficult times. These findings made it clear to change our approach. Our pilots sent 2 Sentinels into Mexico and over the canyon where the mixed group was settled. The canyon was busy, and the artillery was right where we expected it to be. The Rangers had followed our hints, discovering a sudden gathering at a spot they had been told was a staging area. They found camouflaged armored vehicles, Humvees, soldiers, and tanks on trailers. Experts identified them as older Soviet PT-76S, likely made in Russia but kept in shape by North Korea, as the Russians had moved on to other models. These vehicles were smaller than main battle tanks, but they still had a lot of power. The idea of tanks attacking our country made me really appreciate having javelins and other ground-to-ground missiles in our military. I also learned about the new M2 Bradley fighting vehicles that arrived at both Crescent Moon and the Ranger base near Big Spring. I didn't know that Bradleys had destroyed more Iraqi tanks than our main battle tanks, but the colonel had a lot of good things to say about them. He was also excited about 2 truckloads of mine-resistant ambush-protected MRAP vehicles that came in last night. The moderately armored Bradleys can carry a type of cannon and tow missiles, with a team of 3 and 6 soldiers who can use firing slots. The MRAPs could carry a similar number of soldiers and had extra protection for the people inside with their added armor. Later that day, it was smart to keep an eye on the group when they went into a covered roping arena on a ranch just a few miles from Fort Davis and close to all 3 of my ranches. A small drone was sent out and took a look inside. It spotted tanks and armored vehicles parked closely together. We couldn't identify the vehicles from where the drone was, but there was a PT-76 tank at the end. It was a serious sight. At 1:40 p.m., we all got a message saying, "Christmas feast will be ready in 20. Get home." We exchanged cheerful holiday greetings and got ready to leave. Addie and Jackie both asked for a hug. When it was my turn, Jackie gave me a warm hug. After stepping back, she looked at us and said, "My aircraft will be watching over the mountain lair and your wonderful families. I love you all, and will do everything I can to keep you safe. Stay in the bunker and let us handle this." I lifted Jackie into my arms, hugged her tightly, and spun her around. "We love you too, and we know you'll do your best. You all stay safe, okay?" She smiled brightly and promised. I smiled back. I'm a married man now, but I still valued that moment. I could only think of the phrase, delicious feast. And to make the dessert table even better, Chris had brought out many pieces of his special pecan divinity, just as tasty as he said it would be. We ate until we were full, took a break, and enjoyed some snacks in the afternoon. As evening came, excitement grew. The pile of presents was as tall as my waist around the big Christmas tree, and the kids were getting restless, wondering why we had to wait until 6 to open them. The children were thrilled about all the presents and excited to fly to Tennessee the next day to open more gifts at their grandparents' house. This was the plan we happily talked about the night before in the living room, and the story we shared with our kids over breakfast, just in case something changed. There were some gifts waiting in Tennessee, but they might not be opened for a while. While we enjoyed Christmas Eve with our family, Claude, Clay, and I kept getting texts with photos and videos of what was happening back home. When the kids were younger, Caitlin and I read them a book about the birth of Jesus, the Virgin Mary, the census, Bethlehem, no room at the inn, the stable, the shepherds, and the angels. Even though the kids were old enough for a more detailed version, we chose to stick with their favorite story. Each adult took turns reading a part. Beverly insisted that we had to sing Christmas carols too. She played each song on the TV with the lyrics to follow along. When Mary and Joseph were in the stable in Bethlehem, we sang Silent Night. After that, we sang Away in a Manger as the baby was laid in the manger. Then we sang Angels We Have Heard on High and Hark the Herald Angels Sing, finishing up with Joy to the World. Our short story time turned into a longer event because of the songs, but the kids loved it, and the adults felt a sense of wonder. The Christmas spirit filled the room. However, one small issue dimmed the joy. Clay, Claude, and I kept receiving concerning updates about a troubling situation that clashed with the happy mood of our reading. My mind felt heavy with Christmas cheer mixed with worrying news, and as I read a text while singing Joy to the World, it was almost too much to handle. We have learned that cruise missiles are being readied at an old airfield in eastern Sonora State, and the enemy aircraft are out of their hangars. After the song finished, I stepped away from the table and into the hallway. The Edwards brothers followed me, either curious or worried about my reaction. I called the base. "Colonel, when does this situation start? Are we really going to wait for them to be fully prepared before we act? We see a lot of tanks. Why not take care of that now and then address the rest? Are we just going to sit back and wait for things to get worse before we respond?" He sighed. "Sir, I understand your frustration, but we can't take action first. They need to make the first move. We must be completely in the right. We can only defend ourselves. Is that what we'll put on the gravestones of those who die? You are gone, and we could have stopped it, but we had to be completely justified." "I disagree. We see what they are doing. They are acting as we predicted. It's time to respond." "Sir, we can't do that. I wish we could, but I have strict orders. We will only respond when they fire the first shots, launch the first missile, or send their planes across the border. We cannot be the ones to start it. You and your family need to pack your things and move to the bunker for the night. We'll use the safe communication system there to keep you updated. Just know that we expected all of this, and we have plans to deal with it." "I still disagree, Colonel. I never heard anything about tanks just a few miles from my home." "That's true, but we will send teams with anti-tank vehicles along the only road to town, and we have drones ready to take action if needed. After they attack my home and family, I assume. I will pass your concern to my commander, Mr. McGregor, but I need to go. We have new information to handle." Clay put his arm around my shoulders and said, "It's frustrating, isn't it? I've been on teams with bad information or unexpected issues, and we couldn't act as we thought was right to finish the job safely. This is how it works in a military that follows civilian control. We are ready, though." If it were up to politicians, we'd have to wait until the fighting started while they debated and voted on what to do. Believe me, some will blame us all the way up to the president because we knew this might happen and prepared instead of hoping for a deal. Tom says we've tried talking for years and it still ended like this. But the critics will only see the innocent lives lost who were just protesting peacefully or something like that. They will likely be seen as supporters of a movement against the law, but the courts will take ages to sort it out, and their stories won't get the same attention as the accusations. My point is, this is tough, but we have to deal with it. I sighed. All right then. Let's go unwrap presents and head to the bunker. I'm ignoring my phone, so please let me know if something important comes up. If it happens, just say, "Bunker now," and we will quickly get everyone inside. We got some curious looks when we returned, but we smiled and talked as if everything was perfectly fine, gathering around the Christmas tree filled with gifts. My phone buzzed with a text, but I decided to ignore it. Clay read it and gave me a wink with a smile, so I kept handing out the presents. When everyone had a pile of gifts around them, I said, "Go," and we all started opening our gifts. We thanked the person who gave us each one, and I asked everyone to open another. The adults finished their presents before the kids, of course, but we were thankful for the generosity we experienced and the love behind each gift. Once all the gifts were opened and thanks were shared, I began to collect the wrapping paper and ribbons to clean up. Caitlin stopped me and said, "Look, you have one more present. It's a small box from Santa. Let's see what it is." Inside was a set of keys along with boat registration papers and brochures. One set was for a pontoon boat that could hold 14 people. The other was for a 30-foot boat for skiing and fishing. "Oh, look," Caitlin said excitedly. "Boats for the Lake Lairs. Santa must know they'll be ready this spring." We all laughed, and I gave her a big hug. "I can't wait to see you using them this summer," I whispered. She playfully nudged me but smiled back. "Since I opened my present from Santa, I know he has one for each of you hidden in my desk. Let me go get those." Santa gave each person, adults and kids alike, a first-class ticket to Sibiu International Airport in Romania, plus a voucher for a 10-night stay at a ski resort, all expenses covered. The tickets were for February 12th, returning on February 22nd. Beverly smiled, saying she was familiar with the resort and that we were going to have an incredible time. With Santa delivering more gifts on Christmas Eve, there were lots of warm hugs. Each child was told they could pick up to 5 gifts to take to the bunker and then get ready for bed. If we had sprung that news on them without warning, they might have felt nervous. We had been having campouts in the bunker for a while now, ever since we learned about the possible date of the attacks. So tonight felt like just another fun time for the excited kids. The adults gathered the bags we had packed even before the wedding. Once the children were ready, we headed down, even though it was only 8 in the evening. Getting settled in the bunker was a bit upsetting. It wasn't about the simple setup, but what moving there meant, it meant the event we all feared was about to happen. Once everyone was comfortably situated in the gathering area, which had several couches, fold-out beds, bunk beds, and a couple of big-screen TVs linked to a satellite, Caitlin started playing a classic movie. Brooke made some popcorn in the microwave, and we got settled in. Duke had been lying next to the couch, and with Brooke's popcorn, he was now the focus for the kids, who happily shared pieces with him. As we watched the movie, I glanced at the digital clock by the TV. It read 21 hours 1 minute and 21 seconds, which made me feel uneasy. I quietly excused myself to go to the restroom. After making sure no one saw me, I slipped into the control room. Esteban, Armando, JJ, and Carla, all part of the Ultimate Solutions ISR team, were there watching the monitors. They nodded as I entered and then focused back on their screens. The first screen showed clear images of the Silverleaf Ranch around our home. The second screen displayed Fort Davis and areas to the southeast. Another monitor showed a view of the ranch to the north and the nearby 6,400 ranch to the west. The fourth screen showed the area from the intersection of highways 17 and 166 southwest of Fort Davis, all the way to Crescent Moon and Marfa. Our ISR team was on alert, watching carefully. I am not the most patient person, and waiting for danger doesn't come easily to me. I was anxious for the Edwards boys to check on me, and they didn't keep me waiting long. When they came in, glancing at the ISR team, they followed me to the back corner. I have some questions, I said. We might not be able to start anything, but are we ready if something happens right now? Are our allies prepared? If the enemy attacks now, are we completely ready? And by we, I mean the Rough Riders, militia, rangers, our military support to the east and north, and anyone else involved in nearby states. The brothers looked at each other, and Clay said, "Yes, I'm sure everyone knows. We were told to be on full alert at 6 EST. I believe those orders went out to everyone on our side." Moving on, I asked, "Are our enemies ready, or will they keep preparing until it's time?" "We don't know for sure," Claude replied. "But the last time I checked, they were still working hard to get ready for early tomorrow." Esteban joined us. "Excuse me, but I can hear well, and your talk is much more interesting than the shadows on my screen. The answer is no. They aren't ready. They are still moving around in a messy way according to the feeds from the surveillance aircraft and reports from the scouting teams. The Sicarios seem to be the most organized. They have started their vehicles and are moving out of the area right now. Just after dark, they were joined by a group of 28 people in camouflage. They arrived in pickups, so I think they might be locals, but they could also be people with military experience. Let's think for a moment that they are just ordinary folks from the area who got caught up in this, not trained soldiers," I said. "We know the Sicarios are skilled but new to this land, and they face serious trouble if caught. Now what if something scares them? How would they react?" "It likely depends on what scared them and how afraid they are, but I expect they would react strongly," Clay replied. "Do they have good communication to tell their allies in Mexico, New Mexico, and other places about their situation?" Esteban answered right away. "Yes, we've intercepted their messages. Their system is effective, though not very secure." "And will they tell others if they feel threatened? If they do, would that upset their plans, especially if something else happens nearby? For example, if F-16S approach the New Mexico area right after the Sicarios are disturbed, or if drones head towards Lajitas or armored units move towards them. Now you're going beyond what we can decide and into the Colonel's area. He has strict rules about starting conflict but does a feint count," Clay replied. As I looked for a secure line, I picked up the phone to call the Colonel. He didn't let me start before saying, "Rob, Command will not allow us to make any moves." I interrupted, saying that I knew, but what if? We then went over the possible situations again. He stopped talking, connected with someone, and said, "Give us 20 minutes," before ending the call. "Let's say they don't completely turn down our idea. There's a rocky area that forces the intruders to make a tight turn on the road leading to Fort Davis. The road is narrow at that turn, with a rock wall on the left and a steep drop on the right. We could cause a rock slide there to block their way, but I wasn't sure if that would just make things worse. We talked about different options for a few minutes, but kept going back to the narrow road's turn. None of us wanted them to get close enough to threaten the town or our place, especially since other plans were available. We realized they had initially been sent to target me, but the heavy machinery they brought along suggested they had bigger plans. What if innocent people got caught up in their actions just because they happened to be nearby? Clay's skills and training kicked in, and he took charge of the planning. By the time we heard back from the Colonel, we had a solid plan in place. If everything went well, the intruders would start the first moves, setting the stage for what was to come. We somewhat got what we wanted. My command thinks moving the tanks so soon and their path through town might put people at risk. I have some flexibility, but we must not make the first move." "We understand," Clay said. "We're ready. Will we go alone, or will some of the riders be with us?" "I've assigned a group, and we'll have a drone to help. Sheriff Goodson will lead the team from here. He wants to meet you where the county road connects with 118. Also, it looks like a group of 12 broke off and started moving northwest on foot, but the rest are still with the tanks. Do you have what you need to trigger the rock slide? If not, we can help." "No, we're all set. Hopefully they'll trigger it for us. If not, we have other options," Clay replied. "But we might need more javelins." "That's not an issue. They're ready to join us," Sheriff Goodson said. "See you in 30. "I'll grab one of my rifles from the armory. I'll be right back," I said before rushing to the closet. When I returned, I was led to the staging area where Clay, Felix, and 8 others were going over the plan. They quickly gathered up when Clay told them to meet him in 10 minutes at the Humvees hidden in a meadow above the creek. "I'm glad you let me practice with this," Felix said with a smile as he took my rifle. "I'm the shooter for this mission." "So, what's my job?" I asked Clay, feeling a bit anxious. He smiled and said, "You and Claude will stay here. Keep everyone calm and be ready to help Esteban, the colonel, or anyone else who needs it. I know it's your plan, but you're not like the trained people I have chosen to carry it out. You and Claude will stay here, take care of our families, and make sure we have the help we need." It was a hard moment, but Claude nodded and put a comforting hand on his brother's shoulder. I set aside my pride, promised we would stay alert, wished them well, and turned to Claude. "What should we do now?" "Let's watch a bit of the movie to help everyone relax. Then we'll head back to the control room in 25 minutes after they connect with the riders." He glanced back and said, "Esteban, please make sure Raimundo Escamilla and Comandante Sosa are ready, and let us know when things begin." We returned to the couch, ignoring the curious stares. The police were at Jimmy Stewart's home, about to make an arrest, while the lovely Donna Reed looked at him with care. Watching the clock only made me more anxious. I thought the movie would never end, and the digital clock would never show 10 p.m., but both finally did. We tucked the kids in bed, told our wives we would be in the control room, and encouraged them to get some rest. Instead, they made a fresh pot of coffee and joined the older folks in the main room. Duke, looking confused, shifted between watching over his sleeping kids and trying to figure out why the adults seemed so worried when they should also be resting. We took turns comforting him, assuring him that everything would be fine. Esteban interrupted to tell us that our team had linked up, moved down the road, and was ready. He shared the feed from the drone on the TV, and we saw that one of the vehicles was parked with a flashing light on top. It was a strong sight on the rise about 100 yards beyond the rocky point, but it was hidden until a vehicle cleared the bend. No one was visible, but we could see our team marked out against the picture. The little crescent moon gave just a bit of light, so the cameras were using night vision, showing the video in deep black and green-gray. We could see the heat from their engines, indicating that a group of vehicles was moving along the narrow road toward the curve that would determine what would happen next. The outline of the first vehicle showed it was a tank. It moved carefully around the bend, traveled about 30 yards, then stopped, facing a large vehicle that was blocking the road. A drone overhead picked up a loud voice coming from a speaker, and a bright light shone down from the rocky cliffs above and to the right of the tank. The voice commanded the tank to stop and told the men inside to exit with their hands raised. The order was given in English and then in Spanish. Another vehicle made the turn and stopped near the back of the tank. A machine gun on this vehicle quickly pointed toward the light, and the tank turned its big cannon in the same direction. The bright light was located about 400 feet above them at the base of the steep cliff. When the machine gun fired, the tank fired its cannon at the light. The fight had officially started. Whether this was the right choice was still unknown, but we would find out soon. Once the smoke cleared, the light was gone, but a large piece of the cliff had broken off, causing a mixture of rocks to tumble down the steep slope toward the road and the vehicles on it. We had not planned for this, but we wished we had. The next two vehicles in line were caught in the curve, another tank and a large armored vehicle. The falling rocks picked up speed, pushing the tank and the armored vehicle off the road and into the deep canyon. The lead tank turned back to face the Humvee and moved forward a few yards before a missile struck its tracks, making it stop suddenly. The men in the armored vehicle behind scrambled out, worried about another attack. The amplified voice told them to drop their weapons and lie down. Instead, they started shooting into the dark and tried to run away, but immediately faced gunfire coming back at them. We heard shouts, with some men yelling, "I surrender!" in both English and Spanish. The blind shooting from the vehicles came to a fast end when bombs from a drone hit several vehicles in the group. Within 20 minutes, many captured prisoners were lying face down on the dirt road, while armed soldiers walked among them. That happened too fast. Did they at least send out a message? I asked Armando, who was listening to their communications. 4 messages, actually. The first was that they found a law enforcement vehicle blocking the road to their targets. The second was that they were being lit up and told to stop and give up. They asked to take action against the bright light and the officer with the loudspeaker. There was some confusion before they received the green light. After a short wait, they reported that the loud noise had caused a landslide that blocked the road behind them. They were then told to disable the police vehicle and continue with their mission. Their next message was filled with excitement about getting hit and the tank being hurt. There were no more messages after that, even though their command tried to contact them several times before stopping. Before you ask, the command messages came from a location a few miles northwest of here, so someone is ready to attack the mountain lair. And do the colonel and major know about this? I asked, worried. Yes, and they are sending more aircraft to us right now. Our team on that side of the ranch is also getting ready for anything, but we don't know if we're facing ground troops, missiles, aircraft, or tanks. We also don't know where they came from. As of last night, there were no signs of vehicles or people in that area. The ranch to our north has a lot of canyons, caves, and streams covered in thick brush and trees. If they were well hidden for a while, it would likely take a patrol to find them, I pointed out. What I don't understand is why we didn't see any heat signatures. Do you see any now? Esteban shook his head, and Armando said, No, which means they are using materials that hide their heat. We can use the searchlights once they're on this property, but by that time we might be in serious trouble. So what should we do? Wait and hope the drones find them? Send helicopters with spotlights when we don't know if they have missiles? Send a scouting team or what? Claude calmly replied, Let the drones have a chance before we send a scouting team, but get the team ready to move in case we need them. It's too bad there's no moonlight. We have that expensive telescope on the roof that could help if it was brighter, I reminded them. Hold on, everyone, Jackie cut in. My drone uses lasers and AI to find things that don't belong, like vehicles and people, and I'm near the road now, close to your gate. Yes, I see them. 2 armored vehicles and a low-profile tracked vehicle that looks like a missile launcher, launching the Hellcat. We waited for a moment, and then Jackie's excited voice came through. I got the mobile launcher, but one missile was fired just before impact. It's going up. Oh no! It looks like it's heading toward the lair. That caught our attention. Esteban was talking quickly over the radio as we watched the missile take off into the sky. I couldn't shake the feeling that our bunker wouldn't survive a strong hit from above. If our defenses failed, this bunker might be in serious trouble. Our cameras spotted several lasers aiming at the missile from the ground, and then quick response systems activated. Everyone held their breath as we watched the bright lines of light speeding toward the missile, hoping they would stop it. Finally, after what seemed like forever, they did. There was a bright explosion in the air, followed by a loud sound. We began to celebrate, but Jackie was still focused on her task. Laser locked on the first vehicle, firing, direct hit. The explosion ignited flames that spread to the grass by the road. I could see people rushing into the brush towards the nearby safe house, so we needed to get ready for an attack. Did you see anyone with weapons? Colonel Adams asked. If not, we can send out the helicopters for help. But signs show that the action has started and things are about to get very busy. Signs? I asked, wanting more details. 2 groups of 18 aircraft took off from a field in Sonora about 20 minutes apart. The first group went to Texas and the second to Arizona. The helicopters are warming up in the valley guarded by the Escamillans. The tanks have been unloaded in New Mexico, and many armed people have been seen in Idaho. We also got word about armed people moving towards the capital of Wyoming, but we haven't received updates about them in over an hour. Your plan worked, McGregor. They acted hastily, and now we will see how prepared they really are. Let's stay focused, Claude said. We can defend against a few dozen people as long as they aren't armed with powerful weapons that could destroy the bunker. Remember, they will be approaching from 2 sides, I reminded him softly. There's the group coming from the road and others that broke away before the ambush. Yes, I know. Let me brief the team first, then we'll talk. Go warn Bill, Joe, and our allies to get ready. Everyone in the meeting room was armed, so I quickly told them about the 2 threats. While a missile from one of the enemy jets could wipe us out, we needed to concentrate on the immediate danger from the troops approaching from the northwest and southeast. Before I went back, I grabbed 3 advanced sniper rifles and made my way to the control room. Sniper posts? Carlos asked as he joined me. Maybe. We'll see what Claude says, I replied. I'm in, he said, taking one of the rifles from my hand. Claude looked at our rifles and said, Boss, I'm supposed to keep you safe. You're right. You two get settled, and I'll be up in a bit. Grab mics and earbuds off the table so we can talk and keep you updated. And if someone yells incoming, get back down here. I'll join you as soon as we spot any intruders. The sniper posts at the four corners of the roof were built when the situation started to get worse many months ago. They looked like small stone towers, but they could handle any light gunfire. A ladder was also made from a closet on the first floor to the northwest turret. The turret posts were set up for shooting from a seated position using a tripod, with slits for a clear view in two directions. The adjustable bench was padded for comfort. Unfortunately, the only barrier while moving across the roof was a 2-foot wall, so we would need to crawl if we had to leave the posts quickly. I took the southwest corner, and Carlos took the southeast. We placed Claude's rifle and spotting scope in the northwest post. It would have been helpful to have a sharpshooter at the northeast corner, but I worried about pulling anyone from the bunker in case it was needed. Suddenly, a person dressed in black came out of the trapdoor and rushed across the roof into the empty post. I wasn't sure who it was, but it eased my worry about an attack from the north. The team outside had moved, knowing no one would cross the bridge or go down into the ravine without being spotted by snipers. I picked this post because getting vehicles to the lair was very hard due to the landscape, meaning the only ways to the house were now watched by snipers and teams hidden in the hills and bushes. We sat quietly, looking through our powerful scopes and listening to updates from the command at Crescent Moon. The reports told us that chaos had broken out around the canyon in Mexico, the area just north of Laguitas, and along the New Mexico-Texas border south of Hobbs. Their artillery fired one shot before units from the Dagger Flats Ranch took them out, raising worries about injuries and damage from the shells fired. North Korean MiG-23 jets from Sonora were loaded with missiles. However, they couldn't compete with the surface-to-air and air-to-air missiles that struck them when they entered American airspace. Some pilots performed sharp turns and used countermeasures to dodge the missiles, only to run into a squadron of advanced F-16S flown by experienced pilots. The North Korean pilots were well-trained, but didn't have much experience in real combat. Observers noted that while the dogfights didn't compare to the famous performances in movies, they were more impressive than anything seen by those on the ground before. Renee later described how the jet engines roared through the air, creating smoke trails from missiles that crossed paths, and flashes lit up the sky as the planes fought. One aircraft had to avoid missiles and gunfire from another, and explosions filled the sky with debris. This made those on the ground worried. Even though they were close to engaging ground forces, Renee and his team paused to watch the aerial battles for 10 minutes. Once it became obvious that the American pilots and their planes were better, the remaining MiGs launched their missiles at ground targets, but soon resorted to desperate measures. Some attempted to crash into American planes, while others focused on attacking ground targets. None were successful. The ground-assigned missiles were intercepted before they could hit their targets, and those trying to collide with American planes were skillfully outmaneuvered. In a different incident, 2 cruise missiles were launched from Mexico toward Texas, but neither made it. They were shot down over a remote area north of Marathon and northwest of Sanderson by defending missiles positioned on high ground in the Glass Mountains. From my spot on the roof of the lair, 3/4 of the way up the towering mountain, we had a great view of the aerial action to the west and southwest. The flashes of light on the horizon and distant rumbles were mixed with the sounds of missiles launched from nearby batteries. We received word that a group of missiles from near the Chinati Mountains seemed to be heading in our direction. Surface-to-air missiles rose to intercept them one after another, preventing them from reaching us. Then things took a more serious turn for us. "At least 10 people coming from the south," Carlos said into his microphone. "They are coming up from the ravine between East Point and West Point, which were our names for the 2 rocky areas extending from the road." "I'm on my way," Claude responded. "You're in the northwest corner," I said, then asked, "Who's in the northeast?" "Your expert rifleman, sir," answered a familiar voice. "I'm using the other XS1 with the digital scope. I don't have a spotting scope." I wanted to encourage her to return to the bunker, but she had achieved a higher skill level than me. She was now classified as an expert, while I was still a marksman. The rifles we were using were all very reliable, but I knew my wife stayed calm in tough situations. She had helped me out before and had effectively controlled my small drone during a difficult time. She had faced many challenges. I took a deep breath and said, "Okay, you and Claude keep an eye out for the intruders coming from Valentine Road. We'll cover this side. Carlos, let them come out of the ravine so our team can engage without giving away our positions." "That's Bravo Squad," Claude said. "Chad, can you hear us?" "We can. We're moving to new positions now. We should be ready in 2 minutes." We waited nervously for nearly 14 minutes for the intruders to come out from the bushes along the road. Suddenly, Claude pointed out, "We see intruders to the northwest, near the base of the mountain. Looks like at least 2 have dangerous weapons." Carlos added, "Now that they are visible, I think there are some armed men in our group too. Chad, can you confirm?" Chad quickly responded, "I can't see clearly from here." I spotted the intruders just as Claude spoke again. "Bravo, Charlie. Alpha, does anyone have shots at the ones with the dangerous weapons?" "I can't tell which have the dangerous weapons, but I see 8 men," said Bravo. "This is Alpha. We're on the mountainside behind the house. We have clear shots at those below us, but only 3 are visible from this angle. Charlie can see the ones along the mountain, but can't tell who has the dangerous weapons." Before anyone could speak further, I said, "We'll aim for the ones with the dangerous weapons from the roof. Once we shoot, everyone else engage from your spots. Carlos, you take the one on the left end." Claude said, "I've got the one at the back. Expert, your target is the second one from the front." "Roger, I see him. Fire on my command." "Is everyone ready?" I asked and got positive responses. "Then fire when ready." Our shots rang out so closely they almost sounded like one shot, and then a quick exchange of fire happened from both the front and back of the house as Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie joined in. The intruders returned fire, but soon their response slowed and eventually stopped. Our teams moved carefully toward the intruders' positions while keeping watch. One of the fallen intruders quietly aimed at Bravo Squad. I noticed him too, and together with Carlos, we fired 2 shots. He lay still on the ground. Medics checked each person. 2 were hurt but alive, and they quickly cared for them before moving them on stretchers to a temporary hospital in the gym. We learned that the 4 people with RPG launchers were not alive. The next radio message made me stop. "Ma'am, where were you aiming?" someone asked as they looked over a body. "At the spot where the neck meets the chest. A branch blocked his head," Caitlin answered calmly. "Good job, ma'am, that's a perfect shot," he replied. Since the person was a civilian, the cheerful comment seemed out of place. I worried that Caitlin might feel awful for taking a life, but she simply said, "Thank you. Felix taught me well, and this rifle is reliable." I was surprised by her calmness, but quickly realized that she, like the rest of us, was only doing what she had to do to protect those she cared about. We were using what we had to keep our home safe from serious threats. The cold, gray light of dawn, especially on Christmas Day, could bring sadness to many of us. But for now, we kept our eyes on the distant landscape and the sky, searching for any new dangers. With the intruders dealt with and no signs of other threats nearby, we decided to go back inside just in case. We returned to the lounge, where the others were listening to updates from Crescent Moon. Everyone knew the intruders were no longer a concern, so there were no questions or discussions about what had happened, nor were there cheers. The mood was serious. We had faced one issue, but much was still left to do. I noticed everyone quietly watching Caitlin, maybe looking for signs that she was upset. She sat beside me, held my hand, and listened to the reports, seeming calm about what had happened. Her mom didn't stop checking on her, but others often focused on the updates coming from the Bend, Mexico, and West Texas. Other reports were being shared with Crescent Moon, and therefore with us. The colonel told us that our plan to draw the enemy out a bit earlier had been slightly delayed to make sure all other areas were ready. Once everyone was prepared, Central Command gave the go-ahead to move forward with our plan. Sheriff Goodson called for the bus used for transporting prisoners to come and get the 34 captives still alive from the ambush that started everything. They had to take a long route because the road was blocked from this side. The captives were secured and taken to a place at Crescent Moon set up to hold prisoners. The squad led by Clay returned to the Silverleaf after the prisoners were moved. Clay walked inside, and the others took their positions around the ranch. It was clear that Clay had developed a strong bond with Ashley. When he entered the bunker, she hurried to him, showing she was happy and relieved to see him back. Seeing their brief moment together made Caitlin lean closer to me. She whispered that once everything calmed down, we would need a long nap. I gently ran my fingers through her hair and nodded in agreement. This was a bright spot in a long, tough night. The fighting continued in the desert north of Lajitas and at the Mexican Canyon, but for the most part, the invasion of Texas had been stopped. While there were still local issues, the larger takeover had been prevented. When the jets and missiles were ready, Raimundo's men were told to pull back from the canyon. A strong display of power was about to take place, similar to operations in Iraq. The jets crossed the river just as the missiles headed toward the canyon. They caused a huge cloud of dust and fire, and when that cleared, the jets finished their mission. We waited nervously for more updates from Central Command at Camp David in Maryland. Just as things were settling in Texas, we heard about a fight between the elite Marine security company at Camp David and the Sicarios, now joined by several hundred insurgents. The elite Marines were well-equipped and trained, so we were somewhat reassured about the command's safety, but it was still a tense situation. Base Command at Crescent Moon learned about battles happening in Arizona, Idaho, Eastern Oregon, Wyoming, and Florida. The insurgents in Texas and Arizona had received help from foreign troops hiding in Mexico. Those in Idaho, Oregon, and Wyoming included foreign fighters who had crossed the lightly guarded Canadian-American border. Though our teams in Idaho were well armed, they faced difficulties in forested areas where drones weren't very effective. In Oregon, they pushed the insurgents from the plains into the mountains but decided not to chase them. Unless the insurgents surrendered, it would likely take months or even years to resolve the situation in those two states. In Wyoming, the fighting had reached a standstill, but the small group of rebels was stuck in an open area. They realized their position would be unsafe with the sunrise and called the Wyoming Military Department to discuss a ceasefire. When informed that U.S. forces would engage at dawn, the talks shifted to a discussion of surrender. In Florida, the insurgents had been getting weapons and reinforcements from foreign countries by boat. They thought they had a good plan, but they were the last to join the revolution on Christmas morning because of mistakes and bad timing. The wetlands that once helped hide them turned into a big problem when their plan to move people at night failed because the revolution started earlier than they expected. Since they tried to mobilize without all their soldiers and equipment after the other battles began, the 21 military bases in Florida were already on high alert when they came out of the swamps on Christmas morning. The military bases in Florida included members of all branches of the American Armed Forces, so while their plan was questionable, the timing made it even riskier. Many insurgents were lost, forcing them to surrender before the sun was fully up. In Arizona, the rough landscape created similar challenges for the insurgents as it did in West Texas, but the opposing forces were less organized. The fighting became fierce as the insurgents moved from the south toward Phoenix, where 7 military bases, including 2 Air Force bases, were located. The Air Force was fully ready when North Korean planes entered the area, and Army troops were sent in when the conflict spread beyond a small village. The older North Korean planes were at a disadvantage against newer American fighter jets, and the mix of mercenaries and true believers struggled against the U.S. Army. The biggest question of the whole uprising was, why Arizona? They should have known their chances were low fighting in the desert against the U.S. military, so why start an attack there? They seemed to think a popular uprising would happen. On Christmas morning. Maybe they weren't as clever as they thought. Meanwhile, back in West Texas, the Big Bend militia, the Rough Riders, and the Warbirds from Crescent Moon were keeping Base Command updated as things happened. They were engaged with the people who had crossed the river from Mexico and those who came from abandoned mines nearby. While I know that having soldiers and vehicles is necessary for taking over land, it's clear that they have little chance against advanced aircraft and accurate weapons. Plus, operating artillery means the crew and their equipment are often exposed to danger. As night turned to day, the effects of the drones on the ground became obvious. A swarm of drones caused panic among the exposed soldiers, making many of them seek safety in the rocky areas. Addie later mentioned that the drone she flew was very effective, and its unusual look seemed to make people anxious whenever it appeared. If this was a test, she said, it was very successful. After leaving the canyon, we finally heard from the Escamillions. They told us about 6 people who had died and 18 who were hurt. They were proud that they had kept the foreign forces trapped inside the canyon, which was becoming an important location. From the people we captured by the river, we learned that the enemy forces included hired fighters from different backgrounds and militants from various regions. They were a mixed group with different goals and beliefs, and they showed surprising strength in battle for a while. Without a main leader and with arguments among themselves, however, they became less effective. The better-equipped forces they faced continued to win. Later, we found out that Russian and North Korean special forces, who were supposed to provide support, ended up in the fight when they realized they could not escape safely. As they tried to leave the canyon on foot and join the main forces, the resistance from the Escamillions forced them to fall back to their defenses. Realizing they were trapped and that time was running out before airstrikes began, they fired their short-range missiles at important targets. Much of what we saw from the roof was our defenses getting ready for those attacks. 4 R-11 Scud missiles aimed at key spots in Texas were intercepted by PAC-3 Patriot batteries. One missile targeting the desert lair was successfully diverted, hitting the granite mountain behind the house. This caused a rock slide that damaged the building with important infrastructure, but the house itself was unharmed. Loose rocks and dirt covered the parking area up to the wall. The forces in Shafter had escaped our surveillance by hiding underground in old mines. When they came out, they headed toward the Crescent Moon and Mountain Lair along US 67. This conflict took place in an empty area marked by heavy artillery fire, followed by missile and bomb strikes from advanced F-16 jets based in Texas. The opposing forces tried to fight back, but faced strong resistance, which made for an intense display. Earlier, infantry units scattered across Mexico came together to build bridges and cross into the U.S. They moved north on the El Camino del Rio toward Presidio, where the militia and Rough Riders were waiting. The road quickly became difficult for the invaders, who found themselves stuck in the sand and ditches of the desert as their vehicles faced problems with the rough ground. With drones watching the area, their attempts to fight on foot or set up defenses were unsuccessful. The F-16 jets, with help from lookout teams, quickly dealt with those trying to resist, while the riders effectively surrounded many and made them give up. In the bunker, we opened a celebratory drink around 8:30 a.m. after Colonel Adams joked, "Everything is calm on the Western Front." In mock shock, Claude asked, "Do you know how that story ends?" The colonel replied, "Yes, but this time is different." We toasted with drinks from the cabinet, careful to keep it light as events unfolded. The Marine Security Company successfully defended against an attack on the president and his close aides at Camp David, which led to numerous threats being stopped and several people taken into custody. Some of those captured had connections to crime, but many were locals filled with anger. Their trials would take years, involve hard feelings, and stir up old grudges. However, the information we gained from questioning them helped to imprison many local and state officials for a long time. Some politicians truly believed in their cause, while most were just trying to take advantage of the situation. Many of those arrested near the Texas-New Mexico border were Americans. A surprising number held extreme views, although they supported different oppressive leaders. Most, regardless of their political beliefs or economic views, were part of groups driven by hatred, targeting various groups in America who did not fit their narrow idea of an American. Fortunately, the invasion avoided the oil fields of the Permian and Delaware basins. Had those been attacked, putting out the fires could have taken decades. The people who invaded Texas from Mexico have been described before. The 882 captured might have been questioned under different conditions, but they quickly turned against each other and their leaders. Among those taken were over 100 fighters from foreign military groups. Political leaders from other countries quickly distanced themselves from these supporters, just like local and state officials did. The president announced martial law in the affected areas, speeding up arrests and removals from office. The president wisely promised to lift martial law within a month and to limit any warrantless searches to those accused of being conspirators or fighters. Still, some resentment appeared in regions that had not been directly involved in the conflict. The anger didn't involve those in places like Fort Davis, Presidio, Marfa, Terlingua, Lajitas, or any other towns that saw the air battles lighting up the sky and shaking the ground. When asked about their ties to different groups, many American conspirators would say, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." This statement revealed more about their true nature and goals than any statements they wrote. For the president and most of the congressional representatives who had not been charged with serious crimes, the countries where the fighters came from were facing strict economic penalties and an increased military presence near their borders. The leader of North Korea responded to these penalties and a serious warning by making more threats about missile launches towards the West Coast. This led to the destruction of some missiles, and shortly after, North Korean submarines were noticed. The U.S. made it clear that their bombers and submarines were ready to react. It was a crucial moment, and for a time it seemed we might be close to war. When the precise details of his location were shared, General Secretary Kim thought again. After his military backed down, the U.S. returned to a state of alert. Kim Jong-un's supposed friends stayed quiet, realizing he had stretched himself too far in the conflict. They were facing an American president, Congress, and public that were very upset and wanted to take strong action. Offering support to the North Korean leader, even just in words, was a risk no other country was willing to take. Although countries like China and Russia had strong defenses, they understood that America's military strength had improved, and no one wanted to face serious consequences. Initial diplomatic complaints were made, but the American responses were cold and firm, leading to a decrease in complaints. Rather than challenge the determination of the upset Americans, they regrouped and aimed to build their strength, hoping to create divisions among the people for another attempt when the situation improved. At home, deep divisions appeared suddenly, like cracks in the earth. Before the conflict, people were more tolerant of differing opinions. Even moderates saw the written and spoken threats as expressions of frustration from those with extreme views, acknowledging their right to speak freely under the First Amendment. Some people openly supported sharing secret documents, while others admired strong leaders and looked down on democracy. After December 24th, though, there was no more tolerance for harmful talk and actions. Courts started to change the rules about what free speech meant, especially when it encouraged overthrowing the government. In the last 10 years, conspiracy theories spread from the dark corners of the internet to mainstream news and popular websites. Enthusiasts hid behind the First and Second Amendments, but became quiet when they crossed the line. Martial law helped control the situation long enough to identify the most dangerous individuals. Many Americans finally chose to support their democracy. Even some news commentators changed their tune, no longer praising strict authority or mocking democracy as public opinion shifted. Seeing their viewership and sponsors decline, the networks got rid of the worst offenders, causing them to disappear from the spotlight. Leaders at all levels listened to the people's wishes rather than focusing on their donors, at least for a while to help restore order. After a month of closure, the stock market reopened. And surprisingly, the world didn't end after a few weeks of shutdown, despite fears. People across the country felt sad and reflective, but none felt it more than those in West Texas. Here, many lost something: a loved one or friend through death, injury, or arrest, homes ruined, a happy Christmas Eve turned into a night filled with worry, and above all, they lost their sense of safety. We greeted Christmas morning with another cup of coffee on the patio. The kids were full of energy while we were exhausted. Duke was just happy to have everyone together and enjoyed the warm sunlight by our tables. Even after being awake for about 36 hours, the women decided to make a healthy breakfast. To our surprise, we were hungrier than we thought. As we ate, they continued cooking and asked us to leave the tables when we finished so those who kept watch could eat in turns. Though it seemed like the struggle was over, we knew to stay alert since threats could still be around. We created a plan for everyone on the ranch that included guard duties, meals, and time for rest. We assigned Claire, Brooke, and Beverly to kitchen chores, while Eva, Ashley, and Caitlin took lookout roles at observation posts. Fortunately, Caitlin's work schedule lined up with Claude, Clay, and Rob's, allowing her to take a rest next to her husband. She might have felt let down seeing me drift off as soon as my head hit the pillow, but she soon joined me in sleep. This Christmas Day was different from any other, but the coming days and weeks would also be out of the ordinary. Since January 1st fell in the middle of the week, schools in our part of Texas were set to reopen the following Monday, January 7th. With martial law in place, there were military operations and investigations ongoing, as there were concerns that some dangerous people had not yet been caught. School leaders in the hardest-hit areas of West Texas decided to start online classes on January 21st. This plan was quickly approved by the Texas Education Agency, which offered extra funding to help prepare school districts. However, many teachers and students were new to online learning, and not all students had computers or internet access. By mid-March, many parts of the country would face similar difficulties. But in January 2020, our schools and students were already adjusting to a new way of learning. It required training for teachers, support from churches and libraries, and neighbors kindly offering space to students who needed it. Teachers also spent a lot of time on the phone to help students with subjects that parents couldn't assist with. Law enforcement was already short-staffed and had to provide security for the places where students gathered, as these spots were vulnerable to those with harmful intentions. The Region 18 Education Service Center in Midland and Region 17 Education Service Center in Lubbock helped by finding sponsors and grants to get computers for students in need. They also assisted teachers in creating online lessons and assessments. The situation was challenging, but with martial law in place, no one wanted to put students on buses to go to school, unsure of what risks they might face. You would think harming children would be unacceptable, but since events like Columbine, it seems that some individuals tragically seek attention, even after they are gone. Home didn't feel like home for many reasons. One was that federal agents were everywhere, investigating and questioning everyone. Most were polite, but a few came off as a bit bold. One of the two men who came to the lair to ask about the two ranches and their part in the recent events was from the second group. When his questions became tough and rude, I raised my hand to signal him to stop, took my phone from my pocket and made a call. He quickly told me to hang up or face arrest. I ignored him and kept an eye on Felix and Armando, who were ready to step in if necessary. "Good morning, Edward. I have a couple of your men here. One of them, what's your name again?" The man, full of himself, didn't respond, so his partner jumped in. "He says his name is Estes, and he just told me if I don't hang up and respond to what he's saying, he'll arrest me. You know I'm usually laid back, but he's really testing my patience." That light comment made them both chuckle loudly enough for the agent to hear. "All right, but what I mean is the way he talks and the irritating tone he uses, it's getting on my nerves. Do you want to speak with him, or should I give him a bit of a lesson on being respectful?" Another big laugh followed. "Maybe I should let you. Then, put him on." "Awesome, thanks." I turned and held the phone out. "Agent Estes, someone wants to talk to you." He was still on edge, but he seemed to sense trouble brewing, because his tone became more respectful than before. His partner was smiling and shaking his head. I reminded him how to behave before we came here, but he's really full of himself. This might bring him back down a bit. As Agent Estes listened to General Lee speak for several minutes, he grew paler. When he hung up, he wiped his forehead and apologized many times. "Rump," I replied with a strong Texas accent. "Just remember to show respect here in West Texas. We don't put up with much from rude visitors. Now, I assume you're done with me, but you said you wanted to talk to my wife and Claude Edwards. They are in the other room. Do you want me to bring them in?" "No, sir, that won't be necessary. The Attorney General's orders were clear, so we are leaving now. Thank you for your time, sir." The special agent started to follow his partner out, but paused, winked, and loudly whispered, "That might be more than 2 notches." He kept chuckling as he walked away. Claude, Caitlin, and the other elders were all laughing when I walked back in. I paid no mind to the comments and jokes about me being harsh to the nice boy, acting like a grumpy old man and maybe hurting his feelings. I grabbed a cup of coffee and said, "The boy needed to learn a lesson before he gets too carried away with his words." The laughter and teasing went on while I sipped my coffee, looking calmly out the window. No tough situation was going to spoil my day, especially since my day was free of chaos or stress. By January 2nd, the roads were busy with officers from all over. Troopers, rangers, and game wardens came to help with searches and investigations. The National Guard was also here to keep order. Even knowing why it was necessary, we were upset about the curfews, travel limits, roadblocks, and checkpoints managed by uniformed staff, along with other restrictions on our personal freedoms in our part of the desert and mountains. Feeling frustrated, I first shared my idea with Ava. She spoke with her assistant and a traveling nurse, and then we talked to the others, starting with Caitlin. As I expected, she was excited about the idea. Bill, Claire, Joe, Brooke, and Beverly were still at the mountain lair because authorities in Tennessee weren't sure if their properties were safe from outside threats. Personally, I thought they enjoyed being with their grandchildren and the new family they had made. Of course, they were eager to go anywhere with us and the kids. The Edwards boys believed Esteban and the ISR were our most important team members, so they felt free to leave. Beverly's male friends were ready to join if she wanted, and Ashley was thrilled that we might actually get some work done, and she and Clay might have some time together too. The Edwards chose our security team. I called our hosts to change the plans, canceled the plane tickets, and booked a charter flight to Romania. The only plane that could fit 25 people was a Boeing business jet. That charter cost me more than I earned in my first year of business, so I contacted companies that could benefit from a new deal, and they helped cover some of the cost. It was still a lot of money for me, but my expenses would be recovered in a few months if we secured the business. So here we are at Midland International Air and Spaceport, getting on a very comfortable B-737 with my wife, kids, and a group of family and friends. We're heading for a 2-week stay, or longer, at a nice ski resort near Sibiu in the southern Carpathian Mountains of Romania. Yes, Ashley and I have some promising business to handle, but we're all still safe after what could have been a very difficult situation. I have a deal to clear away the mess and fix things at the desert lair, and the 2 lake lairs should be ready by May. The best part is that, from what I can tell, my foes are either caught or unable to cause any issues. However, my mind keeps bringing in worries. Or maybe it's more than just worries. Thanks for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe to Infidelity Plus to stay updated with more captivating tales of infidelity and payback. Turn on notifications so you're the first to see our latest content.